All right, everybody. It's the final day of the MGI International Classics 2026. Josh and I with you as we have been the past 3 days to watch the final 6 rounds and the exciting conclusion here on the WESPA YouTube channel. This time, Josh, exclusively, first day of exclusive streaming on YouTube.
Yeah. It is time to show the world what you can expect for this new YouTube channel. Live streams of the best tournaments worldwide. And starting off with a bang, Will Anderson here. Thank you for commentating this tournament again for the 3rd year in a row. It was really, really cool to witness the first time around and how things have improved. Graphics look awesome. We even improved the board for you today, and we have a banger of a matchup. 6 games left. In 7 hours, we will have crowned the new MGI International Scrabble Classics champion. Will it be Lewis Mackay, who's in 2nd place? Will it be Peter Anjanowski, who's in 1st place? There are also few other people in the mix. But they've sat down. Lewis going first in this round. You're going second. And we've seen a lot of first-person victories, Will.
Yeah, without question. Player going first with that advantage. But of course, at this level, going second does not phase any of these amazing players. You see Peter continue his amazing dominance so far. Look at that. He's not only 21-5 in this elite field, but also an enormous tiebreaker. That sets him up very well going into the final day. He is going to face a murderer's row in these next 6 games. You look at the standings here, you can see he is in first, Lewis in second. So this is an important game to set the tone for the final day. But Sam Crispin in third, great performance by the youngster there. And then the veterans, Sammy Okasaga, Harshan Lamabadasuriya, and Phil Robertshaw. Phil maybe with an outside chance of making some noise if he wins all 6, but it's going to take a huge amount of help from some collapses, frankly, from the top couple of players.
Yeah, it seems almost impossible with 6 games to go that a 16-10 will be able to win. So it's probably between the top 5, 2 games between Harshan and Phil. And those spreads also very, very important. And Peter, like you said, dominating. How do you go 21-5 in this field? It is insane to even consider that. And look at that spread, winning his games by almost 200 points on average. Crazy stuff. Announcements have been done. Wayne Kelly, huge shout out to him, who's the director principal of this event. Sorry, that sounded funny, but yeah, he's done so much for the top tournaments in the UK. So wanted to mention that.
Yeah, kudos to
Files are in the
Wayne.
bag.
Wayne, Peter Thorpe as well, directing team. We got all sorts of people behind the scenes, including our absolute rock solid producer, Ruth Crispin. That name sounds familiar to you. Yes, and that is a relation to Sam Crispin, his mom. She's doing fantastic helping us out with the production. Just want to shout her out too. But here we go. Day 4 underway. This is where we are going to see who is the champion this year over the next few games, I should say. Lewis going first. Only one vowel, Josh.
Yeah, otherwise some very good tiles here for Lewis. I think a lot of things could be reasonable here. I don't see a reasonable 5-letter word, but a 4-letter word, a reasonable pard. And we could also see an exchange of a D and a P, D, a P, and an N. I personally like to exchange in positions like these, but I think with the P and the D, scoring 14 with pard, keeping NST is pretty good. What about you?
Yeah. Playing feels like you can get away with doing here. If you were to exchange What leave would you keep? Probably ARST. That's probably got the nicest synergy without being too consonant heavy. And you can make plays that get really close to that. You can make plays leaving RST that score 14 points. That seems worth it. Lewis going to go ahead and play Pant, leaving DRS. I wonder, this taking a few more hooks as well. Actually, Pand does take surprisingly many hooks too. But I don't know. This, I feel like I would rather have RST in a vacuum, Josh.
Yeah, agree. DRS is pretty strong, and I kind of like it more than NST in some circumstances. And oh my goodness, that's not a good draw. Um, but this seems pretty good. I'm a little worried about the hooks. I agree. And Peter has 3 of those O's that go onto Pant, but not really anything to do here. Maybe he's going to exchange 3.
Yeah. Could we see just a play of the two of the 3 O's as well? Is Orate a good enough leave where you would be willing to just play ooh somewhere on this board? Perhaps exchanging also definitely reasonable here. The interesting thing is you've got the 3 O's and panto is a word, but doesn't feel like there's anything productive to play with that here. So almost taunting Peter with the rack to start, but very much a tale of 2 racks to start this game. He is going to go ahead and exchange 3 O's, which is 100% defensible. And now Lewis is stuck playing. I guess you're going to play draft here, which seems like a reasonable way to dump some consonants and get another S hook on the board.
Yeah, draft themes clear here. We're not saying the animal giraffe, but DRAFF is a word. Play that through the A in Pant, but actually we're seeing a very quick exchange, keeping that same leave. Probably if Lewis was sure of the word draft, he would have played it there as long as he saw it. But this is also very defensible.
Yeah. Feels just worth it. Again, keeping the 3 consonants isn't ideal, but for a certain number of points, always that trade off. And much better tiles here for Lewis, as at least rotundas through the N of Pant, but that does feel like it's hard to imagine not seeing that get blocked by parallel plays with that W. The 2 Ws, in fact. Wow, some really weird draws to start this game off.
Indeed, and I think the word is not in question what word Peter's going to play, but Wa, do you play it overlapping the P and the A? Or do you really like your alter leave and you just want to score 9 points, play Wa, set up the L? WAWL is valid. Or you play Wall immediately for 10, but then again, you're left hookless on this board. I think Wall makes the most sense. You're scoring a lot more in its early days. No need to fish too hard. I think this makes a lot of sense.
I can
Also,
agree.
Wall for 9 would set up an E, which might be a little too dangerous.
So there we go. That is a very standard looking play. Lewis seeing rotundas as we fully expect him to do. Definitely want to emphasize at the level both of these 2 players are at, seeing a missed bingo or bonus would be much, much rarer than usual. These guys are very solid on their words, and we saw it yesterday and with both of them making some tough finds under pressure. In particular, Peter drawing Xylenol out of the bag to start a game and finding it within seconds. Very impressive. Took a minute after that to confirm his instinct. Oh God, is this a word? Which makes total sense, Josh. With a word that improbable, you're not likely to see it that much over the board. So you have to rely on your studies and your preparation to be able to do that.
Yeah. So Rotundas was the only playable bonus here for Lewis, but he's still in a good position. He's probably looking to overlap and I really don't see a way of getting rid of the U that easily. I guess you could play do a no, you can't even do that. So Oda, I think, is a pretty obvious choice, but on this side,
Got
scoring
it
even
on.
more.
Yeah, both
And I think,
sides.
yeah, I think you want to take the points here.
Yeah, there's no reason to panic. Yes, the U you'd love to get rid of, but the RSTU leave is still going to get you a bingo a lot of the time on your next play, probably more often than you might expect, given how much we dump on the U as this terrible tile. It's bad. It's definitely not good, but it's mostly bad because of its awful synergy with a bunch of other letters, including other U's, the V, and the W, of which there are two on the board already this early point in the game. So the U just got a lot better to keep in theory because the both of the W's were just played. So that horrible WU combination we complain about so much is no longer possible.
And crucially, you take the points here. Oda on the right scores 3 more, but if Lewis somehow decides to play Oda on the left, maybe wanting to set up his S a little bit better, that would block Peter's bingo that he has probably seen already of Brittler
Ooh.
through the T of Pant. But it makes no sense to block that here. And actually, we're seeing Udo Lewis a little bit fishier than expected early on in this game. I think this is a little bit too many points to give up, but solid play.
Yeah, as with anything in Scrabble, there are trade-offs. Our computer engine tells us basically, the point values, it helps us calibrate more finely what point value is enough to make a certain sacrifice or not. In this case, Udo, many fewer points than Oda in either of the two spots, but getting rid of the U is very valuable. So, is it the best play according to the computer engine? No, but it definitely has some advantages over the best play. And you can see Lewis drawing a U. So, he's probably thrilled right now that he's gotten rid of his previous U. So, he's not saddled with UU. And now he's going to be bingoing for a huge score, Josh. So, even the quote unquote suboptimal plays will sometimes have a lot going for them in other ways.
Indeed. And that R and Brittler, that's the best spot on the board. Lewis locked in. He sees curators. That's a nice 90 points to take a 31-point lead. But there's the first blank on Peter's redraw. Very interesting stuff so far.
So Riddler for a solid score, 64. Curators coming back 490, spanning the two double word scores. So Lewis making out much better on that exchange. As you say, Josh, that first blank, important pick for Peter. But brittler, an adjective, curators is impossible to overlap on this side and nearly impossible on this one. Not a good board for bingoing at all. And it's easily going to be possible here for Peter that he simply does not have a bingo yet. Going to have to waste a turn trying to balance his rack, undouble the eyes, and open some space for himself.
Yeah, do you think Brittlers is going to come into play here? Whether one of the players thinks it's valid, both of them doubt it. It's Brittler definitely doesn't sound like a noun to me.
Yeah, I doubt it. There are some weird examples of that. For example, I think steepers is a valid word, and I think fleeters might also. Or am I misremembering that? I just had a memory of that being good, but let me just make sure I'm not misinforming everybody. Yeah, in the CSW lexicon that we're using here, fleeters is valid, which is a very silly looking word, but brittlers not among those strange inflections. So that really keeps things nice and closed. Worth noting too, Peter had the option to play Brittler one square over with those two T's. I wonder in this particular case, that would have made a big difference denying the double double through that R. There would have been a B in that spot. If you just
Mhm.
imagine this entire word shifted over, is there any merit to that placement?
Yeah, I think so. Normally, with the board texture as it was, you want to play a little bit off to the left to not open as much space on the right. But in this particular instance, throwing that R in the double double lane, I'm sure Peter was ready to play Brittler in this position before Udo came down. But now that Udo is on the board, there's no real threat of a double double this way with that E that would have been right there. So I think this was potentially a very small detail that Peter missed in the position, and he did allow a double double instead. And if you're in his position, how long do you look for bingos here, Will?
I would say not as long as usual because of how closed down the board is, but I would say my eye is drawn to this spot. I have the G to overlap here. I guess maybe you don't have enough overlaps of WO where you can then say there just can't be anything here. Then you move on to the C and think to yourself, man, if there was something there, I would see it. And then finally, maybe most flexible of all, the R, thinking about that for a bit. Those, as soon as you quickly sort of get that instinct that if there was something here, I would probably see it. Think you can move on, not too much time, but it's way easier said than done. Want to make sure you don't miss a bingo on the stream. You want to make sure that you don't miss a bingo in this critical game on the final day. There's a lot of pressure mounting, and those misses of those bingos can really hurt. Want to avoid it whenever possible. We're going to see just bug here. Digit available to that T could have been tempting as well, but bug the play.
Yeah, this seems like a bit of a miss. Digit, of course, keeping the U, we're talking about how the U is bad, but not as bad as you might think. With a blank, I feel like it's not a big deal. Blocking that triple and being behind feels like Peter thinking Briddlers is good. I don't understand keeping the two eyes here, and this is going to hurt a lot. Shifty coming down, had that T been utilized, Lewis's options not so good. And wow, a third eye drawn, Shifty for 57 coming down. But is there a
Yeah,
bingo here?
I
Iridizes?
iridizes. Yeah, so this is really helpful word to know in that worldwide lexicon. Iridizes, if we just show Peter's POV, I'm very confident that with those three eyes, he's going to be thinking about this. You see it on the board there, 80 points to the triple. That's going to bail him out of this three eye rack. But it is a huge gap if he somehow does not think of this, which would be very surprising. His next best plays are so much weaker. We're literally talking about Ridic for 18 points being the potential next best option compared to Iridizes for 80, the lone bingo here to be expected with three eyes on the rack.
Yeah, and these triple I words come up so seldom just because we're not keeping duplicate eyes much on our racks. We're really fearful of that duplicated combination. So I'm not surprised that Peter hasn't come up with it, but he really needs to. In this position, like you said, there's such a difference between the bingo and the next best play. And being down 74 already so early, I'm sure that play of Shifty hit like a truck, but that S, you really need to be thinking, is there possibly a bingo here? I have a blank. And indeed, Iridizes is playable. And there it looks like thinking about it, he's made a little bit of a face like, oh, I guess I have this. Okay, good.
Yeah, he gets there. I fully expected that would happen. We've seen immaculate word knowledge from Peter Andronowski, in part. Why is he 21 and 5 plus 2000? He's got fantastic word knowledge, though I would call out, so does Lewis, so do a lot of the players in this field. But that is definitely a requirement to be having such a great result, and we've seen it very consistently from Peter.
Definitely. So, taking a 6-point lead, I like to see it. Competitive game so far in this round 27 out of 32 game. Lewis to respond with ABEEGNO. Not so great, not so bad. I'm trying to think about an overlap of Udo, and Be Gone comes to mind. Overlaps the whole way, doesn't really open anything new. Game is tied at this score, so just going for a score looks pretty good. I guess the one issue with the play of Be Gone that is a possible high scoring re-overlap if an S or an H has been drawn, but I think Be Gone the play here will.
Yeah, it looks to be a pretty big gap in valuation between that and any other play. And there you can see Lewis, solid as ever, has identified it as an overlap on the right side of Udo. It just scores it's the highest scoring play. Also gets rid of six of those letters, which, while you do have balance, relative balance between the three consonants and four vowels, is a little vowel heavy, and the BG combination is not ideal. Circling the E of Brittler though, Josh. Oh
This
man.
is the only E that's been played so far. 45 tiles gone. So that's the biggest deal here. The reason that play of Began, for example, isn't nearly as good the same spot is because it keeps an E, which normally is great, but with so many E's left to draw, there's really no need here. A little vowel heavy as well. The whole bag, 25 vowels, 30 consonants. That's a few more vowels than normal. So you got on the best play, and Lewis is going to make it. Very nice.
Does create an H hook, but it doesn't seem very easy for Peter to use it for that good of plays alongside Begone. Would have been great if he had another consonant that meshed a little bit better with the H, such as the T, something like that, right? You could easily see huge plays coming down to counter. Don't think you would use your last S on this particular spot. But yeah, no such consonant on the rack for Peter, which is going to make it a little more difficult for him to use that spot.
Yeah, so he could play EH or HE with UG, but the HE actually goes a little bit better right here, making heh or 31, which, yes, you're keeping a V, but 31 points is a decent amount on this board, and the R of Iridizes is going to allow that leave of AEILV to potentially uh, get its own wings and bingo some of the time.
I think
I'm
also
not
the B is sneakily good with
true.
those tiles. In fact, you can draw a lot of bingos holding alive with an open B.
That's very true. Enviable, inviable, unviable, evadable, lots of stuff livable. So many things possible through that beat that might actually be better. Very good to notice that able combination on the rack. So I think HEH the play here. A little bit weird to keep a V at this stage of the game, but sometimes you have good letters to support it. It's really not that bad of a tile.
My engine also suggesting that playing HAH could have some merit, but we are going to see Peter's eye drawn to the UG spot, which makes total sense. That is where our eye was drawn after Begone was played. It would take a little bit of creative thinking to even start looking over here. and that is going to be the play. So those same letters play for 3 more points across the board right here. But this also a very solid play, one of the best available.
Yeah, I would say if there were more S's unseen, I'd be more concerned with the play like Cots or Zits or something with the J as well. All those high scoring tiles still unseen. But I don't think sacrificing 3 points to block the spot is sound. It's just 3 points though. So really not a huge deal either way. And wow, a blank draw just like that. And Peter is primed to bingo again.
Yeah, he's in good shape here. Good tiles. Again, the board is not that easy to work with, but he should definitely have some stuff. I mean, my eye immediately went to relative here, so he's got that from the R. Not going to be blocked by Lewis's what feels like clear optimal play of Isley. Nice work by him. But we'll see what Peter comes up with. There are actually better plays than that available here, and it'll be interesting to see if Peter can spot those tiny little differences, make a big impact.
Yeah, so Isley can't feel great to make that play. It's a nice 28 points and a good leave, but floating that Y out there with so many high point tiles available, I think Lewis pretty much knows, starting the position down 1 point, pretty much knows that he is in a slightly worse position, but maybe not expecting a bingo here. So relative coming down, but receival that we're looking at for 86 was available. A little bit of a hasty decision by Peter, but you see the time clock, not really that much time left for the rest of the game. So it makes sense to play quickly and direct your search. But this is a lot of points on the table.
Yeah, 12 additional points because you would be slotting the V in that critical spot there. But still, relative, the second best play available has some merits, of course, denying 4 tile overlaps on top, whereas Receival would let you play 4 tile plays on top. But of course, the E in this spot instead of the L with Receival makes it a little bit easier to place a high scoring consonant here. We could easily see Lewis do exactly that. He's already thinking about playing Moo. This will leave him very nicely balanced tiles here, including the R, notably, which if he's able to draw bingo, starting with that letter, be in good shape still.
And what a great draw from Peter. Super balanced with that J. So definitely Peter in the driver's seat here. And the unseen letter is not so bad either. There is a Q. That's the biggest deal here, but only one I left. So we're not going to see any I problems for either of the players for the rest of the game. And yeah, I think Moo makes the most sense. You can't leave that spot open at this score line. And unless there was some other viable option, this is the best score and the best leave. So makes a lot of sense for Lewis.
Only 20 points down, despite having been out bingoed 3-1 in this game. So curators for Lewis, the other 3 bingos, Brittler, Iridizes, and Relative, all in Peter's column, but he's still pretty close. Peter's got that J though, and that is going to hit pretty hard in this spot. He's got a nice spot to dump it. And he's going to even keep a nicely balanced leave while he does so. It looks like he's going to waste no time with that clock starting to get a little low, as you mentioned, Josh.
Yeah, good time usage for sure. I was thinking of Jap on the bottom left, but this is even better to not open that dangerous E hook and score a little bit more. So definitely good timing and good position for Peter Anjanowski here. But Remanet is the draw for Lewis,
Oh,
and that will fit with Doer at the very least. Uh, he's probably going to see that very quickly, but just want to think maybe is there something using the H of Shifty? There's somewhere else to bingo on the board, but very interesting stuff. And seeing that Peter hasn't drawn the Z, I think Lewis has very decent chances to stay in this.
wow. This is a huge draw. This is exactly what Lewis needed. You're right that there is serious risk with this play, but there is no other option, right? You've got the one spot to play your bingo right here, placing an A in this scary, scary spot. As Josh says, Zed would hit like a truck here. It's not on Peter's rack. Peter is very likely to block it himself, probably with a C play like Karn or something of the like. And
But
if
then
Lewis, yeah, if Lewis draws well, Lewis draws the Z, we could be in for an exciting end.
and there's the X too. The E would go down,
Oh,
creating a big X spot. So lots of things can happen here. Lewis just making sure Earthmen, the word through the H, making sure there's nothing else, and it's going to come down. And the next draw is going to be crucial, 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 crucial. There's a Q out, there's a Z out, there's an X out. Lots of things to think about, but I think for Lewis, all you're thinking about here is where do I bingo? And I think it's going to come down within a few seconds here.
yeah, he's clearly spotted it. Got the one place for it. This is exactly what he was hoping for. Playing Moo, leaving a nice balanced bingo leave with an R in it. You're going to hit a lot of words like this, and he's managed to do that at just the right time. So, as Josh says, so much is going to depend on that draw after this. Is he going to get the valuable Z, the similarly valuable X, or the scary Q, which could be useful, but also could be an albatross that ruins his comeback hopes in the game?
We'll see. We'll have to wait and find out. That's why it's so exciting to watch these games live. Um, so many close games. And lots can happen still with around 23 tiles unseen. That means 16 left in the bag. Things are getting very, very tight. 322 for Peter, 328 for Lewis. And Peter probably gonna quickly play through that A. I mean, there's not really much else to think about other than, well, I can't deal with everything here. I might as well use the triple, take the lead, leave well. Maybe I can bingo a fourth time in this game, which would be really incredible. And the first two tiles, QV, that is not a great draw for Lewis Mackay, but definitely a possibility given the unseen tiles. So Peter back in the driver's seat, I think, from our perspective. And he's looking at card. I wonder
Yeah.
if you want to get rid of one of those ends, though.
Yeah. This is a terrible draw for Lewis, as you suggest. But this part of the game is where you really need to be using your unseen tiles as an important clue of what to play. And one thing that you can note from this unseen pool, there are no R's in it. So this is the last R. So if Peter is able to play something like CANN instead, there is another N lurking, and he's leaving both of them. I wonder what he has in mind here. Why card over Karn? Obviously, the points, you get a couple extra points, but um, Peter not optimizing his leave here. Potentially, he has a reason for doing this that we're not seeing just yet. But I think he missed an opportunity for some balance.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is maybe an instance of not really thinking hard enough about the possibilities and wanting to go for the maximum score. Definitely worth sacrificing 3 points to not keep two ends. Not a huge deal, but those small details can sometimes really matter. And what a draw! Drawing the Z, the best tile left in the pool other than that S. Maybe even better than the S, depending on what happens. But anyways, 13 tiles in the bag. Lewis definitely at a disadvantage here. I find it hard to figure out what to do. I guess you just drop the Q. Will, what is going on here? I feel like just QI is what you do.
Yeah, just want to call out a really nice observation from the chat that maybe the reason he kept ENON is to draw the X and hit the massive xenon in this spot, which is a really cool idea. I think in practice, the board after card is really conducive to Lewis playing in this spot one way or another, either he'll have the X already and he's got a good chance to just play Rex, or if he doesn't have it, there's other stuff he can have, such as the F that might play really productively in this spot for big, big scores. So I don't think that plan actually works out enough, but it is an interesting one. And I like the idea from Peter, like the creativity going for that X. But to your point of what you actually do here, if you're Lewis, that Q is going to be really tough to use long term. There is a U lurking that maybe you can luck into drawing, but I would also be worried about leaving this spot open and leaving the X open. There could be an argument to be made for just playing FORE right here, keeping an absolutely
But
atrocious leave, but at least
Will,
you're.
that takes an X.
Oh, yeah, good point. I didn't think about
Oh
that.
man, that's crazy. The best way Lewis has of trying to block that spot sets up a 56 point X bomb.
Fair
But
enough. Yeah.
4 is
Okay.
definitely still a reasonable play. I feel like the X is so huge in this position that both players kind of want to bank on drawing it. Oh my god. Yeah, this is very tense, and I think Lewis certainly not in a good position here. Do you play off your Q? Or do you hope for something better? I just even with a U, where is the Q going? It just doesn't feel great.
Yeah, agreed. I guess my issue with playing the queue now is that your leave is FVK and all this other stuff. So if you're gonna keep a terrible leave, no matter what you do, you might as well, do something to address this area of the board. And I think it is worth noting that even though 4 in this spot does nothing to block the X, now, if you're Lewis, you've drawn almost all of the junk out of the bag, and you may be able to save yourself from getting bingoed on to this D a lot of the time with what is otherwise actually a pretty bingo prone pool. So not only do you have to worry about the X and the Z in various spots, certainly the X may be something you can't do anything about. Definitely can do something about bingos to the D that instantly end the game if you play there, as opposed to playing your Q here. That being said, I would be sorely tempted to just play the Q here because the future for it is so dim.
It's yeah, it's such a bad board for a Q, but it's also just a bad board for all this junk. So Lewis is gonna play Fed. This makes sense. My engine suggesting potentially to play Fiat in that same spot, setting up a huge S hook and a huge triple, but you have the K to potentially get a huge score there. But man, this is a really complicated stuff. Fed looks like a very solid idea. Unfortunately, you're getting hit on the triple a lot, and I think Peter's just gonna play ooze here.
Yeah. Um, get in the play correctly. Yeah, Ooze looks really good. Um, some support there for the Q in the form of that I, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. This sort of draw, obviously, now it feels like in hindsight, Fiat would have been brilliant because it would have denied this particular. Oh, would it have? No, it wouldn't have.
No, no, yes, ooze still comes down.
Still
Yeah,
coming down. Yeah. So there's no dodging Ooze for a great, great score. So that is a huge blow for Peter. And he even keeps NEN. Maybe sometimes he draws the vowel support to play a bingo that finishes this off. But either way, his lead is now pretty scary. That Q on Lewis's rack.
yeah. So Lewis down 40, and he has a Q and he has a V. This is looking really, really dim in this position. Is there even something you can draw if you play QI? I don't see it. You can now play QI up top and maybe hope for the U, but Peter's just drawn that and he's drawn the X, and that is pretty much so hard to come back from, I think.
Yeah. Not sure what you're hoping for. I guess um are you possibly fishing for equative at this point? Are things so dire that you want to play KO somewhere or some combination of these letters that gives you an outside chance of drawing UE? Not impossible. It is in this particular case, as Peter has all of the relevant tiles that Lewis would be looking for, but that could be as reasonable of a plan as you're going to come up with here. Not that many tiles in the bag. A way to fish for that would just be to play Koa. Um, Getting rid of these tiles and praying for UE to find its way onto your rack. Is that the best you can muster for a play here, Josh? For a plan here, Josh?
I don't know. It's you can draw quiz for 44. You keep the Q and draw the U. Equative would be ridiculous as well. But if you play QI, what do you draw? It looks like Keto coming down, which is Short Sim's preferred choice here. It's a nice 31 points, keeping things close. But
You still can
Lewis is
draw
not gonna.
equative here too. You just have to draw the
Yeah,
T as well. So
he's not. He's not going to. Gonna get some pretty bad news here, and unless Peter makes some sort of blunder, I mean, I cannot see Lewis winning this game, even though he's just drawn decently well. There's 3 tiles in the bag. Guess Peter's gonna want to keep the U for the Q because there really is only one spot for it to the I and Shifty. So that's the one saving grace, is that with the fog of war, Peter doesn't know whether Lewis has the Q or not, and gonna have to make sure he knows what to do when he draws it. So we'll see what he does. This is a very complicated position for Peter, only being up 9 points. But what we do know is that Lewis is struggling massively here with this QV combination.
yeah, just that brutal draw after Reminette. He could have drawn some great stuff there, but it escaped him at the critical moment. And Peter playing great again. Both players very crisp play throughout. Only tiny nuances here and there that we would change from our easy position up here in the booth. Much tougher to be out there over the board.
Yeah. Crazy game to start, honestly. Hard to say what was the biggest swing other than that post Reminette draw for Peter. But I guess Lewis hoping that, oh wow, he's looking at this thinking in the end game he can play vintage to the E and set up a second spot for the Q if the bag gets emptied. That's pretty sly, but probably won't be enough no matter what. But maybe, I don't know. I feel like if you're Lewis, you just hope that Peter leaves the tile in the bag, get to play QI, and then something good happens. You draw the E for, but there's no E to draw anymore from Peter's perspective, but from Lewis's
Yeah,
perspective, maybe
could be.
you draw the E for negative or vintaged.
Nice. Yeah, the Q fish. If Peter does not empty the bag, Lewis is going to have some hopes. Form of flopping down the Q, drawing the E, and as Josh says, you've got bingos in 2 different spots. We know that's not possible to draw, but from his POV, he's probably hoping, praying, give me a chance to play my Q and fish for those unblockable bingos. Um, but it's not to be in this one.
But honestly, from Peter's perspective, I mean, it's such a tale of lack of information, which is the name of the game in Scrabble. This position is actually very uncomfortable. If you're Peter, you probably feel like you are likely to win, but it's so hard to come up with a plan that basically works with whatever you draw. You can't really score with the X. You can't score with your other tiles. They're pretty ugly. You could try to not empty the bag, but then you get hit with a high scoring play and maybe your tiles are still pretty bad. So I feel like Hex is maybe the first thing that would come to mind for 29, leaving one in the bag and going up 30, but you could certainly lose after that. First, if you draw the Q, I mean, you will have spots for it. But actually, even if you
It's
draw the Q after hex,
I'm looking at that, and it's not so
what?
easy.
You only have the one spot with QI.
Even the
That's
U
crazy.
does not I'm looking at the board and thinking, "All right, so if you draw the Q and you play hex keeping the U, what more do you have available than just this, depending on what your other tile is? If you draw the A as well, you're gonna be fine, and in fact, there are a bunch of A's to draw, and your likelihood of drawing one is quite high, but if you somehow don't, U sticks could still be possible here despite you having a U on your rack would be insane. 'Cause it looks like it's
Yeah.
just Shuk and Chi, Josh.
Yeah, and the A, I mean, there are two A's and an S in the bag, which is kind of brutal. Like Lewis had drawn an S, it would have been in much better shape. But yeah, with AAS in the bag, I mean, if you knew that was in the bag, you'd be home free for sure, you Peter. But he's got 4 minutes and a very complicated pre-end game position on his hands, and you don't want to screw up at this stage of the game. And it's very easy to screw up. Maybe thinking about Ben up top, making ETHE and NO. Simulation liking playing emptying the bag with BENNE, which seems really ridiculous. Putting the E right there, leaving 6 tiles for the end game, but it scores very well and keeps the X. This is a really tough position. Little does Peter know he's probably fine, but he needs to not suffer too much on the clock, and he needs to make a decent play here because if he doesn't empty the bag, Lewis plays QI, draws navigate. It's going to be really hard to navigate position, the end game position for Peter, having to block that E bottom right of the board and then go out next turn.
Yeah, navigate still possible in this particular scenario for sure. With all the A's, we know that the tile bag actually consists of
Yes.
AAS. Very nice looking bag. So from Peter's POV, he could have navigate now, he could have staving now. It could be excruciating to think, God, do I somehow need to play something long from this R to try to block staving and navigate? But that, of course, leaves him super vulnerable to the Q draw and then maybe even outs in two, depending on. Oh, wow. Trank. I didn't even think of that. Of course, not blocking Trank could be a big deal too. Looks like maybe Peter thinking about Ulex here, which would block Trank and navigate, leave him vulnerable to staving, but that's okay. You can't deal with everything. And
Ulex looks pretty good. That's actually a pretty solid option that didn't notice. That's probably going to lead to a simple win in this particular instance.
yeah,
Um, but 2 minutes left for Peter. He's got to make a decision. He can't feel great about the position, like we said. He's come up with an interesting option. Oh wow, setting up the XEN. That is awesome.
great
What a
idea.
cool play. What an
That
amazing play.
is a phenomenal idea. It is still going to it's not emptying the bag and this will allow Lewis to fish the queue off and he's gonna draw navigate, which Peter is under some pressure here. If he just cashes in his X setup here, not realizing, but I'm sure he will. I'm sure he's already identified navigate as one of the threats, which would have been the major reason to play Ulex in the first place. They'll likely be able to figure that out, but this is getting very interesting, Josh.
Wow, I think Lewis is going to come to the conclusion that he has to fend off the X threat. This looks like a setup. I think he's going to figure out that this is a setup, but he has to fend it off by threatening a bingo. So I think you don't block the setup. Maybe you think about playing heaving, but then you realize this is not going to work out for me in the end game, having to play the Q next turn at a 20-point deficit. But I mean, it looks pretty good on the surface to play heaving, but I think he's going to conclude that it won't be enough and has to play QIN and hope for the bingo. And then Peter and having to block the bingo. Now Lewis is going to be able to block the X setup and play heaving next turn and threaten to go out. This is crazy stuff. I think if I had to think about it and make a decision, despite QIN going up 2 points, I think the Peter still will be able to win this game. But he only has 2 minutes to find an out in two that doesn't give back a bingo, and I guess you just have to block navigate.
Yeah. I think something that, from our perspective, that we should realize that might predispose Lewis to just playing off his cue is that there's way more than just the actual A that's in the bag to hope for here. Again, he can still hope for the E, which would be an auto win with the 2 spots, but also drawing the A is good and drawing the S is good with staving. So there are many things that he can draw after just playing his cue, but he is considering heaving to address that X spot. It does feel logical from that perspective. But I agree with you, Josh. The best way to fight fire is with fire here. Try to get a bingo that dissuades Peter from being able to use the X spot and then try to figure out a way through this end game without the Q on your rack.
Nice. There it
Nice work.
goes. Heaving never wins. QIN winning with the E at the very least, because vintage and negative or agentive will be unblockable. And now Peter has a minute and a half to figure this out. He really needs to realize that he has to block navigate. It looks like he's already figured it out. Play Luz and threaten hexanes, which is amazing. And that wouldn't block navigate.
Oh my
Hold on.
God. Oh my
You
God.
have to play.
Still
You
fitting.
can't even play Ulex. Ulex doesn't block navigate either. 1 minute to figure this out. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. Saz. Okay, Saz blocks and threatens the X play. Will it be enough? He's got a minute to figure this out. 24 points will put him 22 in the lead. Even coming down for 30, 32. They'll be down 10 points. Keeping this rack. Is that enough?
The time pressure, such a factor here too. You can't go over time. These end games are going to be so close that I don't think you can afford to take that penalty. Nice work. This is theoretically a winning play, but it's going to require very precise follow-ups with not a lot of time left on the clock. No navigate for Lewis, but heaving will block the big X spot.
Wow. So, with perfect play, Eving will lose the game by 7, but Peter has to still navigate this position and find one of his winning plays after heaving. This is a must play for Lewis, and I'm not sure exactly what he's thinking of here. Navigate's been blocked. He has to block the X, and time is of the essence. I think his biggest hope is that Peter doesn't figure things out, but heaving, unfortunately, is going to give back XU. I guess that's what he's thinking about. Is there any other way here to not get hit by an X and block Hex?
Yeah, that XU is so easily detectable. I think that's the major problem with this. So is there some other way forward that makes things a little bit tough? The other thing is that Peter has Lux right here, which should be pretty findable and score decently well on top of the S of Saz. It's going to be really tough for Lewis to force Peter into finding a tricky move here, given that his options allow the simple X play here, and it's hard to address Lux on top of the S, which is very findable, even under pressure for Peter. Let's see what he comes up with. I think his own clock getting low, using as much time as possible, trying to come up with that creative sequence, Josh.
Yeah, you have to do it. Unfortunately, 30 seconds left for Lewis. I think he knows this isn't good enough. So long as Peter is able to just clap back with the X. 30 seconds for Peter. He cannot afford to go overtime, and that's coming down instantly. He is a strong blitz player. XU, one of the 2 only wins here. Wow, what a game to start the day off. Peter going to take this one by 7 at the very least.
Incredible. Lewis needs way more points than he can get here after that X play. Plays Tar, also his optimal outplay, and it is going to be a 7-point thrilling victory for Peter Andronowski. Maybe could this be his smallest winning margin of the tournament, given his enormous spread tiebreaker? But it is the most important so far.
Wow. Yeah. Such an important win for Peter, already being up a game on Lewis. It's going to be hard to catch him now. He's almost running away with it. 5 rounds to go, though. Anything can happen. What a thrilling game, Will.
Great one to start. Absolutely amazing one to start this final day. And Peter Andronowski doing what he has to do here in this pivotal game to hold his nerve and come away with that win against a furious charge by Lewis Mackay at the end. That is really a fantastic game. Um, so not sure. I think we're trying to speed things along. Of course, we've already talked to Peter Andronowski a couple of times on the stream. He's definitely willing to chat. Even maybe he'll want to go cool off after this one, but we're gonna see. I think it's possible we may speed away to our next game, which is going to be Sam Crispin versus Harshan Lamabadu Saria. Another absolute banger, as you can see. Those two in fourth and fifth place right now. It looks like Sam lost his first game of the day, and possibly
Did you lose to Sammy?
looks like, yeah, it looks like also Harshan may have lost. Let me just check on that as well. But both players still with very legitimate chances here, and that's going to be a good one to watch. Let me just see what we can learn. Um,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the games have been starting on the hour, but uh, hot pairings are going to begin, I think, at least next round. We already have the pairing for this round, but because things are going to be so tense and so important to determine what just happened in the previous round, we're not going to have quick pairings for the next 4 rounds after this one. And so I think for the moment we're going to try and run things along, but we'll get word from our people on the floor as to what we should do here. Oh my goodness, what a crazy game. And if we were to talk to Peter, I mean, every single turn was interesting this game pretty much. So we would be on for a while. I guess the one thing about this game was the miss of receival earlier on relative that could have been really devastating for a 13 point or 12-point sacrifice, but it ended up working fine. um, but other than that, man, what a well played game. Lewis fighting so hard, almost coming away with it despite a terrible post bingo draw late in the game.
so Peter is going to talk to us. In fact, as ooh, I have to get standby.
Hello.
I'm going to fix this. Everybody,
Hello,
hey
Peter.
Peter.
We don't
Um,
see you on the stream,
we
but
will
we
in
can hear you.
we
We can
will in
hear
a
you.
sec. We will in a sec.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness. What a crazy game. What do you have to
Yeah.
say?
Um, well, I am still trying to catch my breath. Just thinking about all the possibilities at the end there. You know, I concluded that that Lewis must have the cue for me to be able to win this, even though that it seemed quite favorable with me having the X. But then, you know, quite obviously he had navigate as a possibility from my point of view. You know, so I needed to block that, and then you know, and avoid the temptation of hex or hexanes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the
uh,
key, is that you have this massive 60-point play available, but it loses you the game because you get hit by that out bingo to the E. Very impressive by you to hold your nerve with less than a minute on your clock and find one of the very few winning endgame sequences that you had. Absolute thriller. You just remember to breathe would be my advice to you. Take a deep
yeah,
breath,
yeah,
because we're still we that's advice we need to follow as well.
yeah. Cheers. I almost missed Iridizes. That was you know, I was just so disappointed to draw another eye when I fished off bug. Did I miss anything with when I had bug?
No bingos.
No
You had
bingos.
digit to the T was probably the most sound, just to get
All
rid of
right, yeah.
those eyes and block. But no, you didn't have a bingo there. Is there anything you regret about this game, and is there anything you think was maybe a really important decision that you made?
Well,
Because
the
there were
first
so many of
decision,
them.
the first rack I had was RATE triple O, and I've had that
Mhm.
rack before, yeah, yesterday, and I changed 3 O's last time, and it didn't work. So I just had this sort of flashback of, do I play Ratu, but only for like 12 or 18 points or whatever it was, but then opening up, a good spot for him on the triple letter. I was like, well, no, I'm going to change this time. And then, to pick up WWL, like, what is the probability of that? And
True.
then what do I do? Do I just change 3 again? That was a very sensible thing to do. Do I play Rawl? I was like, well, no,
So
I'm not going to score 0 again. I was like, well, that
yes.
that was my decision.
So Lewis had rotundas through the N of pant, so it was very timely for you to play wah instead of exchange
Okay.
there. It definitely kept you on the right foot there. But as far as I'm concerned, the play of EN, absolutely brilliant way to respond to some of the threats that Lewis may have. We were absolutely in awe of that play. Talk to us about card. That confused us for a second, but the chat
Oh, did it?
we figured it out thanks to our chat of what you
What?
might have been thinking there.
Why did it confuse you?
Well, we just didn't see the possibility of Xenon that you could draw off of the E of Remanet there, which if you keep the two ends on the rack,
Oh,
you are hitting an 100-point play there.
I didn't
Otherwise,
have I didn't have the X at that point.
right, but you kept ENON. So if you're drawing into the
I mean,
X, you've got that massive play.
to be honest, that I didn't even think of that. I was just like, well, I must block that spot, and for some reason, I doubted myself on Karn. Is that
Okay.
a word?
Yeah, there we go. So yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah. I was like, well,
also
screw it, just take it, and I'm fully aware that time is ticking, and yeah, wow.
nice. Well, obviously playing in that spot makes sense. So in any case, Josh, anything else for Peter before we let him collect his wits after that amazing game?
Did you know? I mean, when you played Saz, you had almost no time left. How confident were you that that was a winning play?
Well, from my point of view, it was Navigate was his only bingo that could play.
Mhm.
So I saw that Luz loses the game because Navigate still fits.
Yeah, under
And
pressure
and and
too.
besides, keeping the U was actually helpful because I foresaw that he's going to play heaving, so I need the XU there because
Nice.
Lux isn't good enough, I think, or yeah, probably no, it's not. Lux isn't good enough. I didn't do
Mm,
all that math, but I just instinctively knew Lux wasn't enough.
I think Lux would have maybe won by 1 point or something
Yeah,
crazy
yeah,
like that. But
yeah,
yeah, that's awesome. So you foresaw all of that with such little time. You kept your composure and you got an extremely important win. I think
yeah,
you're
yeah.
now 2 games up on the
Sweet,
entire field. So
sweet.
congrats to you. We'll be seeing you again for sure. You get a respite from the stream for next round, but that might be it. That might be it,
Sure,
man.
sure. I was gonna say something. I guess it's all the years of playing Blitz. That's I think what helps me at the end there. I think for like 3 years I played like 1 minute games. Thousands of 1 minute games. So
So in your element down the stretch of the game. Well,
yeah,
fantastic win. That was a real thrill for all of us, and I'm sure yourself as well. Good luck in your next 5 rounds of the day. And as Josh said, we will be seeing you again, I'm sure. So
cheers. Thanks, guys. See you.
all right. Best of luck to Peter Andronowski. And as he hands the headset back, that was a lot of fun to talk to him about that one, Josh. And just an amazing first round of the day. While we turn over from round 27 to round 28, I want to say anybody coming over here from my post, just want to say thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you being here. But of course, from everybody that's been watching over the last 3 days, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. And just want to reiterate, Josh, that call to subscribe to this YouTube channel. Early days, still growing. Want to hit that 1,000 number.
Yeah, we're not always going to have Will Anderson making community posts and videos talking about this channel. And also, we're not always going to have you just having the stream set up for us. So huge thanks to you for that. We've got a huge boost in subscribership from that. We're getting close to that 1,000 mark. We're getting close to those 4,000 watch hours. Thanks to all of you watching the stream. So thanks to all of you. Make sure you like the video and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. I sure am. It's very early on the East Coast of North America. It's now struck 5 a.m. Will and I were up at 3:30 trying to get this set up for you all. So yeah, what to say? I guess we are maybe going to have a special guest if we can manage that. Hold on, let me see. But
Now's the time for sure to get our special guest in. I'm also getting the nameplates and stuff squared away, so I can't attend to that right this second, but I promise I can if we have a little bit of time. Oh, looks like Harshan's there. All right, hold on. Let me get our special guest into the scene while we do that. Stand by. So I'm going to go here, grab him. Let's see what we can do. We actually have his camera too, and it looks pretty good, but I think we're just going to go voice only for space reasons. And let me just see. Oh, well, we
ooh,
got him here.
hello.
He's looking so good. How can I not use him? You know what? I'll put him in instead of me.
No, put him in instead of MGI.
Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. We'll put him in over here.
It's okay. Everybody knows this is an MGI tournament at this point. Hello, Wellington Jigare, world champion, joining us from the West Coast of North America. It is 2 a.m., so you haven't slept, have you, sir? But man, yeah, we could get people started. We have Sam Crispin here versus Harshan. Sam is in 4th place, Harshan in 5th. They both really need some wins here. Well, this is gonna be a thrilling one. Have you? I've never played Sam. Have you played Sam Crispin before?
In his place, especially in this tournament.
Awesome. Yeah, so let us know if you guys hear Welly. We can hear him here, but I think he's clear now. Sam going first. Of course, you faced Harshan many times, Welly, but oh my gosh, look at this. Exchange 5 QBLDN or something, keeping HZ. What do you think about that?
Well, it looks somehow, but maybe keeping just his Z would have been better.
So what was the rack? Sorry.
I think it was BDL and QE exchanged or something close to that.
Oh,
Keeping
wow.
the H and the Z, which is really cool. I think more standard is right to just keep the Z to try and score, but the H and the Z, the combination there, just being able to score for the next few turns is very, very interesting. And Sam made that decision again within 15 seconds of his clock being started. That means the moment he started reaching for tiles in the bag, his clock was started. And by that point, by the time he saw his letters, the decision was almost instantaneous. And as Wellington and I have started a podcast, we were talking a lot about Blitz. We were talking a lot about speed Scrabble. It really looks like Sam would be a great player given how fast that decision making has been happening, Willie.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed with younger players is they are drawn to being very fast, and it's a good thing. But I think with time they will learn to slow down. I too was very, very fast when I was much younger, and I don't think that I'm as fast as that now. I just mostly rely on, I have confidence on my speed of processing, and that is just the element of the fastness that is remaining in me. But I think he will learn to slow down with time.
I think honestly, he is already very very deliberate in a lot of ways. Here, he's already found hearted double double. We just have to talk about Harshan opening with Unrule, keeping an E. That was absolutely the best choice for him. No I for Atheized. Sam was hoping for that I, but hearted looks great here. Just to double double and keep that Z for scoring. Yeah, Will, this is a very interesting start. Harshan drawing those clunkers with that X, so Hearted's going to give him back a very nice score for Ibex. But I think you have to play that, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's nice because when you play Hearted, if you look at it on the board, it doesn't set up your Z in the way that you maybe envision when we're talking about Z setups, but nevertheless, you still have two very good places for the Z. Not a bonus square per se, but you're still going to get 40 or 50 points for either of those, depending on what word you're playing. Maybe in the 40s is more likely. So, Hearted, already the highest scoring play, and you get some benefit out of that Z next turn.
Yeah, so Welly, how much have you been watching of this tournament so far?
I think I've watched almost everything because even the ones that I didn't get to watch live, I watched them in after the live games. So I believe I've seen almost everything.
And
Games
we've
have been
heard
good.
from
They've been
they've been
really
great.
good. So,
We've heard from Will that he wants to attend this tournament next year, and we've talked about this too. Are you gonna try? Are you gonna try to attend next year yourself?
Yeah, I'll try and attend next year,
oh,
definitely.
okay, I'll cancel my plans then because we know who's going to win.
That is not true.
Actually, that makes me even more excited to potentially also want to go next year, as I've been saying. So, yeah, as we do see Ibex go down, but Sam is going to meet that with Kanat for 54. So we're seeing all the power tiles early in this game. And I wonder, the beauty of Kanat is that once again, it sets up more Z spots. So we're seeing a very dynamic beginning of this game.
Yeah, and if Harshan's able to draw a couple vowels, maybe an N as well, he'll be primed to bonus through that E of Unrule, but that is not necessarily what you wanted to see. So Sam gonna, like you said, he's already spotted it. 54 points for Kanat. The one downside is maybe you get hit back with the cube, but already 2 U's gone. So really interesting stuff. Like you said, Will, setting up the Z. And for Harshan here, Welly, is there something that pops out to you? I guess that triple letter score under the E of Hearted.
Yeah, I think anything really pops out to me. Sorry, just a minute. I think I'm having a little technical difficulty, but just a minute. I'll be back with you.
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
Yeah, we're just talking of this spot right here for the W, which allows Harshan to balance his rack. And oh my God, if that happens, look, we've got Zingles, the valid 7-letter bingo. That goes down here at a minimum, but after WAG, we would see it score even more. And what a blow that's going to be for Sam Crispin in this game. He already has a spot for it, and now he'll have an even better one. A lot is going to hinge on this next draw for Harshan to keep pace.
Yeah, this is a great start for Sam Crispin. He is 2 games ahead of Harshan, and Harshan also really needing to win this. But after Zingels, it's such a nice positioning too of the bingo. Like this is so ideal, honestly, and Harshan needs to respond to this. If he doesn't draw a bingo here, he's going to be in some trouble, I think. Of course, at the moment, the game is tied, but this is going to score 90 points, bring Sam up by 88. And lots of nice ways to score on this board. So we'll have to see, as usual, Harshan very deliberate, drawing tiles, but making sure everything is tracked, everything is written down before turning those over. So the suspense is very, very nice.
Yeah, without question. We still are getting that classic Harshan slow roll where he is doing all of his bookkeeping before we see his draw. Very methodical in that regard. But he does have a really good chance of drawing a bingo that's going to let him equalize in this game with that nice leave. So he is not remotely out of it. Good start. OM. Ooh,
Worm cast.
worm
Doesn't
cast.
fit anywhere.
At worms, not quite. The W really messed him up there. Although he's still gonna, yeah, you can see, look at
I
him, he
saw it
sees
first,
it.
Harshan. I saw it first. I got you.
But a great draw too for Sam. Look at that. He's gonna hit hard next turn with that blank. So even if Harshan had drawn a bingo here, which he hasn't, he would be in potentially some trouble after another follow-up bingo from Sam Crispin.
Wow. Yeah, this is huge. We might see a blowout here, which would pretty much knock Harshan out of contention. I mean, 22 games. He's 4 games behind Peter right now. He absolutely needs to win this game to stay in contention. So if we see him lose this, pretty much no chance for him to repeat win this tournament. So crazy stuff. Just 1 letter off of a bonus here, but he's probably not feeling terribly out of it here. He's got some nice overlaps of the Z on the right side. But little does he know, Sam's drawn a beautiful post bingo draw. Welly, how would you feel in this position if you're Harshan?
Oh, well, especially considering that he doesn't know what is the game is still early. There's still a lot to play, and the board is very open. So the most important thing is to score the best that you can now, and hope for the best, because it is too early to count yourself out, especially when you're Ratcliffe. If whatever he scores now, he has the potential to score minimum of 30 something points and still keep a good lead. So, and the board is very open, so a lot can happen. Even if Sam goes without that bingo, the board is very open and a lot could still happen. So, I'm not counting myself out yet if I'm in his shoes.
Yeah, Harshan, considering the play of Calm Satwill, what do you think of that? Keeping the W, but choosing not to open a huge potential comeback to the left with Watt or even to the right. Playing some scoring defense at the expense of your leave. I'm very interested in wondering if Watt on the top right is really the best choice considering what it opens up.
Yeah, I think he's come around to the idea of just moan here, which looks much safer than some of these other options, and it achieves the key objective of getting rid of your clunkiest bingo tiles in one go. This play scores 30, which is quite solid. Comsat scoring 39. The W really does not help you bingo on your next turn that much compared to the other consonants on your rack. So I think that's the safer way to go. Watt is a really interesting play as the computer engine does like that one, but it is very scary with the overlaps that it gives up. It puts a lot up to chance. This play much more controlled. I'm thinking I'm liking this, Wellington.
Yeah, I like it. The only thing I don't like about it is number one, I don't like leaving the same rack that I left the turn before when I'm trying to get back into the game. So I think that is the only downside to that. But other than that, it looks like a good move.
Yeah, let's see if
Yeah,
that cat sleeve does any better, Josh.
that's 2 I's and a B. Oh no, I don't like that at first glance. Is there something after Toladine, which Sam has already spotted? Is there something there for Harshan? If he doesn't have a bingo now, time is running out. He's 1 letter off of Sank and off of some other stuff. I saw your reaction there, Will. Was there something you saw there, or were you just
No.
reacting to the bad draw? BII, terrible.
Just a bad draw, really. He would still, I mean, you would bingo to a Y with basicity, but I don't even know if there's anything else in there. So Toladine not going to give that Y. It looks like delete
Oh,
is also insane.
deletions, yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, if he had played Watt, he would have had iambics.
Oh my god. Wait. Oh, you're saying had Harshan played Watt, he would have with the same draw? Oh man,
That's ridiculous. That's not normal. You're bingoing more with CAST, but hopefully he's not thinking about that and regretting it. But man, his score is doubled after 5 moves. This is crazy stuff. I mean, feeling the heat. I feel like this is close to over, especially given the somewhat balanced draw that we just saw Sam get. Crazy. He's just getting whirlwinded off the board here.
yeah, it's tough. Harshan, one of the most consistent players in the entire game. He's just racked up so many wins in big tournaments and so many great performances. And even if he suffers a loss in this game, which coupled with some wins by some of the other top players like Peter Andronowski in particular, that could cement him as not defending his championship from last year, but he is still poised to, if he loses this game and he's not in good shape here, he could still win 3 or 4 of his last few games, come up with a fantastic result in this difficult field. Even if it's not a win, Wellington, you can still hang your hat on that level of consistency of always being in the top few.
Yeah, that is what I even wanted to point out a while ago. When going for a tournament, I usually don't. I hardly just focus on the win. But most of the times, you have to realize you're not the only one going for the tournament. And of course, but a good bracket to target as a top player is to target maybe top 3 or top 5 in the worst case scenario. And I think even if he loses this game, he can still aim for a top 3 finish or a top 5 finish, as the case may be. So, and that would still qualify as a good enough outing for me. So, yeah, losing this game doesn't mean much. If it just means that he's out of the contention for the first prize, but there's still a whole lot to play for.
Wow, you guys are far less concerned than I am with just winning everything. No, this it's true. It's true. I mean, you just have to play one move at a time. I guess when you're in this position, it sort of comes to you that this is really, really bad, but you have to try to make the best play in basic, seemingly for sure the best play here, opening that very nice lane, starting in C. For those unaware, the C is an extremely powerful tile for bingos. It's the second most likely letter to start words, 7 and 8 letter words. And putting it out there, it's so hard to deal with it without taking a huge point sacrifice. So exactly what Harshan needed to give himself some semblance of a chance still early in this game, keeping IST. He's got chances to, score very well, even bingo immediately. We'll see what he draws. Okay, that's pretty good. Save for the J. Janitor's not fitting. Narchi's nowhere for that. But Sam now to respond. He's got some nice options. He's thinking of Oak on top of Connaught. Does that make any sense to you, Wellington? Is there something else in the position you're thinking about?
I don't think. Uh, Basically, I don't like a move like Oak because number one, as the player who is leading in the game, you have to ask yourself, where are things happening on the board right now? And I don't think anything is happening uh, in that area. So it has to be a very big score for me to consider Oak. But yeah, he has committed it, and I'm sure he has his reasons for going with that. But I doubt I'll go with that.
Yeah, Will. So there's some very interesting options were being suggested by the engine, namely OD on the top for Sam Crispin. That's a crazy looking move. But yeah, I don't really see how he could have done so much defense and damage control in that position. But true, on the surface, this play doesn't address anything. The leave isn't so good. Was there something else you would have done there?
No, I think I do agree with that assessment by Wellington that it doesn't feel thematic to not address any of the big threats. I just am struggling, as as you mentioned, to find that much of a better option. I would be thinking to myself, well, I can't play oak. It doesn't do anything to address the board. Let's find something else to play instead. And then failing to successfully find such a play, I would probably come back to oak, and I would have some faith that at the very least, the board is very reliant on 8 letter bingos. I kind of like that. Unless you have the S for Tolidines, it's going to be next to impossible to play a 7 on this board. That feels like something I'm happy about here. And Oak doesn't really give anything new back in that regard. So I would be content to play this and hope that I could address the board better on a subsequent turn. But in the meantime, Harshan with the J, can he do something interesting here? Is my thought.
Yeah, Raja available, opening a triple triple, exactly what you need to do at this score. But instead, Harshan's just like, nah, this board is okay. There's enough lanes for me. No need to open something huge here. He's taking a very safe approach. I'm very interested in this decision. I feel like at this score, Raja would have been better. But look at the voodoo magic. This play of a jar, somehow the R blocking the V hook on Ibex. Voodoo would have been 40 plus here. That would have been amazing to see come down. Somehow, Harshan has avoided the worst of it with his play. Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm curious if Wellington, would you have played Raja over a jar there just to be more proactive about opening space?
Definitely, definitely. With the way the game is going, I'm not. I have to. You have to throw in some chaos into the game. You can't allow your opponent to win comfortably. Uh, Putting the R up there gives your opponent something to worry about. They have to do something about there. It forces them to go there and to abandon whatever plan they had before now. So I would definitely go for Raja 100% of the time with this situation.
Somehow, though, somehow he's avoided an amazing possibility. Not even sure if Sam ever lined that up. Sometimes hard to see that V hook on Ibex. And Sam, I think he's spotted where he wants to go. There's a big threat every turn of Harshan making a 50-point play here that'll open space on the top. Maybe part of the reason you don't necessarily want to play Raja is that you will have the option a lot of the time to open this part of the board. But I think you do want to get rid of 2 of your O's and score with that Z in Zingel. So the question is, do you play do, oo, ru? I like do keeping the over combination. You might actually draw a bingo with over and then it's over.
Yeah, this is kind of funny because it's going to actually respond quite nicely some of the time to bingos from Harshan, which you have to believe he's getting closer and closer to doing. Those bingos are never going to really obstruct this spot. So maybe if you time it just right to play in the upper right corner in this exact case and you draw something good, which it doesn't look like Sam drew a good play in that spot, but sometimes you do and you're happy to collect another good score there. But Fictions is going to give Harshan some life here. If he can draw something good, the second blank is still lurking in the bag.
Indeed, you might have thought that it was unrealistic, but fiction's coming down, and Harshan's now only 1 bingo behind on a very open board. And with that draw of TMP for Sam, he's not going to be really in time to do much about this board. So, as Welly was saying earlier, wanting to address this board to avoid situations like these is pretty important. But what do you do here? Improv from the eye, Welly? Do you really want to engage with the left of the board? How do you respond to what's going on here?
Yeah, with the way the board is and with so much options to play for, I think now is the time to abandon attempting to control the board and just go for your highest possible score and your equity plays. I think improv is a very good way to go about it, and I would very much consider playing improv.
Yeah, it's a tough play to find, starting with an I, ending with a V, one of the few words ending in V. Is there any other option here that maybe controls things? I feel Sam is considering Vomer to the S. What do you think of that, Will?
Yeah, putting the V out in space, it does a very good job in the short term of blocking some of the bigger threats on the board, namely the S of fictions is where my eye is drawn. So my concern there, of course, is that it's far from ironclad in the sense that overlaps or even underlaps could be really scary to deal with. And you are using both of your vowels, but I think that is a quite reasonable option for him. Um, Improv is kind of scary just because of the E hook, creating a very flexible ability. Your opponent has an E and a bingo with it. Um, there is also a thought if you are really willing to go crazy, you could play over top, which this draws really hard for the second blank at a cost of giving a huge S hook back. Not sure if we're willing to do that here when a play hooking over tops is one of the few things that could really hurt you.
I'm just noticing that Sam is pretty close to. He currently has X Terp available. That's not a great play, but for some reason I'm just dreaming of like extirpates stuff like that. Lots of plays to consider here. The engine giving credence to the idea of overtop, saying, "Okay, well this board is wide open. I might as well just do whatever I can for myself. Keep that M to score with. Just score as much as I can in the position. Block the T of Tolodine, I guess. And you're probably expecting after overtop, unless there's an immediate or close to immediate hooking of it, the triple will get taken. Things will get a little bit more contained within a couple moves. But how do you do something like that in a position like this where you're up a bingo? Throw caution to the wind. This is going to be very interesting to see what direction Sam goes in. He's used already, I think, 3 or 4 minutes on this turn.
Welly, what do you think about a play like Vum? Is this too passive for you, or is it good to hunt for that game-ending bingo if you're Sam?
I don't think VOM. I wouldn't consider VOM right now because it's just number one. It doesn't do anything that you want to do as a player leading in the game. If you are leading, you are thinking of extending the leads by scoring maximal points. You are thinking of shutting down some quadrants of the board, and VOM doesn't do any of that. And I think a move like, if you come to think about it, the move I'm seriously considering is that Vomas. Vomas looks like something that would shut down these right part of the board, leaving just this left part. Before you know what is happening, you have the game in control. So I think on second thoughts, I would seriously go with Vomas.
Seems like Sam is
Yeah,
considering it, Josh.
he is. It makes sense. It's the only play that really engages with trying to control this board. And he's also considering voters. There's lots of plays there to that S, but starting with that V, cutting it off circulation, that part of the board. Add a point sacrifice, add an equity sacrifice. At this score, it's so weird. You're just like, you're up 70. Is he considering bombs? It's not a word, is it?
VOMS? Sure it is.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it
Yeah.
just means
Oh,
to
yeah.
vomit. So that is a similar variation on the theme of Vomers, but keeping a more balanced sleeve. So maybe you get some bingos from the letters of Tolodine some of the time after this. See what we draw here. Ooh, close. Almost. We saw that a similar rack yesterday with Samioka Saga, Josh, with Prettier and
Mhm.
Preterit.
Yeah, no, I don't know why for some reason I was like bombs. No, this is a good option. It's similar to Vomers, but keeping slightly more balance. I like it a lot. And Harshan with a very interesting draw. Some scoring tiles, but for some reason on this board, there's just no great way to score. Do you play? Yeah, Yui makes sense here, I guess, if you're Harshan, just to score as much as you can. This is a weird position.
It
And
also opens
actually,
me opening the top of the board feels great here. It doesn't feel like the top of the board has that much ability to be opened and also with scoring plays. Maybe later you can see openings here that opened the top row. But Yui is a great way both to open and Portiere. Wow, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, I feel like Sam's pretty much done it. How do you block? Do you play launch? Like, what sort of play would make sense here for Harshan that would block Portiere? Well, I'm feeling like this is close to over.
Yeah, it's close to over, but he doesn't know that yet. So he just, and moreover, he's not thinking about blocking anything right now. As a player who is trailing in the game, he's probably thinking of more ways to open the board. And so we have, I think, well, from since we know that Portier is coming out after whatever he does, I think it is practically over. But then, I think it is over. I agree with you. If Portier comes down, and I don't think there is any reasonable way for him to block it, considering that he is trailing in the game.
You heard it here first. Welly calling it. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. Harshan down 85 here. And if he suffers another bingo, Portier 74, that's 159 minus whatever he scores here. There's still a small chance. He gets a big play to the left of Portier. Heavy makes a lot of sense. Look at that, opening a double. Didn't think of that, but that's a great idea. Saying, okay, you're trying to block this part of the board while I'm trying to open it back up. The CUN leave, not so great, but it is a decent try for sure. And Portier going to come down. Crucial draw for Harshan. Nearing the 3/4 mark of this game. As long as Sam is confident of Portier, this is coming down.
Yeah, only bingo available for him here, as you can see. That's it. I do want to call out, it does take an S and, ooh, nice draw for Harshan there. So Portier is not going to do anything about the double lane. It doesn't quite reach. So Harshan potentially with the ability to play into this E. And then the Portiere hook is still going to be sitting there. I just want to call out, not only does it take an S in the Collins dictionary, it takes a D as well. So there are multiple hooks that Harshan could dream on drawing after this. So it does feel like Sam is going to be in great position after this play, but there is some wildness that could ensue.
Yeah, and if you're Sam at this stage of the game, you really have to talk yourself into this word. It would have come down if he was very confident, but this is such a swing. If this isn't a word and he loses a turn, loses a challenge, but there he goes, the confidence, beautiful, 70 points, bringing him ahead by over 100. Harshan going to come back for 90 points here, but he's going to need some help from the tile bag. And at this stage of the game, there's only 11 tiles in the bag. Harshan only going to get one chance. He's held this because, again, the situation is so dire despite Harshan's rack. I wouldn't be surprised if he gives us 5.
Yeah, me neither. I'm now really curious, though, to hear everybody's thoughts. So we'll start with Wellington. What should Harshan do? Looks like he's just counting and maybe he's decided not to challenge. But should Harshan play on the bottom row where he has bingo starting with S, or should he take his double here? It's a lot to think about there. This scoring spot would be a threat that maybe you want to block by playing on the bottom row. At the same time, maybe it's easier to eventually get a bingo on the bottom row than a double. Welly, where would you play your bingo if you're Harshan? This is a toughie.
Well, considering the current situation of the board and the scores, I am definitely playing the bingo booking Portier, because if you play double, if and the opponent scores any 4-letter behind Portier, the board is dead. There's hardly anything that can happen after that. But if you play a move like Sonke or Assurance down below, the double still remains as a threat there. Some other options like the ARF is still floating down here, and a whole lot is still going to be able to happen. So I'm definitely not even going to consider the double right now.
Yeah,
Makes
I'm in
sense.
agreement with that. I agree. I think not only are you potentially running the risk of just getting outscored, even if you bingo again, I think you definitely have to play underneath, and that's a pretty good draw for Sam. AAEGIPT. That means the unseen tiles from our standpoint are DEFILORSUVY, and it looks like the challenge is coming down. I think it doesn't
Oh,
make a huge difference whether you give 5 points for this or not. Well, if this is a word, it's a word. You get 5 more points. I think the same law applies. You have to bingo on the bottom and hope for an out bingo or hope for a second bingo in a row. The problem being, if Harshawn plays Suncare Assurance or Scunner or whatever, there's going to be 4 in the bag. Sam's going to be able to not empty the bag and potentially block / outscore any of Harshawn's draws. So very, very dire straits here for the reigning MGI champion here. But still a chance. There's still some stuff you can draw.
so Welly coming down in favor of the lower row bingo. I tend to agree that this spot is too much of a threat. Josh also seeming to agree. So it seems like we're all feeling like that's the way to go here. Let's see if Harshawn concurs. I do also feel like there is this possibility of Harshawn maybe feeling himself. I know he's just challenged the word, so maybe it's crazy to say, but Harshawn's so good with his word knowledge and hooks. Maybe he feels himself likelier to be confident of the D hook in this word than Sam. Maybe he'll want to leave that open because he thinks the hook favors him. But other than that, I think the argument for playing on the bottom row is quite sound. In addition, you get 2 extra points for doing so above all the other strategic considerations. So we'll see what he does. But a big potential win here for Sam Crispin, 17 years old, Welly. Very, very promising young player.
Yeah, very, very promising. I've seen some impressive results that he's had, and he's been playing very, very well in this tournament, like I said, and it's just a whole lot. The youngsters are really, really stepping up these days, and it, I'm happy for the kind of future that Scrabble has.
Yeah, agreed for sure, Josh. Maybe we should stop making so much content that helps these guys get better.
Nah, we should make more. They need to get better. They need to get better than they are right now.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah, of course. It's very inspiring to see.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. We need to keep studying. We need to keep some of our like very special top grandmaster knowledge to ourselves, right? That's what we got to do.
Just a little. Just a little. So Assurance looks like it's going to be the play as we all sort of hoped and somewhat expected. That's the right idea for Harshawn. He's going to need to draw something miraculous out of the bag, though.
Yeah, I wonder if Scunner was better just in order to put the C tucked away there and potentially create situations where you can get a 7-letter word overlapping. Small detail, but in this particular, in an investigation, small details matter. What is that from? I don't know, but I just quoted something. And yeah, if you're Sam now, 4 in the bag, I think you're playing 3. You're trying to block the board as much as possible. But how do you do that? There's a lot of open space. You want to exhaust things as much as possible. So what direction and what tile are you looking at to play from, Welly, in this position?
Yeah, in this position, considering the lead, I think taking care of the double possibility with a move like B. Oh, sorry, I thought he had double E there. But anything that he does to address the double possibility puts him in a very, very good position to possibly outrun even a lucky bingo from Hashan, or that is what I would think. So I believe it would a move like APE in front of heavy would would take care of things. I think so.
I worry too about the S hook on Surance, where you could potentially. Is it possible that playing through the E allows you to address both the double double in this line? Then it leaves you maybe vulnerable, not scoring enough points. If Harshan draws a bingo through the R or something like that, you may regret not scoring better. So there's actually kind of sneakily more options than you can fully. I don't think there's going to be an 100% winning play here for Sam, which is a little bit of a uh, unfortunate for him. But ooh,
So we got to get the challenge right. So Portieres challenge, then Portieres. So I think Harshan with 386 here.
okay.
After all is said and done, but yeah, there might be some potential win, but with that draw IFLRSUV, it seems it's not so frivolous, but it is over, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, the draw, I mean, from Sam's perspective, there's still a lot to sweat here. So he may take a long time on this turn to figure out what the heck he's supposed to do. Did he just put the famous phony Geepa together on his rack? Or maybe that was by accident. Yeah.
I don't know
YouTube
how, if
watch.
that's that famous. That would be crazy.
It's famous to me. But yeah.
Do you know about that phony, Wellington?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I've not
not
heard any
famous.
stories about it.
Not famous.
Can't be
But
famous.
it would be nice for him to regale us with the story. Let's see why it is considered famous.
Yeah, tell us, Will.
Oh, is that not one of the classic Matthew Tunnicliffs? I don't remember the actual. I get the precise details mixed up, but I just feel like there are certain words that he has successfully played in tournaments that are so mind blowing that whenever I see them on a rack, I see them, even though I know that they're phony words that he's played, and that's one of them. Sam just arranged it on his rack. So, I'm sure there's more to the story that I can't remember, but that's all I got for you now.
Yeah. So coming
So
back to Sam and what he should do to address the board, I'm looking at the move like a gape through the E of Surance. That seems to pretty much shut down everything. Is there anything that could possibly fit after a gape?
I don't know. I mean, you have to be a little bit worried about 9-letter words after a gape, but that does a good job of blocking probably most or all of the words through all of the letters on the board, as well as addressing surances and tolidines. But is it possible that a gape still gives something back? It looks like gape being chosen, which doesn't block everything, but I think it does a pretty good job here and might be enough to win, even if it allows bingo. I'm not sure.
One in the bag after this play, so that's nice. But yeah, I mean, there's just with this draw of FV, it was definitely going to be possible for Harshan to draw some stuff, but it's not to be here. And there's really, I can't imagine how is he supposed to fish off one tile in a way that gives him bingos. Really, you can't play the V anywhere here that I'm seeing. And fishing the F would be my other choice, and I'm just not sure. Surveil. Oh, surveil. You could fish the F and go for surveil and hope it gets missed. And it is in the
Yeah.
bag.
At this level, of course, in most circumstances in a tournament, it is not wise to try and fish for something that your opponent will be able to track and see and surveil. But possibly because of the tournament situation, Harshan will want to sacrifice just a little bit of spread to try and just get one over on his opponent, hoping for a big mistake. But in normal circumstances, I think here there's just not enough space open. If there was some way to open the top row of the board by playing one tile, like if he had the D, for example, to play Zoe and Fisher or something in 2 spots, if that would be enough to win, maybe something like that. But we'll see. It looks like he's considering the F fish, and he would draw into Surveil. It would be up to Sam to notice that and block it, which isn't a given, but I mean, yeah.
The problem with fishing for Surveil is that even if Sam completely whiffs on it, he's gonna if you draw it, then Sam's endgame rack is gonna have a Y on it where this is gonna be the best scoring play that he can use. So in even if he were to somehow miss it, which he won't, his accidental best plays are gonna block it much of the time. But I think you still just gotta go for it and pray for a mistracking or something like that, which just doesn't very likely, but at this score, and I don't know what other plan you're supposed to come up with. Welly, what do you think? Are you looking at fishing for surveil and hoping for a miss?
No, you have to give your opponent some credits. You can't. You are not the one that helped that brought them to the tournament. So you at this point, it might not be out of place to just uh, think of a possibility of making a move that will help you go out by the next move and let the game be what it is. Because if you look at the way the board is, unless like uh, Josh rightly pointed out earlier on, unless there's a way to use the F to open another quadrant of the board, like up there. If there is no such way, there is not, because all the reasonable plays your opponent will make after whatever you play are going to block surveil, unless you are hoping that your opponent will play funny. If your opponent doesn't even need to track. If he plays any natural looking move on this board after you drop the F, your surveil gets blocked. Unless you are hoping that your opponent will play phony or your opponent will somehow not so, but that is just not realistic. So I think it's the best way forward would be to just get the highest possible score, take lose by the least possible spread, and move on to the next game.
I'm looking at the possible end games after Gape. It was mentioned Delusive was a possibility through the E of Portieres from Sam's perspective. If Delusive came down and Harshan drew the Y, it would have been a tie with perfect play. Can you believe
Wow.
that? But in this particular instance, all Sam needs to do is block Surveil, it would seem, and the plays already considered today would do that. He just has to be totally sure that that's the only word in this rack, that he's tracked everything properly. He has 6.5 minutes. It's looking pretty likely that this is what's going to be coming down. Such class from the youngster, I think, is going to take this game down. But we have to, cross our fingers, just hold our breath to make sure that a huge blunder doesn't occur here.
Yeah, so alarm bells could be ringing for any number of reasons. If you're Sam Crispin, why play the F here instead of here? That would be my first question. If you're going to play the F, playing it for 5 points instead of 13, what is your idea for playing here? So even if I'm not even thinking about a bingo being on his rack, thinking to myself, this must be a relevant area of the board to Harshan if he's doing that. But Sam doesn't, I mean, he's way too good to not just be able to see Surveil immediately on Harshan's rack and know that this is the best endgame play, which actually it's not the best endgame play according to Quackle, but it's a pretty good one. Maybe it's not the best because you have better ways to score with the Y in other areas of the board, but it is 100% a winning play and a very reasonable one for Sam.
All right, so Silver coming down, Harshan with no time to try and find his best move. This looks really, really good. 10 seconds left. As we've seen so often, he leaves himself with almost no time at the end of the game. And this will be a small but very, very important and large step and victory for Sam Crispin, who's going to increase to 21-7. And he still has a chance at the title. He's able to win out. What an exciting one, guys.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, Welly, to see this one. Tough to see Harshan probably get knocked out, but as we've been saying, it's hard to win every tournament in this game.
Yeah, yep, that is correct. So he's knocked out, but he's still very much in contention for some of the other top prizes. And yeah, it was a game that he had no. I don't think he made any major errors. He played almost perfectly and still lost, and that is something that happens in Scrabble. And then you just have to pat yourself in the back and move on to the next game.
Indeed.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was a tough game for Harshan from the start with those two U's. He was able to come back very, very impressively in this game, but a 75-point victory for Sam Crispin, and Harshan is just about knocked out of winning this event for the second time in a row. But like you guys said, he played very, very well. There may be a couple of things he could have done slightly differently that we were thinking about, but no clear mistakes. So he can be proud of his performance here. But Sam can also be very, very happy with taking down one of the best players the world has ever seen.
So we think we are likely to have a delay before we know the next round pairings. I think usually at this stage of the tournament, they will wait for all the results from the previous round to come in and then make the best possible pairings to give everybody their appropriate chance of winning. So we're not sure yet what the next round matchup is going to be, but we're going to get that pretty soon. And I guess while we have the two of you on right now, while we are just riding the high of finishing another game, just want to make that call out to everybody watching. If you have not followed the WESPA YouTube channel just yet, we strongly encourage you to do so. This is far from the last live stream that you're going to see on here. And, I should make sure that Welly can still be heard if I show the commentary for, or I show the scene for the the podcast. But we also have the two of you, which is super exciting. And I think I'm ready to promo it now. Another one of the big attractions of the channel is the Parallel Play podcast. I've already listened to both of the first two episodes, and both have been awesome, by the way. Super excited for more content from the two of you going forward. Welly, how has it been to form this new podcast for you?
Yeah, it's been going well. Well, we've had our challenges as it is with every newly initiative that is started. But I can promise everyone out there that we'll definitely improve on the content and bring the whole Scrabble world some very, very lovely content. And we hope we'll keep doing our best. We'll keep improving on what we currently have, and surely we'll grow into something that is very, very uh, invaluable to the Scrabble community at
Yeah.
large.
Yeah, I agree. Well, let's talk to Sam just for a second here. Sorry, Sam, keep you waiting. We'll talk a little bit more about the podcast in a second, but we have the victor of this incredible game on with us. Sam, you still there?
He's
Yeah.
here. He's here.
I'm
We
here,
got
I'm
him.
here.
Don't worry.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah, sorry about that. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. I think I played quite well. There wasn't too many like really hard decisions in that game, and drawing the blank out the bag after singles really did help.
Did you
Josh,
see?
go ahead.
I
Yep.
just wanted to did you see what a jar blocked?
No, was it something with Vibex?
Yeah, you had voodoo and buybacks. I didn't see you
Oh.
line that up, but
No, I hadn't
that
seen
could have
that.
been a miss. You didn't You didn't happen to see that. Okay, wow. Yeah, people were going crazy about that possibility. So bizarre looking. Yeah, we thought you played fantastically this game. Your very early decision to keep the H and the Z, what sort of mindset are you in? We've seen some very, very quick opening exchanges with 7 consonants. What sort of mindset were you in to keep the H and the Z there? What were you thinking about?
Well, obviously I had all consonants, so I knew I was going to change. And then when you get to that point, it's just asking what you keep. And I think the Z is probably the 3rd best tile behind the S and the blank on static. And the chance that he opens something up for me that I can use is quite high. And then keeping the H, the H doesn't like necessarily have very strong synergy with the Z, but like on its own, it's very good scoring and like hybrid bingo tile. So I felt that keeping both of them together could help me score in like multiple different ways. And I wasn't going to keep like the B or I think I had an N and a Q or something.
Makes really good sense. And it worked out nicely as sometimes when you keep the H and the Z together, you get a 1-2 punch with them, which is
Yeah,
sort of what you probably expected when you played Hearted.
yeah. So that's what it was. Just score loads of points, keep the Z. It's never going to be bad.
That's crazy. You ended up drawing the Q twice. It's hard to win a game when you draw the Q twice, but yeah, we have actually, I'm not sure you're aware, Sam, we have Welly on today, so say hi to him, and Welly, if you have any questions about the game, let Sam know.
Yeah, hi Sam.
Hello.
I just want to say that I've been very, very impressed with your level of play, and keep doing what you're doing, and I'm really, really proud of what you've been able to achieve so far. And I don't think I have any questions for him because he more or less played an almost perfect game, and he just has to continue playing like this in the rest of the games, and you could actually just clinch the day.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you are in position to control your own destiny. You're going to need to get some cracks, of course, at Peter Andronowski primarily, and as well Lewis Mackay, but you're in that position. Would you say in your not that long tournament career, is this maybe the best tournament that you've recorded to date?
Yeah, like quite definitely. I think I've only ever won a prize at one multi-day tournament, and that was, funnily enough, the World Championships last year in Ghana. But I feel like here I'm playing better than I was in Ghana. In Ghana, I was drawing better than I am here, and so I feel that like that's more so what I'm aiming for, is playing better instead of getting better results. But definitely of my tournaments in England, this has been my highest one. My tournament rating is like 30 points above my actual rating, which shows how much better I'm playing than my rating might suggest I am.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great to watch, Sam, and I wanted to ask what's been different? What have you changed? Is it just a matter of getting more words in, studying more, and just studying more games, analyzing more? What do you think is the most important factor for the way that we've seen you play throughout this tournament?
This might sound a bit weird, but I think I've just been thinking harder. I think that in most tournaments, like I would be too much like I'd see a move and I'd play it. And here I feel like what I'm doing is I'm seeing moves and then holding back a lot more and doing that. Once you see a good play, find a better play sort of thing. And I'm doing that in basically every single game, when sometimes in the past I would have just seen, 30 points and keep a good lead and just played it. When here I'm like playing 20 points and controlling the board a bit more, and keeping these tiles because they work better on the board, things like that. I'm doing a lot more of that, which makes me feel quite a bit better, and it seems to be paying off.
And what
Yeah.
can you attribute that to? Do you think maybe your head is clearer? How's your energy in this tournament? It's such a long tournament, but I guess you're probably the youngest person in the division. Do you think you have an advantage there with stamina and energy levels?
Very possibly. I mean, I think whilst being the youngest in the room, I'm one of the least experienced in the room at the same time. So there's a balance of those two. But I don't think that I can attribute it to anything other than how I'm playing, and I feel very happy with that.
Wow. I like your take on things, and I think you do very well. You do very. I'm rooting for you.
Thank you,
Wow,
guys.
that means a lot. I'm not, just so we're clear, Sam, I'm not rooting for you because I was accused by Josh Sokol of you being my favorite player. So I have to be openly against you now to combat that impression that seemingly the audience has that I'm rooting for you. So I'm rooting against you. Let's make that clear for everybody right now.
I know you're joking.
I am joking. We are definitely rooting for
Okay,
you.
let's let this poor guy go. Oh my goodness.
I'm totally teasing. I'm teasing you, of course. It's been great to watch you play. Best of luck in your next 4 games, and congrats on another great win on the live stream, Sam. We will see you later today, I'm sure.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there you go. Sam Christman, everybody. I'm just teasing him. Josh, I had to do that.
It's getting worse, Will. It's getting worse. You're making it worse.
Yeah, just teasing. So in any case, as far as tournament flow, still I think again have to wait for all of the pairings to come through in this round until we know who's playing who in the next round. But actually, maybe now is a good time. If you just give me 2 seconds, we're going to take a look potentially at the full standings and see how that's going to go. Just give me a moment and we'll be able to hear from Welly on that scene as well. Okay, so let's look at the standings here. We should all be audible on this scene here. You can see another win for Peter Andronowski. 2 wins up with 4 to go and that enormous spread. Welly, he's going to be tough to catch here.
Yeah, he's gonna be tough to catch. I don't know how the parents are. Are they doing King of the Hills for the next 4 games?
I don't know, Josh, do you know that?
Don't think so. I think they're still doing Swiss. Yeah, that would have been a good question to have the answer to, but I guess we'll find out with the pairings, or we could look at the previous pairings.
Yeah.
I can actually take a look at that right now. I feel like they're just doing Swiss, which means they're pairing people that are close. So last round, yeah, no, they're still doing Swiss pairings and minimizing repeats. It might get a little bit more repeat intensive after this, but yeah, for the moment, it's basically if you're doing decently and you haven't played somebody, or you've only played them once, they're gonna pair you against them. But yeah, 4 rounds to go. We'll see who Peter's paired against. We're gonna have a break here while they figure those pairings out for sure. But yeah, we could talk a little bit more about the podcast while we wait. I guess we sort of got cut off. I apologize, Welly, for that.
Yeah, I had that interview come up where Welly was giving his thoughts on the podcast. And Josh, what is your, I mean, the 2 of you, it's a great initiative. You can talk a little bit more about what types of content we can all expect from the podcast.
Yeah, so we were talking about a potential vault of short form content that we get to take a look at if people are wanting to send. I've seen a few things from Nigeria, from Sri Lanka, people making some short form Scrabble content. That's something that is desperately needed in terms of content. I'm sure I'm going to want to provide some of that myself on the WESPA YouTube channel. But if there's anyone out there, maybe especially the youth, speaking of Sam Crispin and the youth, like if there's anybody that's really interested in making Scrabble content, but they don't really have somewhere to post it other than their own personal social media pages, I think Welly and I would love to watch some of your short form content. I've seen a couple things from Nigeria. I don't know about you, Welly. Are there some some creators, from Nigeria. I remember there was somebody 2 years ago that was making a vlog about this particular tournament coming up from Nigeria. But is there anyone you're thinking of?
Yeah, I have a couple of persons that I would get in touch with, but this is just putting it out there to everyone who is in the Scrabble community. I think we could we'll drop our email addresses so that whoever has something that they would like to feature can easily send to us. Maybe we'll drop it in the comments. My email is jigwellington@gmail.com. That is JIG wellington@gmail.com. Yeah. So if you have something that you think is worth featuring on the podcast and things that's generally happening all over the world, just send it to either myself or to Josh, and then we'll, so that we just want to have a broader perspective and a broader coverage of things that are happening all over the world. And then, of course, on our own parts, we'll also make a lot of efforts to get in touch with people who have one or two things to contribute, and in order to keep making the channel better and better.
And we're also talking about opening positions. So Will had an interesting suggestion, Welly, of people that came across opening positions that maybe they didn't quite understand. They could send those into us as well, instead of me drawing a random rack and 15% of the time saying, "Oh, we're just going to bingo here." But
Yeah.
that could be a thing. We're already doing an opening position, a little educational stuff. We want to talk about tournaments, countries, players, all sorts of things like that. But we're open to suggestion. We're going to be talking a lot, and we're going to have a lot to talk about already. But the more that we can think of, the more that we can use to pass the time and create a good podcast for you guys, the better. So very excited for things. I'm so happy that Welly came up with this idea and is agreeing to do so. And we're almost at the point. If we look at the subscribers, I think we're almost up to 900, maybe more, on the channel right now. I want to take a look at that, Will. But again, a huge shout out to you for going through and plugging the channel on your own YouTube channel. It looks like 869 right now is what I'm seeing.
I'm gonna get the live count up on the screen here if I can, and that's gonna help. Where is it? That usually in the dashboard there's like a live count. Oh, is it in analytics? Yeah, there we go. See live count.
869.
I got it. So I'll put this up. Not sure where on the screen we should put it, but hold on. I got you. But yeah, we're trying for that 1,000.
I also wanted to mention there was another tournament this weekend, the Hong Kong Nationals, that I was not quite able to congratulate Thompson Law for winning. But huge shout out to him. That's the sort of thing we want to talk about on the podcast. What happened in the last week in Scrabble? Thompson winning that nice tournament. Seth Lipkin winning a tournament in North America in Asheville. So that was another result that we can think about. But 871. So we got 2 subscribers in the last couple of seconds. 3. Thank you guys. Yeah, keep those subscribes coming.
And then we also have to thank Will so much for the amount of effort he has put into helping to publicize his channel also, because as we all know, Will Anderson is the Nigel of Scrabble streaming. And yeah, he has really done us a lot of solid in helping us get the word out there. And yeah, so thank you very much, Will. We don't take all you do for granted. We are very grateful, and hopefully we'll get to be able to. Oh, one more subscriber just joined. Yeah, thank you everyone for what you're doing, and we promise to make the channel better and better. And
oh,
yeah,
hold on. Let me get I tried to make a new window of it. We're gonna leak. We're gonna leak our internal
DMs
comms
there, yeah.
here.
It's funny.
Hold on. I
Yeah.
got this back. Here we go.
Yeah,
Should
huge
work.
thanks to everybody for subscribing. We're getting so close to those goals, 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch hours. We're going to be able to monetize soon. That's huge. That's huge. We need all hands on deck, and being able to reinvest some ad revenue into the community is a big deal. So funnily enough, we see a couple people going towards the stream table. We see Lewis and Peter, I think.
Yeah, they're
Um,
replaying in the next round, so it makes a ton of sense to show Peter. That's the most important person to be watching. He could be clinching the event if he continues to win, or he could make it really interesting for all of us by losing a game or two here. So yeah, it makes sense to show him. We'll just get that matchup turned around, and maybe we're going to be starting sooner than we think with round 29 here. So
29 of 32, 4 games left. Lewis 2 games behind Peter and 731 spread. So it looks like Lewis is probably going to need to win out at this point to overtake Peter. If he goes 3-1, they'll have the same record. So long as Peter loses 3. But I feel like that spread differential is going to be so hard to get, I guess, to reverse. So yeah, Lewis needs a win here. It makes so much sense to watch the rematch. We did just watch them last round, but this is the pairing, right, Welly?
Yeah, I love this pairing. You have to give the closest person who has the opportunity to take the thing away from him the chance to fight to take his destiny into his own, into his own hands. And that is the one thing I love about King of the Hills. I think this is King of the Hills, if I'm not mistaken. But whatever it
Maybe,
is,
yeah.
yeah, whatever it is, I like a pairing of Peter versus Lewis McKay, and because it kind of gives Lewis McKay the opportunity to take his destiny into his own hands and shoot him down. So it will be a very, very interesting game, I'm sure.
Indeed, yeah. And just FYI, yes, this is the King of the Hill. Okay, so I feel like the last 4 rounds are King of the Hill. It's a very interesting mix of pairings. We can talk a little bit about the pairing systems that are being used. I think for the first 20 or so rounds out of 32, there was a minimization of repeat pairings. So many people in the division, so wanting to have a variety of opponents is very good and very important, I think, for a tournament of this caliber. But after that, when things start to get very close and tight at the top, you want to have some repeat pairings, make sure people are playing people that have a chance of overtaking them or going below them, trying to control your own destiny. And now King of the Hill for the last 4 rounds, it would seem. So I think if Lewis wins, he's going to be playing Peter again. If he wins again, he's going to be playing Peter again. But yeah, 731 spread. That means if you go 3-1, you have to win your games by 150 points or so each. So that's going to be tough to overcome. Wow.
Yeah, it's tough, but as it is with most things, Scrabble, it just takes tackling it 1 point or one game at a time, and yeah, so you just have to. The very next thing is the next game, and even after bringing it down to one game at a time, you have to also bring it down one step further to one move at a time. You have to make the best moves possible, and just that is what I would do. I sometimes I try to not see a small enough picture when it comes to what needs to be done to upstage a clear leader in the pack. So yeah, so it's just for him to just take it one move at a time, and he might be able to pull it off.
Yeah, that's a good question in the chat. We have 2 divisions. Io is in the lead by 2 games in Division B. We saw him on stream 2 days ago, just completely annihilating Adrian Bailey. So Yeah, that's a player who probably should be in the top division. Of course, no slight at all, but such a strong opponent. So we have the players sitting down. I believe that the round can start at any moment. And yeah, we see the tiles going back in the bag. So very exciting stuff. Lewis Mackay needing a very, very big run here. He's going to get a good start, starting first against Peter in their second game today, round 3 of 6. Yeah, so 4 rounds to go. We'll see what happens. We'll see what comes out of the bag. Welly, are you you're up for this? It's so late where
Yeah.
you are. You're gonna stay with us?
Yeah,
Awesome.
I'm used to I think over the years I've developed the ability to store sleep. So I could go another 24 hours without sleeping and be able to catch my breaths later. So I'm good.
Superhuman. You're a
Yeah.
superhuman.
Incredible. I am losing that ability clearly. As it's day 4 of early wake ups here. And all right, let's see. Looks like some good stuff there, including the first blank for Lewis. Don't think he has enough vowels to get a bingo here, but he's got to be happy to see that tile find its way onto his rack. Take this one off, Josh.
Yeah, so AGHK or KLR blank is a pretty good opening rack. Thinking of LAKH. Don't like keeping the G, but that's probably the best move here, Welly.
Yeah, I totally agree. LAKH is about the best that you can do with this rack.
Whoa, but look
yeah.
at that. For Peter to Boolies, at the very least, is going to come down after that. So you might have thought, okay, great, good start. I have the blank, but your opponent bingos immediately. Might not feel as good. Wow, crazy stuff here.
So we're likely to see almost any play Lewis can make is going to be pluralizable. Hark is no exception. So this is going to give Peter an opportunity to strike first with the Boolies, as you pointed out. Interesting that this word actually takes an S on both sides of it, but I think you would be playing it underneath to get the double word score. But just noting that doing so would not remove the other S. Are we going to see that potentially be used? We'll have to see.
Yeah,
Oh,
so Tabulis, Tabulis, is the bingo for Peter here, and that draw from Lewis, not so great. Keeping the G and the L, which have okay synergy, but drawing that W and that C, which completely destroys all the synergy on this rack. Wow, good start for Peter. That's crazy.
so to Boolies for 80. Very, as you say, Josh, a rough draw for Lewis. He's not going to get, not sure what else
Oh, but
there.
he has cogwheel. He sees it. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I was going to
Wow.
say he's not going to get an O, but he has an H. And this is very high level word finding, Welly, from Lewis.
Yeah, he's very, very impressive. I think if there was a possibility of a bingo, I don't think he would have missed it. So I didn't expect anything less, and I'm sure that we're going to have a very, very interesting game at our hands as a result.
We're seeing some potential confusion for Peter after around a 2-minute think. Actually a 3-minute think since he's had his tiles for that long. You had Tabulis lined up, but is that valid? Can you spell that word that way? There might be a situation here on our hands. Is he going to come back to this? Yes, he is. Is he going to be confident enough? We saw Xylanol. He took around a few minutes just to process that and talk himself into it being valid. So we hope to see this, of course, because the level of play has been so high from Peter, from Lewis. But yeah, I mean, it's not a given.
Yeah, exactly. If he has thought about it for this long, there is a high likelihood that he might chicken out of it, because I have a theory that the more you spend time before dropping a word, the higher the chance that you talk yourself out of it. Which is why sometimes when I'm not even that sure of a move, I just feel that, okay, this should be something, and the best thing is to just play it as quick as possible, because the
But
more you delay, the higher the chances that you talk yourself out of it.
I'm thinking about this, Welly and Will. If he misses Tabulis, he does have one more, or if he talks himself out of Tabulis, excuse me, he does have one more bingo in Halibuts, and Halibuts
Oh.
would block Cogwheel, which would be absolutely insane. Halibuts is a 15-point sacrifice, puts an S in a triple lane, and considering Lewis keeping GL blank, that would have been very likely to result in a triple if you knew what Lewis kept. But I wonder what's going to happen here. It's been 3.5 minutes of this. This could be a crazy shutdown for Peter. He's going back to it. And I think you're right. I think, Welly, that is a true statement that the more you look at something and the longer it takes to play, the less likely it is you're going to play it. But we've seen Peter do this before, and he has just ended up going with his gut and playing the word. But it's so hard. It feels like you're fighting against the waves, right, Will?
Yeah, there is turmoil going on internally, even though you're sitting at the table. On the exterior, there is turmoil in Peter's mind right now. And I think it probably revolves around the fact that there are many variations of the word tabuli this is one of many English words that we've stolen from another language. And when we steal from other languages, sometimes we don't know how to transliterate things just one way. And we just have a million different variations of those words. And in this case, tabuli has a lot of different spellings. And oh my God, this is going to be the mega troll.
Way.
Wow.
No way. After 5 minutes, it looks like Peter's going to somehow block this amazing cogwheel play. That's crazy. What luck. This is nothing more than luck. Oh my goodness.
Incredible, Welly. That's just amazing to see.
Yeah. That's the funny thing is sometimes your doubt makes makes things work out better for you. So the most important thing is that he played the bingo, and yeah. So let's see how Lewis McKay responds to this.
I hope for Lewis's sake, and he probably won't because he's too locked into his own side of things here. But I really hope for his sake he does not see that these letters would have played here for 15 more points without exposing an S, because that would be a bit of a troll and a pretty good draw here for Peter too. It looks like he could be close to another bingo in short order with these tiles. I'm not sure if he has one just yet, but in folder through the L, is that a word with an E? I think it's
Seems
only
weird
I
to
Yeah, I think
me.
think
enfolder
it's
is
only
good.
I think it's is it?
Is it
Okay.
only in folder?
Might only be
In
an
folder
I.
for sure. I don't recognize end folders as
Oh, it
anything else,
is.
but
It is a
it
word,
is
yeah.
good.
Oh, and forlend. Oh, but okay, a taste of his own medicine here. As leaving the wide open S, which I feel like Peter, if he sees the bingos through the L, he's probably thinking, oh man, Lewis is playing through the S and I get another bingo, and it's not to be. So we're seeing some serious blocking here in the early going, Josh.
And wow, this is also, this play of Clegg is really condemning the top left of the board. We saw the S hook on Shark, but now that's gone with Clegg. So very interesting stuff. To start things off, Clegg by far Lewis's best play. It's very weird to look in that spot, but what a great find. Normally you just play through the S for sure, but that was definitely his best play. And Peter's bingos have been blocked. So wow, crazy stuff.
So I have a theory sometimes when it comes to obviously open hotspots. Sometimes I feel that when a hotspot is obviously open and it is evident that you can't do anything about it, it tends to mean that the game is leading you in a direction that would do better damage to your opponent. And it works most of the time from my observation. Because if you really look at these boards, if you want to say I must play with the S, you just play with the S, play maybe something like slew, and then you get hammered with another bingo. But I think the more I look at it's a big theory, but it has proven true on several occasions.
I would
Yeah,
say
superstition.
that something I've learned about fixating on one hotspot, like for example, as we're talking about this S of halibuts, a variation of that idea that I feel that I've come up with, as we see a very nice play of Fenders by Peter here. This looks like easily his highest scoring play and a great way to cover up that S in a productive way. But I just feel like I've learned, certainly against players like you or even any expert player, that players are good enough that sometimes when you feel like there's one area of the board which is by far going to be the highest scoring, sometimes you got to realize your opponents are good enough that there are always going to be other areas. A lot of the time, there's going to be other areas where they're going to find points. A good enough player is going to figure out a way to get 30 or 40 points in more creative ways than the obvious one. So, for example, it's been pointed out that Chark takes an A hook here, right? So this could potentially yield really nice scores back. And if you spend too much energy trying to block this S and you just get hit by your opponent's already optimal play, which hooks Charka, you've sacrificed a bunch of points to block what you thought was the worst spot on the board. But really, there's more to it than that. So, yeah, it's almost a form of respect for your opponent sometimes when you don't worry that much about an obvious scoring spot, I guess I would say, Josh.
Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. And we all have our superstitions, and I love to hear about wellies. I'm going to hear a lot more about them, I'm sure, in future discussions. But yeah, 50 points between the two of these behemoths, and Lewis playing Fuse, which seems fine, taking out Charka, scoring very well. This is 35, so he's staying within range. VE blank, not the best, but he has decent chances of getting something from the R of Charks, or even to the D of Fenders, or to the E of Fenders. So board is way open enough for him to take the board sacrifice, and that's a good draw for him.
There is a star play available here for Peter Andronowski, and if he spots it, we will all be very, very impressed, guys. Um, would
Wow.
would I know that we're using the engine to make sure the scores are updated, but I know Welly is just using his intuition. We'll give him a minute to see if he can spot it, but shout out Welly if you see the play that we think is the best one.
I don't think and nothing jumps out to me just yet. So
Okay, we'll
I will
The
still
pause.
thing
keep thinking on
about
it.
Welly is, of course, you're. We love to have you in the booth, and you're such a fantastic addition to the commentary team. But if you're playing over the board, you're spotting Gomoku instantly. Gomoku through the K.
Oh yeah, I
39
think
points, by far the best play, but so difficult
yeah.
to spot. Uh, but Welly's finding that. Mako coming down, that's okay. That's a nice 31. 8-point sacrifice, keeping the G and the U. Yeah, so this is definitely a mistake, but an insanely high level of difficulty find.
Yeah, I give Welly 100% chance to find that over the board. And didn't mean to put him on the spot here, but in any case, Mako is still a very solid play. And when you see that, you probably are thinking to yourself, how could that not be best? But look at how much better off Peter would be in this situation had he played Gomoku here, using 2 O's and keeping his A in addition to the U. These are the sorts of plays that Peter has played so well every time we've seen him. But a very small handful of players in the world see that at each and every time. And look at the result here. We're going to see a 92-point bingo, even more karmic. Not sure what you want to call it for missing Gomoku on this one.
Yeah, so this blank
Yeah.
could be a T or a C. We're gonna get the blank from our producer. Blank C makes the most sense. A very nice 92, putting Lewis up by 46. And now, if you're Peter, suddenly things have definitely turned in your disfavor. That V is open wide. You don't really have a play there at all, and you have three O's again. We've seen this before. We've seen this song and dance. What do you do if you're Peter Anjanowski and you have three O's? I guess we'll find out. And a J, oh my goodness, almost the same rack as we saw last round for Harshan on the redraw for Lewis.
Yeah, it's just brutal. What do you even do here, Welly? Oh, this is going to be a tough one.
Yeah. There's always the funny thing is that the first thing that jumps to mind is to consider exchanging, or but it's difficult to exchange when you are trailing by 50, and your opponent will probably just seize the opportunity to jump further ahead. But I think a move like YGO under BY also looks like something that can be considered. But other than that, I don't think there is anything else that's really makes constitutes a good play.
Yeah, it's the only way to score anything here. 27 for that. Makes a lot of sense. I guess if you really want, yeah, the second option of outgo to get rid of two of the O's and the U and open the board since you're down. It's a little dangerous, but it also makes a lot of sense. So we're seeing Boy instead, which is a decent play in its own right, but keeps the G slightly worse probably than YGO. But a good way to score with a terrible rack.
Yeah, it's close. It scores one more point. But Josh, as the chief G hater of all of us, of course, you've got an opportunity to get rid of that tile here. That might have been a subtle improvement, but still, very nice job by Peter to find a good score from such a brutal rack there.
Yeah, and it's not a huge difference. The G actually helps you score a bit here, but WIGO I think is one of the hardest three-letter words to spot. It's such a bizarre one. So I think if Peter saw that, he would have played it. On the other hand, Lewis now, in terms of play finding, there's another really difficult play available now that Toy has invited, and that is the play of Tajin, which now fits a top Clegg for a nice 40 points keeping PS. I wonder if he's going to spot that. I think my thinking would revolve in this area, but I don't see anything great there. So I wonder what he's going to do.
Yeah, I have a theory of letting the game lead you. And I usually, when a board is open in several places, and sometimes when I try not to fixate on making a play in certain aspects. So I think a move like Tajin should be easy to spot for someone of Lewis Mackay's caliber, or even just Taj. Taj is also a very solid play. Taj leaving pins as a rack leave looks like a good play also.
Thinking maybe of Jape as well, which scores a little bit lower than the plays that we've been calling out, but maybe gives you slightly improved odds of getting a bingo. At the same time, when you do not draw a bingo holding INST, you might be looking at lower scores on your next turn than if you keep the P as well. I was thinking he was at first looking at Ahi here, which made me wonder, is he going to see that the T and N slot in alongside that to form arguably his best play, scoring 40 points in that spot? I'm sure he's looking there or thinking about it. Is he going to go with Jape instead and put all his eggs in the basket of bingoing? Not necessarily what he wants to do with almost 20-point lead that could be closer to 60 if he takes his top score here.
Yeah, so he's missing it. I really think that this was just a matter of not necessarily looking at what changed. Very, very slight nuance. Boy setting up Agio, which wasn't there before. Jape coming down, very good leave, but a lot of points left on the table there. But This did block the play Peter was thinking of, although now he has the option to nicely underlap with one of his O's. So I think definite miss there for Lewis Mackay, but look at that draw. Wow, that is fantastic. He's going to bingo for sure next turn. So he's in great position regardless.
Yeah, no question. He's bingoing all over the board with that one. It just goes to show, as I was saying before, even the plays that are quote unquote suboptimal often have some merit to them. In this case, the play of Jape, we think Tajin for 40 was probably better than Jape for 26, but Jape does give you a higher chance of drawing a bingo. That is what Lewis has done. So it's not always so cut and dried. And I feel like we've seen a couple examples of that in this game, Wellington, where plays that were maybe a computer engine might say there's something better, but even the suboptimal plays can have some benefits, like we saw with Halibut's earlier in the game.
Yeah. So the thing with plays in Scrabble, that is why we have a saying in Nigeria that it is better to miss your play than to play phony. So and it is more or less pointing to the fact that in Scrabble sometimes there are no hard and fast rules about what constitutes best plays or the optimal plays and all that. So sometimes when you just the most important thing is to make a play that is supported by some form of proper reasoning, and the game would most likely unfold the way in a direction that this new play now points to.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Again, we were talking about this yesterday. We think Tajin is a better play, but we're not 100% sure in situations like this. And this is a very interesting decision by Peter. Instead of underlapping Jape, he makes a very wise decision, I think, to play here instead, not give back the huge counterplay that playing JO would have done. It might not be, again, the best of the best play, but a very practical decision, and it actually blocks the best of what Lewis had to offer with this rack. So now he's considering, I think, playing Nidates, which
I
is
think
a little bit
instead
crazy.
on that Jape is also, I think instead is a better play.
Oh yeah, for sure. So this is a situation where um again, these high probability words, I didn't see this either. Instead is 85 the best play despite opening the triple. This is like yesterday we saw the rack of AEILNST. These are racks that we try to drill as top players and try to know very quickly all of the words that are involved in this rack. So instead is the one that I tend to miss the most, that I don't think of, even though it's the most common word. Let's see if Lewis spots that. Definitely better to do that than to play Night Eights.
Yeah, night eights.
Josh, I was talking about instead on that JA. That is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah, this is a
man.
big miss. Wow. Very surprising at this level to miss such a high probability word. Instead making JA. This is crazy. This is going to give Peter a huge comeback
It's gonna
with
be
Oni.
Yeah, punished so hard with, I mean, look at this rack. After instead, it was going to be, Tony here or something. Who knows? Something not that inspiring for an average score. Instead, Peter's going to be able to hit a lot harder here and balance his rack quite a bit better with Nutty. But, oh, the second blank, I should say, finds its way onto Lewis's rack. So, he's still in the driver's seat. And even though in the short term, there's going to be some pain here, Lewis in great shape in this game.
Indeed. And yeah, this was definitely a mistake. Not a huge one, or maybe around 2 to 3% winning chances according to the engine Night Eights, but Nutty coming back down. This was a fantastic opening for Peter's specific rack. And now with the second blank, Lewis is still by far in the driver's seat. But there's still a lot of tiles to draw. So we'll see what comes out of the bag for Peter.
It's a really
that's
good
not good.
point, too. Missing, of all the words you would expect a Scrabble player to miss, Instead is not one of them. Like, it's one of the most normal words that you could ever hope to see be played in one of these games, and yet that's the one that gets missed. That is a Scrabble grandmaster for you. I feel a sense of kinship with that, Wellington. That's something I would do.
Yeah. But I think
Oh my goodness. There's a bingo available here for Lewis. If he finds this. Oh,
He's
oh,
close. I feel like he's close to spotting it. And this is going to be the funniest two-turn sequence ever if, let me just cut to his POV for a second. If he misses instead and finds now hence or no whence, or I think I would say now hence, right? Like, if he finds this after missing instead, that's going to just be like Scrabble grandmaster, the essence of being a Scrabble grandmaster right here, finding this incredible play. It's the only available bingo. That being said, he has very solid options, just like wine, which it seems like he's closer to considering here, with those tiles lined up on the rack meaningfully. But I'm sure he's looking over the rack and the board, thinking, could I be missing a bingo here? It wouldn't be the worst one to miss, but I think Lewis for sure knows it. The only thing I worry about, two blanks, not only your own, but having to play through a blank on the board, Welly. Sometimes it's tough to envision those letters.
Yeah, it can be very tough sometimes, especially in my case, for example, I have what I have I'm beginning to term as blank blindness. Although I'm working on it in recent years, but it has been a major challenge for me in a couple of years now, whereby a word that I can easily spot if it wasn't a blank, it becomes becomes challenging for me to spot them when there's a blank involved. So it is not something that is new to Scrabble players, and I'm very sure if it was the raw tile, he would have probably spotted it. But yeah, you can't blame him for missing now.
yeah, that's crazy. So Oxen for 53, the response for Peter. This is gonna really cut the deficit in half. Little does Peter know that Lewis is sitting on gold, EN blank, super likely to either come back here or even potentially hooking the hooking the E onto Joe or even onto Axe to make a huge 90-point play. But wow, somehow maybe not. Equinia, I guess, is going to fit, but that's not going to be a huge score. And Peter with a decent draw, maybe he'll be able to come back. Is there a bingo on his rack?
I'll take a 7, but certainly he's going to have very big scoring plays to counter this. Really nicely done here by Lewis to spot Aquinia, his only playable bingo, really, really fast. It's going to put him up big. Players are probably getting cognizant of the fact that they want to leave some time on their racks to prepare for the end of the game. But no bingo available for Peter, but he's going to have another 50 points underlapping his previous play up here. So he's going to be very much still in this, depending what Lewis draws. Peter will be only down 70. That's close enough to still threaten.
Yeah, down 120, but Marble is 56, Mobe is 50. Yeah, I wonder between those two. Looks like the unseen pool isn't so bingo friendly, but still a couple of spots on the board. It's definitely looking very rough for Peter. Even with that Q draw, Lewis is going to have decent options. He's played the blank Q. He's drawn the real Q. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, Peter thinking of Bella Moore, which is not quite good. Wonder if there's a word like that. Be labor.
Bellamore with a U.
Bellamont is with a U, yeah.
Bellamour. That's
Yeah.
French. Okay, okay,
It's
okay.
close. Yeah. And a lot of
NOUR, that is,
words. So many words that go. Yeah, Welly, you were saying. Sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead. I'm done with my train of thought.
No, I think you were going to say that a lot of the words that end in OUR also go in this direction. Oh, but okay. Good job by Peter to not pull the trigger on a word he's not sure of. This is his highest scoring play here, but there's just so many words ending in OUR that can also be spelled OR. So nice job by Peter to realize that Bellamour is not one of those words. Play a 56 pointer to keep himself in the game. Nice work by him, Josh.
Yeah, so 336 for Peter, 400 even for Lewis McKay, and they're just rescoring this because it's such a high score. So after that, Lewis was thinking of playing Visor and JOR, but now maybe he's going to part with the Q. I wonder if in the position like this one, it's better to play some defense instead. There's this big, big spot on top of Marble now that's available for a 7-letter word. So I wonder if Lewis is going to go that direction and try to block with something. What are you thinking here in a position like this one with a scoreline such as this one, Welly?
Well, with this call, I think this call line can withstand a bingo from Peter. So in a game like this, I'll focus on this getting the Q out of the hand first, because if you play a move like QIS, it also addresses the spot on top of marble to a large extent. So yeah, I wouldn't fret about those spots for now. Just go ahead and play my games. And for now, the best thing to do is to take off that queue from that rack, because it can really restrict your options going forward.
Yeah, Will. So QIS is available here to potentially eliminate a lot of 7-letter words that might play here or even here. But Quap keeping the S is a similar score, but much better leave. Doesn't really block much. I wonder, Lewis is thinking about QIS. It's just so restrictive. Keeping that V and the I together, if you draw more consonants, might really saddle you. So it could be a situation where you sacrifice the leave value just to block the worst of things. And huge bingos are available. Peter had a couple different letters, something like ionized would be ridiculous here. So I wonder if Lewis is going to go that direction. He's thinking about it. That would be a pretty cool decision from his part. I really like the energy there. Quap is also a fantastic play. You see the winning percentage, but
Great play.
yeah, this is a great play.
Great play. Engine likes it for good reason. There's a lot of reason why it would be good. Cutting off this bingo lane a lot is a great idea, but also the recognition that the S is not that good of a tile here, I would say. You can see another logical place where prior to cheese, where an S would have potentially played like here. No, you can't put an S here. That devalues the S quite a bit when one of the better looking bingo lanes on the board does not accept a terminal S, nor does this spot here. This is one of the other good sevens lanes on the board. S is not that useful to end words in that spot either. So really nice recognition by Lewis that, yeah, could you play Quap here, keeping your S? Sure. But part of the upside of a play like that is getting a bingo that ends the game on your next turn. And it's not that easy to do that holding VIRS without a good lane for it. Love that play. Really nice work.
And it's not only that, there's no hooks left for ES, so nothing going here. And any plays that would potentially go here or here to open and leave open some space on the board, if Peter didn't have a bingo, no longer really do a great job of that. So Uzo, which would have been by far and away his best play for 51, no longer opens the board in a nice way. He might still have to play that and hope for something marginal, but space is closing really, really fast. Maybe we'll see some sort of 8-letter word here. It's very unlikely that Peter can win the game after Uzo. He might have to hope for a big score that he's threatening that will outrun something that Lewis has in mind. Welly, I think this is very close to GG.
Yeah, I don't think it is close. I think it is there already. Well, the game is gone already. That is it. That is the power of the move of this QIS play, because it kills all the bingo opportunities from the board, and it just makes life easy for you and someone who is leading the game. So yeah, I think this one is done.
Wrong words from Welly. Of course, Peter is going to bust, every resource open as that he can here. And I'm wondering if maybe something like Doze is the idea for him to set up his case A in a way that's kind of annoying to deal with. This could definitely be blocked, but it at least creates a threat that has to be dealt with. Uzo, I feel like from Peter's perspective, he's got to be saying, wait a second, how am I down? I've scored 50, 50, 56. I'm scoring 50 points every turn, and I'm going to score 50 points again with my Z, and yet I'm still down by quite a bit in this game.
Yeah, this is very, very bad looking. Down 90 points here. Zoe is the engine's top choice, and that's a very hopeful move, hoping for a potential out bingo. The problem here is twofold. You're down 90 points and the board is closed. But what's even worse is that, okay, he's maybe going for a Q bingo here, which is pretty interesting. What's even worse about this is the timing. There's 7 tiles in the bag, so unless you play 5 tiles, Lewis is going to get another turn to do something, score something, and leave the bag with at least 1 tile in it. And yeah, even in this particular instance, Querida, almost a bingo from the queue. It probably wouldn't be enough in a lot of circumstances, but I like the energy of Zoo. I think if you're Lewis, you're not feeling 100% confirmed here, but just a 3 tile play somewhere, extending your lead to 60 plus, and you're probably winning this game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's also another factor from Peter's point of view. There's another factor behind Zoo, because not only does he need to win 1 out of the remaining 4 games, he also has to work against prevent Lewis from getting too much of a spread from him in any win that he gets. So a move like Zoo also does that, especially since it sets up the possibility of some possible high scoring plays under the ZE. So I think that that is also a good way to go about this game.
Yeah, Will. So it does look like the game's going to end with a pretty close score. Lewis just going to go for prom, leaving 1 tile in the bag. Very confident there. It's 24 points, extending his lead from 42 to 66. So he's keeping the nice score for Vin. He knows there's really not much going on this board. I think if you're Peter, maybe you just give up. You play Ader or something. Score very well. It's almost 40 points, but I think it's pretty much over here.
Yeah, Ader for 42 is a nice spread cutter. Doesn't feel like any of your fishes are going to score that well, such that your low point tiles on your next turn are not going to bingo for that much either. So I do think it's time to throw in the towel. Just want to point out Lewis's play of prom is a smart one. There wasn't actually anything available from the queue from Lewis's perspective, but what there was this lane here with extra overlaps, there were definitely a handful of words that still fit as 7-letter words there, and prom blocks all of those. So very clever recognition on Lewis's part that that's the area of the board where bingos can still mostly fit. Gonna go ahead and block that. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Indeed. So with 5 minutes remaining, Peter probably closer and closer to figuring out the bad news. The margin is just a little bit too high, and the unseen letter is a little bit too good. The board a little bit too dead. Down 66 and get 42. That'll bring you within 24, but Lewis will just get the next move. And no matter what, he's going to win this game. So great game again by both players. Some super crazy stuff in the beginning. Both players just somehow blocking each other early on, but those 2 blanks and the scoring power of Lewis's decisions, bringing him to the winning position in this game. But he needs some more help. Still 3 games after this, and I think with this margin of victory, he's going to need to win all 3 of them.
Yeah. It also there's also some other, I don't know, is there someone behind, like maybe like Sam Crispin, who is capable of winning all his games from table 2 and interfering with what is happening here?
I think so, right? I think if Sam continues to win, he and Lewis are going to be just one win behind. A lot is going to hinge on that matchup between Sam and Sammy, two Sams. Um, and if Sammy Okasaga wins that game, it might clear the way for Lewis to control his own destiny from here on out. We're doing King of the Hill, which I believe we are. Um, King of the Hill, by the way, for anyone curious, it just means the pairings are decided in a very orderly fashion. The number 1 player plays number 2, 3 plays 4, 5 plays 6, and so on. There's no room for interpretation, which is a good way of doing things sometimes at the end of a tournament. So that game is important. But yeah, I agree with Welly that if Sam Crispin defeats Sammy Okasaga, he could make things a little complicated moving forward here.
It's interesting. I
Yeah.
mean, Sam would still have to win 3 in a row to overtake Peter in the standings. But Sammy as well, if Sammy wins 3 in a row and Peter loses 3, then he'll be in great position as well to overtake him. So things could still
Yeah.
be very, very interesting, but a lot needs to go the other way for Peter Anjanowski, who's playing Odia here among his nice high scoring plays here. Probably a slight miss of Ader, which would score more and threaten more outplays, but a good decision by him with 2.5 minutes remaining, 7.5 for Lewis. Looking at some sequences already, thinking on his opponent's time, very smart, but he's probably not going to be able to go out in 2 here. I don't really see a way to do that. Do you guys see anything?
Well, the
No.
issue is you're right. So you at least have an outplay here. Does this play somewhere else on the board? Uteri. Yeah. So you've got 2 outplays. So if you're Lewis,
Inquire.
you don't choir. So you got 3 outplays if you're Peter. So you don't have too much to think about. If you're Lewis, you just need to kind of make your highest scoring play that dumps some of the high scoring letters from your rack as well. And Vin looks like it's probably the answer. Get rid of the V and score 27, and you're going to be many points clear. But Vinka is a very close runner up, apparently. That's going to easily do it for Lewis Mackay as well, Josh.
Yeah, so 16 points, I think, for Uric, and 16 points for Choir. Vinka's 20.
Nice. Even
Vin
better.
is 27, so this I think was just a 1-point difference here. Choir coming down. I guess maybe Uric could have been missed. So yeah, Vin at least a 1-point mistake and 1 point at this stage. Probably not going to matter. I shouldn't say that, but that's the final score. 445. Peter Anjanowski losing his first game on stream and the rematch versus Lewis Mackay. Another banger. Welly, what a great game.
Yeah, it promised it lived up to expectations.
Yeah, it did. We're gonna get
couple of
more
crazy things happen
with these two too. So it's like these games between these two have been so great. I can't wait to see more, Josh.
Yeah, indeed. So hopefully we get to talk to Lewis after that very, very important win, narrowing the gap to 1 game between second and first place. 3 games remaining. We have 1 game before lunch still, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, so we have just finished round 29. That means we've got 1 more. We are just about to hit round 30 here. Then it'll be lunch break and our final 2 rounds of the tournament. So that's what we're looking at as far as schedule. And now it's fair to say, Josh, that I said we're into the home stretch. Like 10 games ago, I said something about the home stretch. Maybe a little premature for that, but not now. This is it for real.
This is it. Yes. 3 games left. This is the time, crunch time, as many might call it. This is where champions get made. And we're probably going to see a rematch of these two if we have the King of the Hill pairings. Oh, we have a subscriber count again. We're almost up to 900. Thank you, everybody, for subbing to the new WESPA YouTube channel. Will, thank you so much for running the stream. Welly, for hopping on. What a pleasure and absolute honor to have you on board with us for these games. We'll see how much longer you last. I think maybe you can do it.
Yeah,
A
I'll
bunch of
probably just
questions
last.
remain.
I'll just last till to lunchtime. Maybe when it go on lunch break, I'll try and catch some sleep from there.
Okay. That sounds a bit reasonable.
More than fair.
Capable. I know you're capable of staying up. But you got things to do as well. But yeah, what a pleasure to have you. Let's get some love for Welly in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. We're gonna get Lewis talking to us in just a moment. What time is it where you are? What Scrabble scene is there where you are? What are you thinking right now? Who do you think is going to win this tournament? Let us know what you're thinking in the YouTube chat. We'd love to hear your enthusiasm as the scores get entered. We're going to have Lewis talk to us. If you have any questions about the game, also let us know. Maybe we'll pass those on to him. But yeah, crazy stuff.
We have to ask him about Cogwheel and whether I think he's too focused on his own end of things to realize that there was so Peter clearly saw Tabulis. It wasn't a miss in the traditional sense, but all right, we got Lewis on the headset here. Hey, Lewis, it's Will, Josh, and special guest Wellington Jigare in the booth here. All three of us just want to congratulate you on a huge win for you in the tournament sort of situation. Another great game between you and Peter Andronowski. How are you feeling now after another kind of tight game throughout?
Tired mostly. It's been a grueling event, and we're not done yet. And yeah, still some race to run. So yeah, just got to keep playing through it, I guess.
Yeah, Josh, where to start? I feel like Cogwheel has to be where we start with him.
Yeah, Cogwheel, what an amazing find. We were nowhere close to seeing that in the booth. And how surprised were you after 5 minutes that a block of Cogwheel came down? Were you expecting that you're going to get that awesome low probability word, or were you kind of expecting something bad to happen?
Well, I was pleased to see it at first. Yeah, it took me a while to convince myself it was actually a word. So yeah, I wasn't expecting to see a bonus from the H. I thought maybe the bonus hooking Harks after that length of time thinking was the more likely choice. And yeah, Piotr didn't see Tabulis, so if he'd play that, then I get Cogwheel. But yeah, at least I had some kind of scoring play after Halibut. So it was annoying. I don't think I could have used the S in any productive way. So I think Clegg was the move there.
So did you notice that he had Tabulis, or was it something after the game that he mentioned?
No, I saw it as soon as he played it.
Oh,
that's a troll. Yeah.
My goodness. Well, you got him right back. Clegg blocked Forlendon and Folder. So
yes,
that was a really great find,
yeah.
really key find there. Any other moments in the game where you were feeling not so great, maybe somewhat good about your chances? There were so many crazy moments in this game. So many to mention. Was there something you wanted to ask us about, or
is Ween a verb?
I don't think
WHEEN?
so. No.
No.
Because I saw that.
No,
I think Ween's a roll of pennies. I think it's a Scots word. So yeah, managed to avoid playing weaning at least.
Yeah, no weaning. Wine is definitely one of the top plays there. Through the blank, we assume that was a blank C. You would have played potentially now hence with that rack.
Oh, very
through
nice.
the
Yeah,
C.
no.
But wine is very comparable.
Yeah.
It's so wine is like 38 points leaving the blank. It's not even really that much of a miss to play that. So no worries there. But for me, and I think all of us in the booth, our favorite play of yours was cheese. That was just so good to play that, blocking so much of the board. How hard was that to play?
Not really, because I have a hard time losing, I think, after that, because he can't bonus. I mean, the Zed's a big threat at that point, but I can fade that. So yeah, after cheese, I thought as long as I draw some vowels, I should be okay, even if he gets the Z for a big score, which is what happened.
Yeah, we love that play, Josh.
Yeah, yeah, Welly, what do you have any questions for Lewis? Any words of wisdom for him? Any encouragement at this stage of the tournament? You've been here before so many times, and so has Lewis, of course.
Well, I don't think I have any questions. I just well, I'll just encourage him to not rest on his oars yet. There's still a whole lot of work to be done. You practically needs to win all 4 games to all 3 next games to probably upstage Peter. And
Yeah,
we're hoping you're able to at least win the next one to start with, so that
to give
things
you
will get
something to
very, very
watch. Yeah.
interesting. Yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah, for that sake, for the sake of the viewers and everyone else, of course, we'll be rooting for you to stage another win. But of course, it'll be awesome to see you take a comeback victory in this if you continue to notch a few wins here at the end. You've been playing great. And just want to say thank you for all of the great plays. And we're gonna probably see you on the stream maybe in the very next round, depending on
I
what
think
happens.
it's King of the Hill to the end of the event, I think. So
Yeah.
yes, you may well do. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you gotta stay with us, Lewis. Make it interesting. Yeah, no, we believe in you.
Yeah.
You're playing awesome. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Good luck next game. Thanks so much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye for now.
All right. Thanks very much to Lewis Mackay for another interview there. So yeah, what can we say? He saw Tabulis immediately. That would definitely be a bit of a troll, but he spent very little time on that turn making his best play of Clegg. So it didn't affect him. It didn't bother him seemingly. He just noted it as a detail and moved on.
Yeah, I have it's a very interesting thing. Like I'm gonna ask Welly about this. What it seems like your take, Will, is when you see your opponent miss something and somehow block you, it's a troll. It kind of bothers you. But on the other side of that, you know that they're making a mistake, so you know that they are decreasing their chances of winning in the long run, and that could be something you could sort of think about and be happy that something like Halibut's happens. How do you deal with that sort of thing? Are you too locked in to notice that sort of thing? Sometimes it's just obvious, right, Welly?
Yeah, I generally, if I have a blank, I really don't bemoan a block that much, because if you have a blank, if you play a good move now, there's a high likelihood that you get a bingo in the not so distant future. So the only thing that would give me a scare is if I have a blank and my opponent drops 2 bingos without me dropping one. But as long as I'm able to play a decent move and keep a good enough rack, I wouldn't really bemoan it. And like you said, if I see an obvious miss from my opponent, it kind of gives me some hope that okay, my opponent is not at his best currently, so I could possibly get the better of him somewhere down the line. So yeah.
Yeah, that's the psychology of it all. Of course, it does suck to have your thing blocked and that your next play is not as good as it could have been. But the idea is psychology. How do you deal with that sort of adversity if you're able to sort of just be zen and say, well, if they're missing that, maybe they're missing other things, maybe they're not playing so well. I think that's the best attitude to have, but it's so difficult. It's so difficult. Will.
Yeah, it's tough. I find I would rather miss it altogether than notice it, because unfortunately I lack the maturity of a Wellington and I get cranky when I see something like that sometimes. But actually, maybe when I'm really in a good frame of mind, I just sort of note it with less emotion. I don't know. It's hard to say. I think it depends on what side of the bed I got out of that morning, how I would react to something like that, or maybe how I'm doing in the tournament. So, in any case, nice work by Lewis to not let it affect him and come away with another big win. Um, we basically know, as we're almost to 900, as Josh said, we basically know what the pairings are going to be, but we should definitely take a quick look at the overall standings here. As we can see, a critical result coming in from last round is Sammy Okasaga beating Sam Crispin to leapfrog him in the standings. So with 3 rounds to go, it really is down to those top 4, and it is kind of tough to envision a scenario where the 21 winners, they have to win all 3 of their games for sure. And they also probably are rooting hard for Lewis Mackay. Can they pull it off if Peter goes 0-3 and Lewis goes 2-1, but the one loss is to them?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Everybody wants Peter to lose actually at this stage in the tournament, but it is still just a 4-person. It's now just a 4-person situation with 3 rounds to go. Harshawn incapable of making up enough. I don't even think he can get because it's King of the Hill. I don't think he can even get second place. But still in the running is also Chris Cummins doing awesome, coming right back. A big winning streak for him and for Paul Allen. Holland Northmore. They're still in the running for 6th place. But yeah, it's really all about hoping Lewis wins. If you're Samson, if you're Samuel, I'm going to differentiate them using their full names. I think if either of them win out and Lewis is winning the next 2 games, then they will potentially have a chance. Maybe not Samuel, because with 2 wins and Peter losing twice, he won't be able to leapfrog him. So yeah, very interesting stuff. I think it's really a race for second for Samuel, and a possible, very unlikely finish for Sammy if he can win out. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sammy has to win with a huge spreads to even be in the conversation if Louis Mackay wins the next 2 games potentially. So it's still an uphill task for him. Yeah, he needs to win and win big to be in the picture.
Indeed. So we'll have to see what happens. Not sure on the floor when the round is going to begin. Like we said earlier today, there's going to be longer breaks between rounds as everybody finishes their games, as the pairings are reset. You have to have every single result to make sure the pairings are accurate. So we might be looking at a short break, Will. Actually, we could talk about something we talked about yesterday, which, since we have all of you here, is a great opportunity to mention the Friends of WESPA initiative, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Let me make sure we can hear Welly on that screen. But Friends of WESPA is a really cool initiative that, one sec here.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to mention that there was a comment on a recent, on the most recent podcast, I think, about people submitting games to review for me and Welly, and we probably won't be able to review all of your games. It's something that I do actually on my stream if people want to submit a game for me to review. But I think for the podcast, we might be able to do something like that for somebody that is a friend of WESPA. I feel like if somebody is donating so much to the cause, that could be a really fun perk for people becoming friends of WESPA. We see the benefits: special recognition, exclusive perks and access, digital badge of honor. That could be another thing potentially in the works for people that are so generous with their support for the World English Scrabble Players Association.
Yeah, it's cool to see this because right now there is a ton of volunteer effort that goes into WESPA, a lot of uncompensated work. The issue with that, though, is that in some ways you have to have some way of reinvesting something back into the scene. That's part of why we're really so, pushing the idea of getting to that 1,000 subscriber milestone on the channel, because it's not just a number, it actually does reflect the ability for you to start earning something from YouTube in particular. There are certain benchmarks that you need to hit, and when you hit 1,000 subscribers, that's when a YouTube channel becomes monetized. But this is another way for those of us with the means to really support all the great work that WESPA is doing right now, which definitely is not limited to this channel, but so many other things. I could also even just throw out something I'm super excited by, which is the Summit Cup. This is another really cool event coming later in the year. We don't have too many events like this, which, if I had to compare it to something else, it would be the candidates tournament in chess, which has an extremely elite top division, an invitational top division that is not open to anyone except the world's elite. Of course, there is going to be an open division alongside that for players to play in. But I have this calendar circled. I have this date circled on my calendar, Welly. I'd love to compete in this event.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Welly is here anymore in this particular scene, Will, but
I have him, but hold on.
okay.
Oh,
But
I think he's not. Yeah, he's not in our control room. So,
but yeah, it's very exciting no matter what. Maybe we'll get him back for the last round. Maybe he's fading. It's so late. It's 4:20 a.m. on the West Coast, 7:20 a.m. On the East Coast of the United States. It is 12:20 p.m. in the UK. So the Summit Cup, the WESPA Open, the MISO 18, right before that, super exciting. I hope as well that I'll be able to attend one of those, or at least commentate if I can't attend. I guess being at the helm of the WESPA YouTube channel might have some perks.
nice. Yeah, as it should. I mean, it's going to be a fair bit of work on your part. So, having some perks would be a nice way to offset that. So, yeah, in any case, lots of really cool initiatives to go around right now in World Scrabble. It is very exciting. It's great to be a part of it. And yeah, we're almost there. The sub count, if we just go to the board where I have it, we're at
Come on.
894. We really would love to get to 1,000, but 900 would be a great milestone. And I think with the rate of growth that we're seeing, we are going to hit that 1,000 very soon. But what should I do? What do we do when we hit 900? What perk can we throw in for those 6 people watching that haven't yet subscribed?
Oh, well, we're gonna need a tenfold increase of that to meme about it. But 900 is so great. It's not quite over 9,000. We're so close. I'm sure there's 5 of you out there watching that don't realize that you haven't subscribed to the WESPA YouTube channel. We're so close. Thanks to you, Will, getting around 300 plus people to join the fold, to join the world of Scrabble, and the efforts being made to increase the content you guys are able to watch on YouTube. It's so important to feature what's going on in World Scrabble. Hasn't yet been a single hub where there's like 5 different Facebook groups, there's social medias and stuff, but YouTube, just having somewhere where people can go to know what's going on in the world of Scrabble is going to be great. And I can't wait to produce more stuff for you guys. This is an amazing live stream, but it won't be the first. It will be the first. It won't be the last. We're waiting for the players to return. Will, I'm getting very excited, but also hungry. Do you think we should take a small break and wait? Maybe get Wellington back in here. He did lose connection.
Sure, we can take a short break as we wait for those pairings to be officially finalized. So let's do that. It's not going to be long. I think we see Peter Andronowski pretty much knowing he's going to be on the top board. He's hanging around there waiting to get confirmed that his opponent is likely to be Lewis Mackay again. But while we do that, don't go anywhere. It's going to be a short break, just a couple minutes. Josh and I will stretch our legs. Josh is going to get a snack. something like that. And we'll be back in just a few with round 30 here from Milton Keynes, UK.
I just fell down the stairs in front of their house.
No.
Really bad.
Did you break it?
No, but it was, thought I was gonna crack my head open.
Oh no.
That's something, huh?
Please don't assume that I paid the homeowner's insurance bill.
Oh, you did?
I don't even know.
I think over 5,500 a year.
That's expensive.
I don't like that.
Okay.
So this kind of posting videos.
And
They've slowed down.
so I feel
I don't know what's
That's
about.
No, he did a 45-minute video arguing with some random anonymous YouTube commenter. Oh.
All right, everybody. We are back. Ooh, I have to get Welly back in too. But the players are set to play. We finally have our pairings finalized.
Oh, and we finally have 900 subscribers. Awesome. Nice job, everybody. Yeah, don't
Nice.
forget to reset the score as well.
Yep, about to.
Well,
We just hit that.
thanks,
like,
everyone.
As we went back live, it was at $8.99.
Let's just say so, yeah.
Okay, give me a sec here and Welly back.
Like,
Well,
people were talking in the chat about the messed up tile distribution. If you're just joining, yes, tiles are squared after every game, similar to chess where the pieces are put back where they begin. It's just to show that all the tiles are still there, all 100 tiles. And also to make sure that when people put the tiles back in the bag, you also show your palms just to say, okay, we're not taking any tiles back. We're not cheating. We're leaving everything the way it's supposed to be. So Peter going first in this all important round 30 game. We're already at round 30 of 32. 3 games remain. Peter is 1 game ahead of Lewis and 2 games ahead of the rest of the pack. And his first tile is a B, a U, and he's drawing one at a time. It's a very interesting drawing technique, Willie. I haven't seen this technique in a while. But he's making sure that his eyes are averted so that he's not looking into the bag. And AABIUYC.
not a great opening rack for Peter. I would say the thing about that technique is you're never going to overdraw. That's the nice thing about being deliberate in that way. I know there's people that go in and grab all 7 of the tiles, and I have no idea how those people don't overdraw. I'm a 2 at a time until there's only 1. I draw 2 at a time until I just need 1 more to finish. However, I need to get to 7. So many different ways to do it. Yuka is isolated on the rack. That feels like it's very likely to be the play, getting rid of that YU combination, Welly.
yeah, that's a good way. I just wanted to circle back to the drawing technique. I think the first time I saw someone drawing 1 tile at a time, it was Femi Awowade, who is one of the Nigerian Scrabble greats. And it actually baffled me because I'm more of the dip your hand in the bag and bring 7, even without counting. In fact, in my earlier years of Scrabble, I think my first 10 years thereabout of playing Scrabble, I never counted ties in the bag. I'll just dip my hands in and somehow it's always 7. Because if I feel it, if I have a feel of it, there's a way that 7 ties feel in the hand and it just comes at 7. I hardly overdraw doing that. Yeah,
That's
so back to the
amazing.
game.
That's some nice flexing there. I'm gonna believe you. I'm gonna believe you. Well, yeah. So
But
you
it's
usually
the
know.
ability
You usually know.
the ability has come down. Yeah, I now do it with relative difficulty these days.
So yeah, in this game, Yuka was the opening play. This seemed like the correct option. Does best you can do. Ixia as a response. There was a super bizarre engine line type play available of Nixie, Nixy, scoring a lot less, but potentially drawing the 75, 80 point Z play on the triple next turn. But yeah, wow, look at that draw. Anodizer for Lewis. Is Peter going to block this eye that Anodizer plays through? It's interesting. It's a
Well,
very bizarre looking rack.
here's the thing. If we look at the plays that are available to him, there is a standout that scores very, very well. If he spots this, die basic through the eye, it's going to score 48 points. But the eye of die basic right here is going to be in just the right spot to, oh, no, it's not.
Ah.
Bad, but not quite.
Nice troll there, Will. Yeah, die basic, an extremely difficult find. You are looking for double doubles in a position like this, but with the tiles, oh my god, with the tiles Peter has, it just doesn't look obvious. Buy coming down, that's his second best play, almost as good. The leave super nice, setting up the S. This is probably a small inaccuracy at best, but very key to have blocked Anodizer in this particular scenario. So Lewis gonna get this down in no time. Wow, what a great start for him. We'll see Peter drawing a U and an L. Is that good enough?
Looks close, but I'm not seeing anything immediately. Chat will let us know if there is something. My immediate hunch is close but no cigar, but I can always be wrong. The engine will tell me in just a second, of course. But yeah, that was a huge swing though. Well, a die basic, maybe the best play in a vacuum, but in this particular case would have made a huge difference.
Yeah, sure. It would have made a whole lot of difference. And the BY move, well, I kind of have my reservations, but BY, even if you're not playing die basic, you should have at least still consider some other options down that way. Because there's one thing that I think I learned it from your YouTube, one of the videos you posted on your channel about the flexibility of an eye floating on that lane. So it has given me more cause to pay attention to whenever an eye is floating on that lane these days. I try to consider doing something about it.
Interesting, Josh.
Interesting. Yeah. It is somewhat dangerous. IER, IST, ING, lots of stuff can really hurt you there. Buy, though, I mean, has some great merits offensively, really increasing Peter's chances of getting a bingo next turn, balancing very well, scoring very well. But yeah, the one scenario where buy does not work occurred. And yeah, someone in the chat saying this is the opposite of what happened last game with Halibuts, which was the worst play, blocking Lewis's bingo. In this case, I think buy slightly worse play does not block Anodizer, and Peter just one tile off of having a comeback bonus. But there's some interesting options here. I think this is a really difficult turn. The first thing I'd be looking for would be a potential word down to the O. Like Scudo looks pretty decent here, setting up a lane for yourself, but it gets rid of the S for almost nothing. Some also options of hooking the S onto Anodizer. Luzia is almost 40 points, but opens a big triple. Welly, what direction are we going in here? It looks like called being played. This is a very good option to keep the S.
Yeah, I totally agree with called because you need to keep the S for even if you are not playing a bingo, hooking anodizer and scoring some very decent score there in the future is a very, very tentative idea. So I definitely would want to keep my S in the absence of a bingo.
So
Oh.
called comes down, very good option, Will, but does not inhibit what Lewis was going to try to do. He had Talak through the A for 36. Now it's 48. Although that S for Peter and that H he's just drawn, if he doesn't draw a bingo, that could hit hard for 60, making Talaks.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to have some choices here, whether it is a bingo, which it doesn't look like he has drawn, but even if not, you're going to score very, very closely to one with that SH combination, should you want to use it here. And I think it is definitely enough points to go that direction. So I think we're going to see Peter cut the deficit quite a bit, getting back to his ways from the previous game of scoring 50 plus points on a lot of his turns. But yeah, that called decision was really interesting. I like the idea in general. Keeping the S is really important. Um, in addition to this big, big spot right here where you can score nicely, you do have this as an option for bingos after that play too. If you draw a 7 ending in S, the S, we're talking about it, right? Trying to evaluate, is the S good or bad on a certain board? Well, it has a ton of utility on this particular board, so he's going to be happy he kept it.
But wow, I mean, Lewis off to such a good start. He's up 93 after just a few moves. So even though Peter can score a nice 50, something like Aish or Nashi, hooking the S onto Talaks, Lewis still in a great position. He has somewhat balanced tiles, and he's only taken 2 minutes. So Wellington, if you're in Peter's position, how long do you take here? He's playing Nosh relatively quickly. There's so many floaters on the board that might have resulted in an 8-letter word. There was just 1-letter difference. I would have taken a while looking through that R of Anodizer, the T of Talaks, but nice job on Peter just making the decision here. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think these are pretty balanced set of tiles. If there was a big goal, it should jump to you as in no time. So Nosh isn't a bad idea. Although I didn't like the idea of having 3 vowels left on my rack, so I probably have gone with H. EISH would probably be the move that I would give more consideration to. But then, like we have already discovered in the last game, sometimes the game works in turns out to be that a supposedly inferior play makes the game to go in your favor.
And Will, the play of Nosh, maybe giving a little bit of information to Lewis. Not necessarily that he might have another S, but he doesn't have, Peter probably doesn't have a high scoring tile on his leave. Otherwise, almost certainly he would have scored 6, 9 more points on that triple. So the play of tempo, which Lewis is considering right now, seems a little bit worse than usual, given that it's opening a T and an E as floaters to potentially play through. Do you think he's going to talk himself out of making this very high scoring play? I feel like it's still the play here.
The problem is, if he's going to do that, it's likely that his other plays that score well would be here with the F or the A going in this spot. You don't want to do that necessarily because your opponent did just play an S. Admittedly, they scored 50 odd points with it, but whenever you see your opponent play an S, it slightly increases the odds that they have another in reserve. That would make it likelier for them to part with it. We do see tempo be played, but if the alternative to that was playing something like Feg alongside Talax for only 22 points, then I think you got to take your 36 points here and just move on. I'm not sure how you feel, Wellington.
Yeah, I totally agree with that because another thing to notice that I think the game is too early to start wanting to be to short score yourself. You when the game is this early, you have to concentrate on establishing a sizable lead before you think about board control. Board control will take care of itself later. So for now, I think you just have to take your highest score, and the only thing that comes as a consideration is rack balancing. But I think tempo would be the move for me in this situation 100% of the time.
Yeah, it's a great play. It's the only way to score over 30 points and not do something drastic to the board. And you can assume that a lot of the time later on in maybe the next move after, a move down here, that's a very nice scoring spot. And as a threat from Peter's side, if that would have happened without tempo on the board, that would be pretty bad. It would potentially open some big spots that you have to deal with. But in the long run, tempo is not going to be that bad for the board unless somewhat immediately it's going to face bingo in response. So now Peter in a very bizarre situation where AAIE, I think, was the play he was considering, which looks decent but keeps a B, which is really not what you want if you want to try to bingo soon. And he's down 81, Will. Is that the play you're trying to make? He's looking at playing Beak for a high score of 40, which makes a lot of sense. Leave the T of tempo open, score as much as you can, and block the scoring spot.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the top plays here. Whether you want to go with this or the K plays, either here or Ibrick, sorry, through the R. Any of those seem reasonable, but this scores 40 compared to the others. That is a significant amount extra. So it's hard to turn your nose up at that. You are definitely hoping for a consonant draw. He's drawn 2 R's. With that ooh, not bad. Riot trees through the T at the top of the board. So Peter has drawn just well enough to that EII leave. He could be looking at a bingo next turn. And actually, with all those consonants on Lewis's rack and the blank, which of course he loves to see that first blank on the rack, but without a bingo playable, it sometimes does constrict your options a little bit. And he's going to be hard pressed to make a play that clears all the clunk off his rack right now.
Yeah, this play makes the most sense. The K is actually somewhat of a big threat. There is a blank out. There's no C's, but a lot of things could really hurt in that spot. And Gawk scores 36. The leave is awful. VFF blank. But I think this is the play that makes the most sense. You can't really do much better than this. You could part with the V and play VAW to the left to locks. Nothing that Lewis could have done reasonably would have blocked Riot Trees, and this is going to come down, give Peter some chance back. He's going to be down 18 points, but little does he know, Lewis has that blank. He's drawn a vowel to go with it, so still an uphill battle for Peter Andrzejowski. Lewis going to be able to respond to this a nice score. So Wellington, if you're Lewis here, you have a nice time advantage. Is this the sort of turn you're going to take some time to try and find the absolute best move here? Is it obvious to you? What sort of thought process are you going through with 20 minutes left?
At this stage in the game, I think I would want to think that there was a slight inaccuracy with the Gawk move, because the VFF leave, I don't like it at all. There's something I try to guide against when I'm leading the game, especially when I have a blank, because you need to find your way to the shortest path to a bingo when you have a blank. Because if you don't find the shortest path to a bingo, you now find yourself in a situation whereby you are more or less playing with 6 tiles instead of playing with 7 tiles. And for the sake of that, I probably would have favored playing VAW, right where Talak is. I think that would have. GFF looks like a more balanced track. And then, of course, you have a situation by if you draw an O, you can easily play something like Golf on top of Beak and all that. And so I just, having talked about that, I would like to, I fancy Lewis's chances at making something out of this, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, yeah, very, very good logic, definitely, to potentially play VAW instead of Gawk. Personally, I think I favor the play of Gawk, but the logic makes a lot of sense. It is true, and we've talked about this, I think, on day one, where you have a blank, but you have a bunch of bad tiles to go with it. It is like you're playing with 6 tiles, and you're so saddled, and you really need to just draw well to get out of it or exchange. So it does make a lot of sense to V one of the worst tiles in the game. Luckily for Lewis, that spot stayed open. He drew a vowel, and now he's able to bounce very nicely with Fave for 18, keeping ELFS blank, and he's going to have great chances to get a bingo down next turn. But where do those bingos go? A lot of the bingo spots, unless maybe you draw something with Yukas, are going to open a lot of the bottom of the board. So he has to be a little bit worried, but Solfege, yeah, he's already spotted that, which is quite nice. It only goes down 7 spaces, Will, so it's not going to open a triple-triple. So that's a great draw for him. And Peter, despite his nice balance here, is going to be in big trouble next turn. Little does he know.
Yeah, for sure. I do like, speaking of the Gawk decision, I had not realized that the Fs are actually really nice in that spot if you leave it open. So there is some benefit to just playing VAW. That's probably why the simulation slightly prefers VAW too. So that was really nice insight by Wellington. But in any case, yeah, Peter is not down by that much after his almost 60-point bingo. He's going to score well here, but then he'll be hit with Solfege. And this is a nice play for the second straight game. He's playing Oxen. Only other play that's kind of interesting here would be to play Mode right here, scoring a couple extra points and leaving the N instead of the M. Maybe that gets you a few more bingos, though. Again, Josh, as you said, the board not very good for bingos right now without an S.
Yeah, he actually faked you out there. Exxon, the same exact idea as Oxen. The only slight difference, I guess, is a slightly different letter here and maybe an ERS play available later, but really not a huge difference there. Exxon coming down, great balance, keeping the M for balance, but Solfege coming down, and this is going to be tough to come back from if you're Peter. He hasn't drawn an S, and that hook is looming large, and he's going to be sure that Lewis is going to try to block that if he doesn't draw an S immediately.
Can I just ask, is there any idea of playing Flog here instead? To just continue to be patient on this board and hold S blank and maybe try to play something that doesn't hook or that places not as good letters out and towards the bottom of the board. It's tempting, and the simulation likes it a lot, although I would have just assumed that Solfege has to be correct for 80 points here. I'm curious, though, Welly, would you ever play Flog here to keep the board in this difficult state, holding all the goodies?
No, I don't. I don't think I'll do that. Back to what I said a while ago. When you have a blank default, you just need to find the shortest route to a bingo, and because if you can play Flog, and Scrabble can be so punishing, and you might not be able to even play bingo for the rest of the game. So you have to play your bingo, and yeah, the board is open. You are opening the board, but you're not opening the board only for your opponents. You're opening for yourself also. You can come back with a whole lot of other good stuff to put the game out of the reach of your opponent. So I'm definitely going with Solfege here.
Interesting stuff. I mean, taking such a nice lead in this game, 86 points, hard to say no to. You're really pushing the button, and you're saying, all right, well, Peter, if you have a response to this, go right ahead. But board might get constricted real fast, and I might just draw something really good to end the game on the spot. So always interesting when you have a blank and an S to score rather than play your bingo and just try to bingo soon. There's something to be said about Flog for sure. I'm not so convinced that it isn't the best play, but Solfege coming down. This is the easier path, I think, for Lewis Mackay. He's drawn his bingo, he's played it, he's taken his lead, and now Peter, who hasn't drawn a bingo himself, is going to be in some trouble. There's a really, really crazy play available for him of Remede, Remede, which is so hard to find, especially considering he didn't play mode last turn. Maybe he's blind to the MM possibility. And why are you ever looking in this part of the board? This is where the action is. I wonder what he's going to do. He's just playing EM, keeping things open. This makes sense. It doesn't score too much, 22 points, but EEIRD can really hurt with the right 2-tile draw. So we'll see what happens, but Lewis about to score massively with a jeton.
You said he didn't draw a bingo, Josh, and you're right about that. But technically, in a certain sense, he did because he had the 7-letter Emery on his rack, which did not play. So that was unfortunate for him. Classic Scrabble scenario that all of us at a certain experience level in the game have been in, where we have a bingo, a 7-letter word or an 8-letter word that we wish we could play, but we can't. So yeah, jeton could be a great option. Jared has some merit as well. It scores similarly, but also keeps your O for next turn to potentially underlap the J. So this also looks intriguing. That could be the option that Lewis is going for. That O nuance and the extra points might put it slightly above jeton here. So these are the tiny little details, Wellington, that players like Lewis are well attuned to.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Because you playing having that O to follow up with JO is a very, very key element to the game, especially because it also prevents your opponent from prevents you from having to worry about that place in the future. Because when you are leading by this much and you have Jerry there, you could be looking at instances of your opponent playing a high scoring bingo there and thereby making life difficult for you. But if you do that and you are sure that you have the O to go under that, it just makes things a bit easier for you going forward.
Wow. Great draw for Lewis McKay. He's threatening Gen 2s in 2 spots. This is over, folks. Wow, that is an incredible draw. There's still a blank out, still so many tiles to play, but there is no way, unless somehow Peter has a 5-letter word here or a 4-letter word here, that Gen 2's plays here. Yeah, no way Gen 2's getting blocked. It's going to score 90 points or so. Peter, the only thing he can do here is play Euredia for 30 and take a 90-point deficit. This game is just, I mean, look at that win percentage. This is flat out over. So we're seeing it happen. The nightmare scenario for Peter, who's been leading for most of the tournament, playing good, which makes a lot of sense. Scoring well, overlapping, keeping good bingo tiles, but it's not going to work. A cold shower coming his way, Gen 2s and Solfèges and JO. And this is it, Wellington.
Yeah, I think this is it. This one is gone. There's hardly a way for him to get back into the game.
94 points coming here. No reason, I don't think, holding that last. I actually think it's probably better to play it here, even if they scored the same number of points. Whoa! What's going on here? That's really surprising, Josh.
What?
Yeah, very, very surprising. Even if you doubted whether Solfège takes an S,
No, that's not what
Guild also takes an S.
No, I think he's doubting Goods and missing that this plays with Solfèges. What a hasty decision by Lewis. I mean, he's still so likely to win here, but whatever small chance he had of losing.
The funny thing is that he blocked Inechai with the N
no! Oh my goodness, and then he draws the blank. Oh, in your face, Peter Andrzejowski. I just hit you with a case of your own medicine. That is insanity. What in the world? Inertia playing through the N of Nosh has now been randomly blocked, and Peter's just gonna sit there. Is like, does this guy know what I have? How is that possible? What a crazy situation here, Will. What?
That is completely insane. I've not seen anything like that, possibly ever. I mean, we've seen some crazy blocking and stuff like that, but yeah, that's surprising. We'll if we talk to him, we'll have to ask him his thinking on that. But yeah, definitely puts Peter in a much tougher spot. He was playing Inertiae almost certainly, as long as he looks at that end for another similar to Riotry's, very low scoring bingo, but a low scoring bingo is still 60 points, and he is looking at scoring in the teens at best here. So a huge, huge block that I'm quite surprised to see go down.
Yeah, so I guess I mean, look at the score, 168 points between the two of them. Really, the only chance Peter has after this play is potentially a bingo here and then a bingo here with the blank. I think Lewis was really just going with the thing he was most sure of. I don't think he noticed that this played with solfèges. I think he was just saying, okay, well, I'm sure of this, and it wins me the game, and I have to win. I don't think Lewis can do anything better than just win the next 3 games. So crazy stuff though. Retia coming down. That's the best Peter can do. Wow.
Surprising for sure. No place for any of the cool bingos that people are shouting out that are possible from this rack. There are a number of them. And yeah, it's no place for uptight, for example. And it's just going to be Lewis's game here. We'll see. I wonder. I don't think the spread gap is so huge that I'm not sure Lewis has to be worrying that much about maximizing spread. I think he still is really looking at just winning. But if I were him,
saving energy.
Yeah, save the energy is probably more important. But at the same time, every point of spread that you win in these games against Peter takes away from him. So a 700 point spread gap, really, the number you're looking at is to beat him by 350. So that seems more doable over the course of a few games. Already he's up 140 of that. So winning by 200 in a game is not crazy. So I think if I'm Lewis here, I'm thinking I've got the second blank, and there's no way that this spot can be hooked with anything but my second blank. So I'm going to try to draw something there as best I can. I think that's how I'm thinking about it, Welly.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. So the game is more or less confirmed a win. So what he needs to do now is to focus on milking the highest possible spread out of it, and take a move like PHT or PHI under Jared would do it. Would be a good thing to consider.
Yeah, with 6 tiles in the bag, as long as you don't play 6, you're going to be able to not empty the bag, which is really important. Wow, uptide. That's ridiculous.
Not sure about that, but yeah.
The reason I think uptide just maximizes Lewis's bingo chances and timing in the end game. You got that Eve Solfège, you got this lane here. So you could be greedy here. I guess it does matter. It's he's playing hurt. If he does get another bingo and wins this game by over 200, you are right. It could be possible. It's just that if Lewis loses another game, he's going to be down 400 spread. Like you said, he's going to need to win the final game by 200, and that is so rare at this level. But yeah, hurt coming down, probably not the best play, but a decent play.
Yeah, punties now. Punties and goods. So he's going to get another chunk after that if that spot stays open. And I'm sure he's got other stuff somewhere else, although maybe I shouldn't speak until I see it. Penitum plays above Retia, so he'll bingo on his next turn for sure. Another chunk.
Yeah, well, 4 tiles in the bag. Again, he didn't play with goods before, but I think in this particular situation, then you just go for it. Maybe he thinks good is like an adjective, possibly, but I think he still just played punties. He's seen Petunia. That doesn't
Oh yeah,
or
right.
does it?
Goods. I wonder, right, if he was confident in Goods, he would have played it with Gen 2s, right? So is it possible he's just thinking, I can't play there? And he's gonna play something completely different?
We'll
It
see.
is
We'll see.
also possible that he specifically chose Gen 2s to restrict that part of the board, because we must also think in that light also. It's possible that he chose to play it where he played it because he wanted to restrict that part of the board. So we'll probably ask him after the game, but let's not count him out yet.
Yeah, and if he misses Pinatum, which is really, really difficult, and is unsure of Goods, he has 2 9-letter words to the ED, pre-united, definitely very findable, unemptied. That's very interesting. I mean, Peter has left the bag unemptied, technically, with his last play. But from Lewis's perspective, wow, there we go. Reunited coming down. Is there something... If he draws the V, he gets bingoed out on.
Hmm.
Yeah, I wonder if there was anything to block in this area, or if it was really just trying to block here that was more important. So definitely not the best spread play, but very nice, very flashy find. Haven't seen that many 9s. Is this the first 9 we've seen, Will?
Maybe. I don't remember any others. So that's not all the games. There've been a lot of them, so that's not proof of anything. And Peter gonna maybe waste no time playing Govern here, which would be his best endgame play. Again, energy conservation paramount for these players heading into the tail end of 4 days of play and 32 games. Stamina definitely a factor. So nicely done by Peter to not only waste no time, but also finding his best play. Yeah. Can anyone remember 9s that we've seen? Anyone in the chat that's been watching and has more energy than we do to remember what we've seen?
Yeah, so while people are ruminating, EL from the Ian Pre-United is the best spot for Lewis. He's probably not going to take that much longer to see this. He's going to win this game by 220 points. And this is the last game before lunch, guys. So 2 games after lunch after this. I think we're saying goodbye to Welly. Unfortunately, it's been so great to have a world champion in our midst telling us what is right and what is wrong, what he's thinking about. We've got 915 subscribers. But yeah, I think lunch break is going to be important. I don't think we're going to talk to Lewis here. We'll see. But yeah, we're probably just going to take the lunch break off, Will.
Yeah, we'll let him go to lunch, but definitely want to say a huge thank you to Wellington Jigare for joining us in the booth, blessing us all with your analysis and your unique point of view, which we all learned so much from. Now, Welly, it's time at 5 a.m. for you. You can go to sleep and catch up on some Z's, and we'll take over the watch from here. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, well, I'm going to have a rather long day because I'm still not going to sleep for long. I probably will sleep for maybe an hour or so and start getting ready for work.
Oof.
And yeah,
The things we do
yeah.
for Scrabble, am I right?
Yeah, things we do for Scrabble. Well, my life is Scrabble, so I'll happily do these things for Scrabble. So yeah, thank you all for hosting me and for allowing me to be a part of this. And I'm very, very happy to always to make these little contributions every now and then. And yeah, something I wanted to correct, Josh. I am not here saying what should be done and what needs not be done. You know, in Scrabble, there are no perfect plays. There's hardly any time where you could say that this is what should have been done. It's just mostly expressing one's opinion. That is the issue. A case in point is the Gentus that was seemingly played in a suboptimal position and then unwittingly blocks in HIA. So yeah, these things happen, and because these things happen, it's hard to say that this is the best move. Although there are some instances where there is certain moves that are the best ideas, but generally, in most cases, the best we can do is to express our opinion. Yeah. Once again, thank you everyone for having me, and I'm very, very happy to have been here.
Thank you so much, Wally, telling us what is right is not right, but telling us that that is right. The right way to look at Scrabble. Let's
Nice.
just say. Thank you so much, Wellington. I hope you get a little bit more sleep than 1 hour, but it's been such a pleasure. Everybody giving some love to you in the chat. Appreciate you, and we'll see you on the next podcast episode, I guess, is next. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, we will bid adieu to Wellington here, and we will take a look at the standings. I don't believe this result is reflected yet in the standings. I actually think we have a few. Oh, is this? I want to just check and see if my screen froze on us here or something, or if we just. I don't think so. So it looks like none of the round 30 results that we are focusing on are in yet. But what we do know that we just witnessed is Lewis Mackay beating Peter Andronowski to move to 23 wins apiece. Peter still with a much better tiebreaker. So it's going to basically set up 2 games, Josh, where if we just cut to our commentators with the standings alongside, it seems like Lewis basically may need to win 2 more games against Peter. If they split, that's not going to be enough with that tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough if Lewis isn't able to win the next 2, but he's on such a nice run. The momentum is in his favor. Wow, 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 wow. Things are getting very spicy. Tie score, but Peter with the better tie break. We didn't see this coming, but that's why we cover these tournaments, because we don't know what's going to happen.
For sure. So with that, we're gonna cut to our lunch break. Got to make sure I'll queue up a game. Hopefully, it will work as planned. Otherwise, I'll just go grab a previous one from YouTube, and it's gonna be about an hour, and then we come back with our final 2 games here. There we go. We got some results coming in. But maybe I'll try to keep the standings up so you can see those trickle in during break. But either way, Josh and I will be back in about an hour for the final 2 games here for Milton Keynes, UK, the 2026 MGI International Scrabble Classics. About that, and we're ready to rock shortly. Paul might be a little cagier, but I would defer to those that have played him more. But yeah, I was impressed with Kevin, and I've always been impressed with Paul when I've seen him play. Is 21st. I am 23rd. 2024.
So in WESPA, they've only played
Since
3
the
times.
standings
yeah,
are covering
that's
the
what I was
area
telling
where it
you. I looked
says
him
this
up
is
and
a
I was like, oh,
replay,
this guy seems like he's
idea
extremely
to
good
put
at
that somewhere
Scrabble.
else to
But I
limit
had a very
confusion.
easy game against him, luckily. So they played 3 times, and Kevin's won 2 out of the 3.
Nice. Not a big sample size. Yeah, this is an old photo of Paul. I mean, it does look like him, just the hair is a little grayer. That's the only difference. Cool.
Oh,
So
18 times, 9 and 9. Very nice. Thank you, WESPAScrabble, for the update.
wow, that's really cool. Okay, thank you for that. That's actually helpful. So helpful. Oh man, look at Paul. Imagine Paul going second and getting an A. Think Banoffee is a word, right? Yeah. So
Banoffee. Oh.
any Great British Baking Show fans out there, my wife and I love that show. But
That would be
unfortunately,
such a good UK word.
yeah, that would be fantastic. Yes, the Let's See Paul Allen's tiles. Paul Allen did appear in a video of mine where I made some American Psycho jokes, and I'm sure he's heard them before. Unfortunately for him, iconic lines in that movie.
Is that the exact line?
Yes.
Let's see his tiles.
No, let's so it's a scene in American Psycho where they're comparing business cards, and the cards all look exactly the same, but to the main character of the movie, Patrick Bateman, they all look unbelievably different somehow, and he's having kind of a nervous breakdown over it. And the alpha of their social group is a guy named Paul Allen. And right as he's really about on the verge of breaking down, he says, "Let's see Paul Allen's card." You know, like really disturbed. And that is that's where it's from.
Nice. All right, so we see Boff off center. So tell me a little bit why Paul would have
smart
played this with the F on the star.
Yeah.
So it's actually going to lead to some hilarious double, I think, for Kevin McMahon. But yeah, go ahead.
Nice, yeah. If he has the confidence to play whatever, I mean, something like Tubbers, I think, is available. Maybe there's something better. But yeah, the idea on the first move of the game is you want to avoid placing vowels next to the double letter score, because that is the way that your opponent can use high scoring consonants to score a lot. So probably the most normal position for a 4-letter word is here. You avoid placing your vowels next to those squares, but Boff takes hooks, right? So not only does it take the S, but also an O and not an I. I think that's Biffo. But is that
Buffy.
it? Yeah, it's just right. So just the O and the S. So maybe the idea there is to avoid making it that easy to hook it going down. The hooks with this positioning way less dangerous on both counts. What am I missing, Josh?
Yeah, so that would be the reason to play off center, not wanting those hooks to be more lucrative. And the counterpoint is that you are opening the possibility of a non-bingo double, and you're sort of making it difficult for yourself next move if you're going for sort of like a bingo. So BOFF keeping EEN. The result you're, I guess, looking for a significant amount of the time is getting some bingo tiles, but you draw a bingo after this placement of Boff, the placement of your bingo is not going to be very great. So by playing in the center of the board, you're allowing more often the board to develop in a way where your next move is going to be less awkward, but you might be giving a little bit more back to your opponent. But it's sort of a more variant approach. It seems like you're reducing variance by playing this way, but I actually think that it's doing the opposite. It's allowing for some weird weird results like tubbers for 44 and not really having a response to that.
Yeah. Tubbers. That's a word you could anagram reasonably easily, but not remember whether it is tubbers or stubber, right? Like, why would stubber not be good and tubbers be good? But that's true, right? So if you weren't 100% sure of that, both of those words actually play through the B. Hopefully Paul didn't just knock his camera completely off course. Yeah, we still got it. Cool. But yeah, failing that, yeah, it's just tough to pull the trigger. So I do think that was definitely the best play for Kevin there, but it's so scary to take a 0 instead of a reasonable play.
Yeah, and this move really does open some danger. Not just the overlap that we're seeing here with Jive, which looks like Paul's best play, but double through the E, the hooks on Brogue. So yeah, definitely a pretty hefty miss, but you have to be sure of a word like tubbers. Those words are so difficult to get straight. Like what words take the ER, what don't. You probably have studied the rack, but again, like you said, is it stubber, tubbers, rubbits, burbits?
True. Could be.
It could be anything.
A lot of those sound like words for sure.
Arboots is good, Barbuts, barbu, or however you want to pronounce it.
Yes, right.
Yeah, you got easily confused.
We got
Yes, we saw
Owo coming in the chat.
Owo lined up.
Yeah, Owo.
Bafo and Owo looks pretty good.
Yeah, but why not just play Woo, you know?
Because
content. For the memes.
These guys are surely playing for content.
Yeah.
I don't know, the S hook after Owo is a little bit stronger.
Yeah, fair enough.
You play it if you play underneath.
So no content for us. Instead, we get a much more standard looking play. This makes a ton of sense. Wu and Bafo keeping a pretty dynamite lead of ELTS. If Kevin were to draw an I or an A, for example, it's going to get even better. See what he does draw. Important note that Bafo does take an S. I wouldn't say that's like super obvious to know that. I feel like Bafo is often used as an adjective, meaning like, fantastic or something. I'm not sure exactly what, but I feel like it's somewhat adjectival. So the S hook isn't trivial to me anyway, Josh.
Yeah, definitely would not play that under like most circumstances. Those words that pluralize more than one way are just so difficult, and when it only costs 5 points to question a word, you have to be very sure. So Bafo apparently meaning Bafola. I wonder if there are any other extensions of Bafo.
Or Boff, yeah. I mean, prior to the O, I'm curious. But yeah. So, were there any? Did you look?
Prior to the O, there's like boffin stuff and sub office, rub off.
Sub office. Sub officer looks kind of like a word to me.
That is a word.
Oh.
Yeah, so sub officers, if you had cruises on your rack, you could play sub officers.
Easy. What could be easier? Yep. All right. Over to Paul now. What's he gonna do here? Maybe Foy off of the first F of Bafo seems okay. Leaving quite nice letters, not quite as nice as Kevin's, which are phenomenal. With letters that good as what Kevin has, it's going to be next to impossible to stop somebody holding stuff like that from bingoing. So we're going to see Kevin bingo.
For sure. And yeah, this rack looks a little tantalizing. There's like Kaloyer, Acolyte, a bunch of things that are close, and sometimes that Y, it makes you do a double take.
Yeah.
I often miss words with Y's in them, so I understand why Paul is taking his time.
So yeah, this blocks Flariest, which I feel like Kevin was in the process of putting those letters in that order on his rack to play down for what I think would have been by far his best and highest scoring bingo. But again, he's going to be fine. The question is, where will Kevin bingo, and will he give back anything? Is there even a an 8-letter word that Paul can hope for that Kevin actually has? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think
Not
Kevin's
seeing
going to
it.
take a lead here, depending on how sure he is. I guess there's nothing with Boffo, so he doesn't have to worry about that. But yeah, we might see something like laterize to the E.
Yeah.
That way you're putting an S here. It's not as dangerous to open that double or that triple. Rather than taking a few more points with something like slatier or saltier right here, just because of how dangerous stuff you're opening is.
Yeah.
So it's there are lots of bingos available, but that makes the turn all the more difficult. You have to remember all of them and make sure that you find, because if there's something that hits the double and hooks with chives, that would probably be ideal.
Looks like he's concurring with you, Josh. This is actually pretty good, I think. This is nice recognition on his part that all the other options, he probably went through them all sequentially to say, okay, this is available, right? All the S words that go down here, give back stuff on the lower part of the board. This is definitely the safest option that he has. So nice recognition by Kevin. That defensive-minded choice, I think, is completely warranted for him here. And now, back to Paul with one of these tweener racks that's very annoying. I guess he'll have some stuff to do, like if he wants to play cello here or something, it's not that bad. Seems like as I say that, he was already in the process of identifying that. That seems okay to me.
Yeah, you can add the PHANE to that word. Cellophane, right?
He has A&E. Fortunately.
Yeah, that's why I noticed that. But yeah, cello looks very good. You can also play, you can put the A instead of the O. If you want to feel very, very aggressive. That sets up the E hook.
Yeah.
CELLAE. I definitely don't recommend that play, but if you have some inkling that your opponent might not be sure of the hook,
right,
that could be interesting. And Kevin with a great draw of a blank.
Yeah, he's gonna be in good shape with that. Yeah, cello seems good. Only the S hook on this, I believe. All the other cell words, especially after the inclusion of celly, as in the cell phone, it's pretty dangerous now to play the I. No I on Paul's rack, so that wasn't an option. But yeah.
So now,
yeah, what to do now?
I feel like you just play from the S and laterize, and you're happy. If you play 6 or sax, you probably play 6.
Yeah, IG, right? So you can the play is probably here unless we're missing something big. Maybe there's some. Is there like any other thought? Is it possible that let me be careful. Let me not get clipped out of context. I was going to say, is it possible sex is good? I didn't say that. I said, is it possible that using the E is better than the I or A here? That's what I'm saying.
I would say not in this circumstance. However, it's a very important concept to remember that the E is primarily good as a bingo tile. I know you know this, Will. You've made loads of videos about why the E is the best vowel. When it comes to synergy, it's a different story. When it comes to sort of flexibility, keeping an A often yields more plays with the G. The G and the E don't really go super well together when it comes to shorter plays. So if you're sort of acting on this, like if you're playing on a pretty closed board and you're getting close to the end of the game, it's always worth considering playing off an E instead of an A or an I, just because I mean usually you play an I over an E no matter what, but the A tends to be more flexible with a different array of tiles.
6 is the play. This looks.
You also don't want to duplicate. Sometimes there are tons of E's left. You're happy just getting rid of one of them. But
Yeah.
playing 2 tiles, he plays 6.
Yep. This makes sense. It's definitely worth thinking. I think Kevin did spend a beat thinking about probably the other. I'm sure he was looking for other stuff. Maybe he's looking for plays, burning the blank, making EX or something like that here, and maybe realizing it's not enough. Oh man, check that out. Nice. I didn't even look at Paul's draw.
Yeah, pretty good. You don't have like fantastic options here, but you can just drop a 2-letter word with a zo here. But maybe playing something like A's here is worth a thought. I would be worried about the counterplay next to HAZE
Yeah,
here.
it's
You
tough.
could also play Hayes here for less counterplay, but at a 4-point sacrifice.
Yeah, so the Z bombs down in the corner give no counterplay, but have the disadvantage of keeping very consonant heavy leaves. Maybe that's okay, just because like HM feels like those. I mean, that's a word, right? Is a word, so it's a good omen that maybe you'll be able to dump some vowels. And he's going to play Hazer, so this feels like the least amount of counterplay that your Z can offer with a long word here. If you're not going to play down in the corner, Josh, seems all right to me.
Yeah, I like this decision.
Oops, sorry.
It's going to be a little bit harder for Kevin to just continue taking the lead, making some high-scoring plays. But here looks good, but do you see anything here, Will? Through the E of Hazer, maybe?
It's super close, but not seeing anything yet. That would be quite the stinger to not have a playable bingo, but I think the GV combination, this is what we're concerned about when we have those letters, is it constricts a little bit the options that you have. So Kevin, this is a tough one. I'm curious to see how fast he makes that determination that there might actually not be anything here, because it's very tough sometimes to pull away from racks like this and say, how the heck could I not be seeing a bingo here?
Yeah, but based on how quickly he played Ladderized, I feel like one of Kevin's strengths is quickly sorting through possibilities of bonuses. So
I agree.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long he takes here, because it just feels so much like there should be a word through either that E of Hazer or that R. But there just happens to be nothing here in that VG combination.
Wow.
One of them has to go.
For sure. So what do? Or do you just play Gazed or something through the Z and just try to get a bunch of points and redraw some vowels? That seems okay, I guess. Maybe suggestion of Vega right here, keeping TED blank, which looks quite a bit better for bingoing. He is gonna.
Yeah, there's voted being suggested.
Voted is also solid. Yeah, I feel like those plays are all quite close. I'd love to get rid of the V here.
Choice.
I mean, the V.
I agree. I like how restrictive this play of Gazed is. It really takes away a lot of counterplay, and you have the blank, so a lot of the time you're going to be able to use that V for a bingo. But yeah, all of those plays seemed very viable.
Yeah. I don't feel super strongly about any of those. They all have their. It's just like the point differential between those plays is so appropriate to like make them all viable. So
Yeah, so we see a very quick decision by Paul. He had a lot of time to think on Kevin's turn, and the good thing about the play of Gaze is it really does restrict. That's good for Kevin, but also good for Paul's thought process, because all the plays he considered are either not available anymore or still available, and nothing new has been opened. So Zhu very quickly setting up that triple, not super dangerous. You do hold that O. So a lot of nice scoring options down the line for Paul, and a very good score immediately. I like that.
Fireworks are coming though, Josh, as Overture lined up, I should say, to go here, and then Morendo lined up to go down for Paul when that goes down. So we're going to see both players trading bingos almost certainly, with Paul winding up far ahead in all likelihood, because he's already up by 16, and his bingo here is going to score quite a bit more than Overture. So Kevin about to bingo, probably feeling decent. That's going to very quickly.
Overture would be hilarious. I mean, it's a great find. Venture scoring one more point. But
yeah.
Overture, what
Takes a
happens
C.
after that?
Takes a C,
There's
right?
a C.
Coverture.
There's one C left.
Yeah.
That could be really interesting to see later on.
Oh man, what if Kevin draws the C after this? Yeah, Venture has to be better than this, right? Safer.
Well, what's cool about Venture is that you could draw Adventurer.
Yeah, but that's not as bad
double.
as any C play just walloping.
But yeah, it just
spot,
has to be better to play Venturer and like leave this part of the board alone.
Yeah.
And score the extra point.
Coverture. I feel like that has a great chance of coming into play in this game. Whoever draws the other C is pretty likely. The V here makes it really tough to make a play overlapping down either side of this word that actually blocks off this square really conclusively. So I feel like the C can easily come into play. So we'll see.
Yeah.
No pun intended. Sorry.
We'll see. Yeah, one C left, so the likelihood of Kevin drawing it on this draw is something like 30%. Maybe would be my guesstimation.
I have some concerns. Yeah, Paul has not played this bingo yet. I feel like if you see it, there's zero reason to waste any time. Oh my god, this draw from Kevin though.
Eek. Not good.
Yeah, this is concerning to us both, clearly. Myself and Josh are sort of getting antsy, because if you see Doorman Morendo as an anagram pair, you just know it should be going down. Oh man, oh no. I think we're going to see potentially a very huge miss.
Yeah, Morendo is 98 points, making J-O. Paul's just going to want to, if he just resets for 2 seconds, he's going to find it. Yeah.
There we go. Oof, okay. Huge. That's pretty huge.
Sometimes it just feels too good to be true that you would have something playable here, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But he did that thing. It just clicked. It was like, okay. He knew subconsciously there was something there.
Yeah.
So that's a huge, huge swing in Paul's favor. And terrible draw for Kevin.
Yeah, one of the few ways that coverture hook could be blocked. Oh, a hold. Okay, Kevin can challenge this. I mean, it's 98, whatever you said, 90. Yeah, 98. If you're at all unsure, you got to challenge if you're Kevin. So he's going to get an extra. Paul will get an extra 5. And yeah, unfortunately for the C stands in the chat, we're probably going to see Chi be played, which is one of the few things that actually would block that spot. I mean, any consonant combo here might
I'm
do it.
devastated, Will.
I
I'm
know.
so devastated.
Sag, it's okay.
But not only if you have any doubt on a 98-point play should you challenge with this 5-point challenge rule, but the fact of the matter is Kevin knows now that he's in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
He's already found that he can play QI, but if he plays QI now, the board, this is his only lane.
Oh, yeah. Should he play Niqab just to keep things open on this side of the board? It leaves HII sacrificing a boatload of points, but is that
Could be
better positionally? That's not a nice play
The
either.
thing is, you're keeping the H, so if you play QI, you have the H for CH to reopen the board.
Yeah, it
maybe
opens
on
a
this
lot,
side.
right?
But that's a very shallow and dangerous opening ever make.
Yeah.
So regardless of what Kevin chooses here, his position is absolutely horrible.
Yeah, for sure. I guess if
Maybe you play
it's me
QI here.
Oh, how
draw something
interesting. Yeah. Well, actually, there are very, very few eyes on the board. In fact, only 2.
Oh
So,
my God!
look at how
Paul's drawn
many.
3 of the 4.
And the C.
Oh man.
This is kind of crazy. Does he even have a play worth making? Not really. Not with this C. I have no idea what he's supposed to do. Like, if we assume it's Paul's turn, what should he do here?
I think tick is worth playing. It's 34.
Tick, I guess. That's as Acai lined up.
But
Sure,
yeah, Kevin just I'm sure he's just tanking here. It's like there's nothing good about this play.
Yeah.
Can I please find a better play? I think is what is going through his head right now. That Q
is brutal
crazy
to draw here for sure. Not a lot of help for it in the form of U's in the bag either. If I'm Kevin, I'm probably grudgingly just playing Chi here. I know it sucks, but I'm not down by that much where it's like absolute. Ooh. He's going to use the N.
Interesting.
I wonder.
Honestly, that's good. That's good. I like this.
It gives
There's
you
just more chance of things getting opened. That N, although helpful for balance, I think prevents Kevin from drawing certain things that'll help him out here.
Yeah, you do eventually, like if this spot just stays open a while, you do potentially get the chance to play something with Chi that makes a threat. So there is that. Maybe you get lucky and are able to play through the queue somehow, opening more space. That doesn't seem quite as likely, but maybe it's possible. Of course, you are leaving a very imbalanced leave there, so you have to incur that hit. But yeah.
The spot from Paul is so funny because as a human being, if I see coverture, I want to keep my C. He's looking at Acai right here, which looks like a very good play.
Yeah.
But I want to play Ixia for 11 and just try and draw a high scoring play. But
yeah,
there's nothing great. There's nothing great at this point.
If you know this word for sure, Ixia is pretty solid. It doesn't score that much less than Acai. Keep your C, and in basically any reasonable play ending in IC, which is common, right? As a suffix, IC, you definitely should be able to draw words like that often. But I don't quibble with Acai that much either. You don't want to overly fixate on hitting this spot with coverture, especially because sometimes if you might be in situations where the only word you can play isn't very defensive and opens up more space. So it's fine. Acai is fine. So.
Yeah, that's the part of the really weird, deep analysis that I don't really like about keeping the C. Is like, yeah, once you get it, what's happening? You're just opening the board.
Right. It's good in the short term for sure. But yeah,
Really bad draw for Paul,
Both
who has a nice
players-
lead over
both-
Kevin.
both players have kind of trash right now.
I think that was a pretty good draw actually for Kevin. He's got some.
Well,
I mean, he
one more
kept,
consonant
what,
might be
like,
nice, right? Like,
HAII.
yes, but he drew 2 vowels to that. So he could have drawn 3 consonants and been in business. So he did draw 1 consonant, but I think he could do better. But what's he got set up here?
I don't know. Maybe he's thinking of playing Ohio over here. That to me seems like really shooting yourself in the foot. The overlaps for that word are going to be massive and going to further shut the board down. I was thinking maybe Adio is an option. I mean, nothing is good here. Maybe you play Hoy up here.
Yeah.
Ahi.
The reason I like Adio is just biding your time a little longer and maybe trying to really make a good play with the H, right? If you could make a solid play with this right here, for example, at least a 4 that opens up this lane and this lane together, that, like, let's say Kevin draws the blank and can make a word like this holding the blank, that puts so much pressure on Paul. So I like Adio for that reason, keeping the H and hoping for something like that to come up. But I could see any of those plays being solid. This seems solid. This seems all right. I mean, it's a bad
Scores
situation.
well.
Yeah, it scores
Scores
well.
well for what you got. This might help. Oops, this might help Paul a little bit. Like, but is he really gonna play tilt to that H, keeping WUI?
That's brutal to do. I mean, there's no way around it, huh? You can't hit that H without keeping. The only way to get to the triple to that H is tilt. Ugh, that's so brutal.
I think this is a really weird and deep and like strategic tactical position. Paul is up 24, so he's not necessarily winning whenever Kevin doesn't bingo. Kevin could somehow score his way back into this game. So that's why maybe playing for points with tilt is worth considering. It is actually the best play by equity, according to the engine. Equity being point value plus the leave value. So even though IUW is an absolutely dreadful set of 3 letters to keep, the 24 points make up for that. There are other options. You can play WILI and try to fade a response on this triple. You could play Twixt through this X, keeping ILU. You could even exchange here. There is a blank lurking, so there's some danger. This doesn't seem like it's at all comfortable for Paul, but he's playing Twixt.
He's playing Twixt, and this is kind of cool to me because Tilth, as good of an equity play as it is, and again, as Josh defined equity, that's something that warrants repeating. We define that as the points of the play plus the value of the leftover letters with no consideration of the board status or anything like that. It's just a way to measure the ranking of plays while factoring in the value of your leftover letters, because as you know, 2 plays scoring 20 points, one of which leaves ERS blank and one leaves UUUU, are different. So that's our way of measuring that. But yeah, Twixt, the thing I want to say about this is Tilth opening up this lane, which is going to be a big problem long term for Paul. It feels annoying to make a play like Twixt that doesn't really do anything to close the board down further, but actually the fact that it doesn't open the board is good enough for Paul because the board is so crappy right now. It's so difficult to do basically anything, that making a play that leaves the board in its current crappy state is well worth it. So yeah, liking that choice for him, even though it looks pretty unideal. Josh?
I think this is over. So I was just paying on the board because Nika and IKH has been spotted. This is certainly
and
far and
Tipula's.
away Kevin's best play, but yeah, Tipula is coming down right after.
Oh,
Underlapping is probably going to end things on the spot.
yeah, he's got Nika.
Nika's going to
lined
tie
up.
the game,
Great play.
but
what if, it's going to tie the game and maybe Kevin draws the blank? And
yeah, but then what? I mean, if we
well,
if we
yeah,
look
let's
at
look
this
at
line,
it.
I could look at the
Nika,
analysis.
Tipula's.
Look at the analysis up here.
What if he
What's gonna
draws,
happen?
blank P or something, and he can play a big play to the triple, holding the blank, opening more space? I feel like there's definitely.
He'd empty the bag.
Oh, bag's gonna be empty at that point. Okay, never mind. How many tiles in the bag? 22. It's gonna be. So now that would be 15, then 11. Yeah, it would empty the bag. You're right. Okay, so there's pretty much no doing that. There we go. Nice one, Paul. Tipula's.
I tipula my hat to this.
No,
Where are you going?
not there. There we go.
My hat is untipped.
And there is the blank. I mean, it's there. The T is not good enough, though, I don't think.
I'm just trying to see, like, what kind of wizardry is possible in this position. The 4 in the bag.
Tipula is anagramming to "It's Paul." nice find, Jello Mochas.
Can you play? Is there a hook to lad? L-A-D?
Blad, I think is a word. Glad. You're gonna have to draw crazy specific, and it's just gonna get blocked anyway.
This board will is just
it's too crappy.
So unwelcoming. So what's left? This I, this T,
the I,
whatever space you might open up here with like Nan. Like maybe you play NAN.
And hope to draw the other A. Nan, Anan is a word that's gonna get met pretty quickly with a play here that might outrun, though, I feel. Right? If you play Nan here, just get hit with anything with the P or M, any of that stuff. It's gonna score so well. You probably can't win anyway. Looks pretty grim
for Paul Allen. We were talking about how blanks are important, but in this particular instance, Morendo out of nowhere was really a game changer.
This fits too. If you draw one of the many E's, if you're Kevin, you can leave this open, right? Able.
I guess maybe you can play like Lind, L-I-N-D. It's just
it's gonna be rough.
So much like everything can be blocked.
Yeah, it's true. It probably is true. It's pretty tough. Not really sure if there is going to be a play that feels good, but you gotta, maybe the mindset here, if you're Kevin, is to not necessarily come up with something that's absolutely ironclad, that's going to, win you the game for sure, but maybe just something that makes things complicated for Paul. That's probably the best you can do. With optimal play, it seems like Paul is going to win by outrunning or blocking the most salient threat. But give him a chance to make a boo-boo, I guess. That's the best you can do.
Yeah. This is definitely going to be tough. And Kevin, with only 2 minutes left on the clock, does not have time. Consider all of the viable options here. So I don't think he's going to make it. But crazier things have happened. This is Scrabble.
Looking back at a game like this, what could Kevin have done? I would say Kevin has made nary a false step except for his original play of Brogue. This was actually a pretty big mistake. 17-point play when he could have played Tubbers for 44. That would have changed. I mean, the butterfly effect is
Absolutely
like,
everything. Yeah.
can't even say how much the game would have changed because it was so early. Everything would have branched off differently from that. But that was a pretty good sized mistake. Since that time, Kevin has played really, really well, made a lot of plays that we liked. So yeah.
So he is playing Lad. That's so cool. That
Yeah.
was my original idea.
Hope for
And
something.
I think, yeah, calls for desperation. It seems really hard to block whatever threats there may be after this play without opening new ones. So I really think this was a very smart decision with under a minute left for Kevin. We just have to see what he draws. ADEINNS blank is what is unseen from Paul's perspective. Unfortunately,
Yeah, not quite.
that D was not the letter that Kevin wanted, but there are threats, right? From Paul's perspective with Glad and Blad, bandies.
Yeah, he's got to worry about an N being in the bag for sure. I mean, I feel
It's
like
a 2 and 8.
it is with this N. So if an N is in the bag, Bandies, and Blad, and you can't even do it, even if there was a play starting with EP, that wouldn't work either because it just makes it worse for you. In fact, because I think Slade is a word. So you can't do that. But I do think Paul should be able to underlap here pretty effectively, right? I feel like he can score
But
nicely.
the underlaps, look, I mean, you're giving back.
Well, let's
You
see.
put the
If he plays,
N.
he's thinking about playing Peen.
You need the S for 8s. That's going to be difficult. So
It's
that'll
hard.
certainly outrun stuff through the B.
This feels scary, but maybe it's not as scary as it seems when you actually go through. I mean, sending. So you lose to sending if the A is in the bag.
Yeah, he's losing at least 1 out of 8 in all of these situations.
Yeah. So how do you get around that?
Yeah, stand-in too. So I in the bag.
Stand-in.
This
would
crazy.
be. Oh, and he has stand-in.
This might happen.
Stand-in is going to play. If Kevin sees stand-in after this, which I mean, his word knowledge is so strong, he might even have time. This could. Oh my God. Crazy.
He's gonna win by 14 if PENE comes out. What an incredible situation here.
What about
I
like
don't
Nep?
know.
What about like Nep?
Yeah, but
Stand-in.
the new
Stand-in.
word. And stand-in and stand.
Jeez.
What do you do?
Pretty crazy.
Do you play TEEM? And just hope for no bandies and no canines?
What about this?
Wow. That could be it. Is there no underlaps available?
There might be. I mean, that's equally brutal.
Medina's, but that is only a 1 and 8.
Medina's. Oh my God. Crazy. This is very agonizing from Paul's perspective. What about
I mean, the plays that make the most sense are going to give back.
Medina's, huh? Oh my God.
Like PENE or NEP make the most sense here. There's no real T unseen. It's just a blank. But it is all about math. If you're Paul, you have to use every second of your time here to make sure you're analyzing all of the threats with all of the potential blocks that you have.
It's unbelievable. I cannot believe that Paul has. I mean, it seemed like he was absolutely locked down. So Lad was a pretty great idea. In fact,
That gets the 2 exclamation marks. I know I found it immediately,
yeah.
but that's me. I think just, most of the things that I find are not so brilliant. But I think this deserves the 2 exclamation mark.
So Paul is up by 55. That's not enough. I mean, I was gonna say if he was up like a little bit more, then not only would outrunning be a possibility, but passing would also be a possibility if he knew he could get a really good scoring place somewhere. But that doesn't. I don't feel like you can pass. Medina's gonna score too much. You don't have a good counter to that. So that I think he's got to play. Oh man, crazy. So we know.
So there's been discussion of putting the T, making ATT, because that doesn't get overlapped. But whatever you do,
yeah, it still
you're gonna
gives
have
this
some
up.
threats.
If you play something like team or something like that, which is very difficult to underlap, you're still gonna lose.
Well, even something like
bandies.
pet, and ATT
Pet.
is going to give back spending,
Spending, yeah, that's not a. And what about the M? Is that you play Met or
Met is Amadine's? So there are some plays that are going to win the game based on what Kevin has, but how do you know? How do you know what to do? Is there any way that you can infer
get to 100
something
from
the
Lad?
play of Lad that would give you information to help you decide? Or is this really just a plain math equation?
I don't know.
With all of the...
How could you infer anything?
Wow.
He's gonna go. Oh my god. Okay, Met looks like what Paul's considering. He's gone back. So just to make clear, if he plays Peen thinking he wants to block bandies, he's gonna lose potentially if Evan sees his outplay. It's a lot of the time is an issue. So you got to be careful you aren't so zealous to block. I actually like Paul's ability to suss this out as thoroughly as anybody in the field. I feel like that he lives for this. Like he's always posting puzzles on social media that are kind of like this. I actually like his ability to come up with something good here, but it is very challenging to be sure.
This is... I don't even...
Yeah,
really
Medina's. The blank in here makes it so much more brutal to calculate, I would say. He's thinking about NEP now. This again is going to lose to stand. He does this. This would be so painful. Oh my god.
I mean, I think there's plays that win 6 out of 8 here. There might be a play that wins 7 out of 8. We'd have to analyze. Is putting the M out only winning with or only losing with? No, there's S in the bag, N in the bag. That's 6 and 8. That's insane. So we have somebody following this on our best engine that says the best option for Paul only wins 6 out of 8 times. Can you believe this potential swindle from Kevin McMahon? I can't believe what just happened. I thought the game was over. Tipula's just
absolutely
destroyed every chance that Kevin had immediately, but Kevin found pretty much the only poison in the position, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Putting a ton of pressure on Paul. And it's
the perfect score, too. Like, if Paul just had 10 more points or something...
He could just outrun,
probably have options that just score too much.
His clock is... He can use up a lot of clock here, knowing that it's very binary, right? Either Kevin's going to have a bingo or he won't. If Kevin has a bingo, he probably loses. If he doesn't, he wins, even if he takes a time penalty. So I think that's probably true. Maybe not if there was like a bingo here, but otherwise, I'm pretty sure what I just said is right.
Good point by Evil Budgie. Lid would be played potentially if you had an I, because you have the S for slid.
Yeah, but even then, drawing
So
3
either
tiles.
no S or no I.
Yeah, fair enough.
There's a small little
things, yeah, little weightings. All right,
So
here we go.
we're
Oh
gonna
man,
see
this is it.
ENE, and that is going to give back
That's gonna
2
lose.
out bingos for Kevin McMahon. Holy mackerel, and all he needs to do is spot these within the next 2.5 minutes.
Oh, he's gonna see him.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
He's got to. He's got to see. He can just play right underneath. Just lock it in right there.
does he have to see it before going overtime, or does he have another minute?
He has another. He can go over a minute overtime. Yeah, but he finds it. Stand-in.
Holy
Paul's gotta be
shit. Paul is going to be devastated. Yeah, brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Oh.
Man, so that, yeah, so my heart goes out to Paul for that. But also brilliant by Kevin. Both. Right? Both of those things. What a fascinating. Yeah, Paul's going to go straight to the post-mortem here. Wasting no time.
Beside himself.
But that is crazy.
He probably thinks there's got to be something here.
He's thinking there has to be a way to win. Yeah, so this would win, right? This would have won in this situation, I'm pretty sure. And maybe Paul just picked what was the
I mean, this was bad. This was a 4 and 8.
Yeah, so too many things play underneath there for this to be good. But so he could have gone up to 6 out of 8 with this play, which would have won. Right?
Yeah, but that's I mean, yeah,
it's hindsight.
So
of course it's hindsight, and you're
PNE
trying to in a way the desire that Paul had to try to like get to 8 out of 8 probably, led him to like I have to block bandies and, hope there's nothing else. But yeah, I mean that he went for a higher, higher winning percentage, but in the process probably allowed more stuff than he was realizing thanks to that blank.
Yeah, so if there's a play that only loses to the I and something else, then that would probably be the right play. Just because the I would appear to be up to a 1 in 4 chance that the I is in the bag. If you can purely infer that lid would be played instead of lad, then the likelihood that the I is still in the bag is a 1 in 4. So that's twice as likely as a 1 in 8. So if there's some play, yeah, this will have to be analyzed with an engine. But
yeah, this is crazy. Engine's got to help us sort of sift through all the possibilities just to make, like, we could do a lot of this by hand and go through all the, like, what if you draw this? What if you draw that? What bingos are available with different plays? But the engine's going to brute force it and help us understand it really fast. That is a wildly complex situation, especially with can you sprinkle in a little bit of inference and know that lad makes it less likely to have certain letters, whether it's an I or an S. Crazy. That was crazy, Josh.
Great.
Probably the best.
That was great.
The best game we've seen in terms of cutting our teeth into something really exciting.
Yeah, I just yeah, not much left to say there. That play of lad just made things so incredibly complicated.
Yep. That's the sort of play we've seen a number of games like this where a player's down by what looks like too much. The reason that everybody in that situation at this level is always grinding until the last second runs off their clock is because sometimes there are plays like that available that put unexpected pressure on Sometimes there aren't, but you're looking for plays like that that give you some kind of winning pathway. And yeah, this was definitely exactly that sort of game for Kevin, where you're just like, holy crap, I cannot believe I won that. This is definitely the type of game that you could see Kevin, springboard off of this up the standings. So yeah, pretty crazy.
I mean, I've been in this sort of situation where it just feels like there's gotta be a winning play. There's just gotta be, but like the more you analyze, the more freaked out you get by all the possibilities. Yeah, it must have been a huge gut punch for Paul, who did get up, walked away, came back.
Yeah.
Wow.
Had to get
What
up
a
for a
win.
sec. Crazy win
Kevin
for
McMahon.
Kevin. He's going to get that in. He's going to pop up to 11-5, but most of the other games are complete. So I would say it's time for us to pick a game. If we look at the schedule, I think we're down to the final round of the day. It's round 17. So we got to pick a good one ASAP, or it's going to be picked for us. I feel like maybe Ben and Chris. We haven't had them on the stream for a while.
Mhm.
Sammy
Yeah.
versus David Webb is also fine. That's fine. Also, okay,
Hey,
everybody,
buddy.
we're back. No, we're just that excited. So we got 2 more rounds to go here, Josh. You know who we're going to see back from lunch. Super excited. What do we got here?
Woo! We have Sam in the chat, who's also in contention, saying, "Can you support me again, Will? I started losing every game since you tried to stop supporting me." That's very, very sad. All right, well, it's not quite a 2-person race. It's a 3-person race at this point, with Peter Andronowski still ahead on tiebreaker. Lewis Mackay in second place, behind around 300 spread. But Sammy is on their tail, 22-8, 1 game behind with 2 to go, plus 1376. They're doing a raffle draw right now. The round is about to start, but we're going to be watching Peter and Lewis again. And most likely we'll be seeing same matchup after this as well. Even if Peter wins this game, it'll be theoretically possible for him to lose the tournament if Lewis gets a humongous victory in the final round. So lots of crazy stuff going on. We're at 930 subscribers or so on the channel. We're at just over 3,000 watch hours on this brand new WESPA YouTube channel. Lots of things to be excited about, but right now, Will, it is just the focus on the final 2 rounds of the 2026 MGI International Classics.
Yep. So I think we got everything squared away. This is the penultimate round, and you can see the difference in the tiebreakers between these two has been steadily narrowing, but is still solidly in favor of Peter Andronowski. He basically just needs to win one of the next 2 games. That is what we're looking at here heading into round 31, and you see 9:30. If we get to 1,000 subscribers before the final game, I will commentate it in the voice of David Webb, our esteemed YouTuber. That's the perk that we're going to provide.
My God!
I'm just.
Yeah, I need to find all of my burner accounts real quick. Jeez, that would be something. If you guys are not aware, Will, despite being the most talented YouTuber content creator we have, despite being so good at Scrabble, he's also more things. He's an incredible impressionist. I mean, he could do me. He could do so many people. David Webb for sure. Crazy stuff. He's got so much in his arsenal, and
well,
it's hard. It's hard. We're never gonna see all the sides of you, are we?
Yeah, the kaleidoscopic person that I am. Now, I'm pretty one-dimensional. I have a few talents that I take to the max of my ability, and I suppose I don't know if impressions can be said to be one of those, but the number's not ticking up yet. But if we could get to 1,000, that would be an incredible milestone, as we've been saying. That is where YouTube channels start to be able to become monetized. And the exciting thing about that is the ability to start driving some revenue from content creation right back into the coffers of WESPA. And we are going to get started with this pivotal game. Lewis Mackay badly needing to win. And if he can muster it, Josh, a big win, a huge blowout win could start to open up some more possibilities for him.
Absolutely, and that's a decent first draw. You got the first S, AFIIPRS. Not so great when you start to consider your options. I would probably just go for if here. I also want to mention that we heard from the behind the scenes person, Ruth Crispin. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing. That there was a raffle draw for free accommodation and free entry for next year's edition of this tournament. Unfortunately, Will, neither of us were in that draw, but guess who won that? Paul Allen. Let's see his free accommodation. If for 10, I was just watching American Psych. I had to see it. I never saw the scene. I was just watching it before this. If for 10 looks very, very good.
Yeah, it's a classic scene. Hopefully you enjoyed it. But wow, that's great. It's like we're manifesting it. We showed an amazing Paul Allen game during the break in which Kevin McMahon came out on top with an incredible late game stratagem. Great to hear that we, karmically, that tough loss that we showed for Paul, maybe that helped him win free entry into next year. Peter, meanwhile, playing Diddy. This is by far his best equity play here. Oop, you see the sub count again, but the valuation gap between this and the next best play is pretty huge, Josh. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is a great play, using that Y both ways on the double letter score, taking advantage of an otherwise cagey opening of if, and AIPRS was the lead for Lewis Mackay, did get an E, which is all important for his bingo chances, but that Y is going to stop him from getting a 7 or 8 letter word here. And this is kind of weird now. You kind of want to play maybe pre-D or par D through the D, but that breaks up the rack significantly. Are we going to see a shorter play like Ya for 13, keeping the extremely strong PIRES, which has multiple threats of getting a very, very clear path to a bingo next turn? Very interesting turn. We'll see what Lewis does.
Yeah, for sure the Y needs to come off here. The other 6 tiles, so bingo prone that you wanna keep as many of those together as possible, so much so that it's even tempting just to exchange the Y because those 6 tiles are gonna yield to a bingo so much, but you still get so many bingos with the Spire leave that getting the extra 13 points for just playing the Y appears to be preferred. Yeah, you may get more bingos down slightly when you exchange the Y instead, but you get enough that you overall, on average, work out a little bit better by taking your 13 points here. But just I'm surprised a little bit to see exchange Y simming so closely, Josh.
Yeah, it's just so strong. The board as it is, the worst thing really that can happen other than a bingo, of course, is a 6-letter word here, and you're getting so many floaters to work with. It's the best leave you can come up with. But Lewis going a different direction. This is also very reasonable play. 10 plays within very, very small margins of each other, according to our engine. 25 points for party. And the only problem with this play is that R going to give potential high counterplay here for certain racks. And it looks like Peter's very close to having something
He has Heifer.
huge there.
He has Heifer leaving
Oh,
CH. So in this particular case, and probably as you said, Josh, many similar cases, this R is going to represent a huge bailout or high scoring tile racks, certainly that have an E on them. And look at how quickly Peter has spotted his highest scoring play, 48 points. And if that wasn't enough, he leaves the very dynamic CH combination on his rack for next turn. So a very big swing. Potentially, this is why the computer analysis likes that shorter play that doesn't open nearly as much back.
that's right. 3D, PREDY, slightly more defensive in that position. The E is still a pretty big threat to end a 6-letter word. But yeah, the draw to EIS GTTZ, 1 letter off of Zeitgeist and Glitzius and stuff like that. But unfortunately for Lewis, he doesn't have a bonus here, and he's probably going to have to take a turn just to dump the Z and go for a bonus with ifs now. This isn't great for him. This isn't the result he wanted. And another really interesting,
Does he have Scooched?
awkward. He does. I was gonna say awkward rack. Oh my gosh. I don't expect that to stay open unless Zag is the play. I guess Zag makes a lot of sense to leave the E open as a floater for yourself rather than playing Zig for 1 fewer point or Zit or Tiz. Whoa, this could be massive for Peter Andronowski if he's able to get scooched. He doesn't even want to put it on his rack perfectly because he really just wants to hope
Yeah.
that it stays open. A little bit of superstition there. Yeah, I got some shades of Stevie Wonder on that rack. Very superstitious.
Absolutely. And you're totally right that he was in the process of putting those tiles in order and he potentially realized, holy crap, this play is going to give me a massive score. And this is 100% reasonable for Lewis to do. Zag leaving a dynamite bingo leave. He wants to leave these floaters open because he feels himself to be a favorite. But let's see. Peter has had great, and he's lined it up. He's had great vision for his bingos a couple of times earlier, Josh. He delayed a little bit to think things over. No delay here for the 94-point scooched, and it is valid. His only bingo here. Wow, what a swing in this early game.
Yeah, the writing seems to be on the wall early on for Peter. I keep quoting that amazing song, sorry, but what an incredible swing. Had Lewis just scooched his tiles over a little bit, that would have blocked that, and this is getting challenged.
So Lewis has Kittles on his rack. Really interesting situation for him as that word plays here, but it plays with multiple variations of anagrams. can play it in, I'm not sure which of these two I would consider more normal, but this word, I believe, has been valid for as long as I've been playing, and it takes an S hook. Very volatile. You can, however, spell it ELS, which scores the same and does not hook. So, very interesting little word knowledge test. Josh, do you think there's any argument given that both of those plays score 79 for intentionally putting the S hook out there if you were to know both words?
Yeah, it's super interesting. So we see the challenge. So 176 for Peter, and to 61 for Lewis. Do you play LES or ELS? It looks like LES is the choice. If you have any doubt, that makes perfect sense. And Lewis is going down by almost 40 points here and turn. So it does kind of make sense to set up the little volatility with Kittles. I'm not sure what I would have done here, but very, very reasonable for sure.
And at this point, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Skittles, Taste the Rainbow. We appreciate you for engineering this outcome in the game.
Oh,
Just kidding.
wow. What a draw for Peter. That
Yeah.
is insanity. He's not going to be able to use that S hook immediately, sweater being the word in this rack. But oh my goodness, if he takes a look up top, that H, Paw Eater, is 94 points. That is going to be is that two 94 points in a row?
Yeah, scooched her 94 plus the 5 on the challenge, and almost instantly, Peter
Wow.
flexing that word knowledge again. No delay. He's playing the 94-point version with 2 A's. He's picked the correct one to designate the blank. And another 94 pointer for him here. Lewis has drawn an S, which would normally be a fantastic outcome. He's thrilled to get that S for Skittles, but not thrilled to go down well over 100 here on this play, Josh.
Definitely a terrible position already for Lewis Mackay. And he doesn't seem to have any great options with the J either. Do you take the S hook now that you're down by so much? Or do you try to draw something huge there in the future? I'm thinking instinctively for the latter, but it really depends what plays are available for Lewis. 130-point deficit here, and he hasn't done really anything wrong.
I mean, there were certainly some stylistic plays that could have butterfly affected this game in a completely different direction. It has to be said. Instead of Party, had he just played Ya, this game would have been so different from the early going. That being said, I don't think either of us view Party as some kind of massive blunder. It was much more stylistic than anything else. He was just punished to the absolute maximum extent. Zag, I think, was very uncontroversially best given the tiles that Lewis kept in reserve. Can't really fault him for not playing G's or something, but look at that draw from Peter. That does give Lewis a bit of hope. He's down so much with Peter almost doubling him up, but Lewis has way more ammunition now between the J on his rack and the S for Skittles. He could cash it all right now with Jors, but at this deficit, Josh, I don't think he can afford to use up all that ammo.
Well, that's the thing. I'm of two minds here. One mind, I have to score to stay in this game. Another, I have to score big on a bingo. So you could see Jors come down. It's what Lewis is considering right now. There's also just the ugly looking Joe both ways, which leaves PNRVS. And you're going to need some foul draws here to save you from that rack. But there are some outs for that. Ugh. This is really rough, but I'm not sure. I think maybe taking the points is most reasonable. You also prevent scenarios where Peter draws, I guess, that last S and just hammers that spot at some point, but I feel like you need to hope for that tile.
Yeah, for sure. The engine liking Jin here, which is really interesting. This somewhat protecting your S hook. Admittedly, there is one D that Peter could have that would then take it away. But if he doesn't have the last S or D himself, it becomes tough. But he's going to go ahead and cash it all. 45 points is tough to turn down. You're down 130. You need every point you can get. But I do wonder about Jin looking so intriguing, keeping a kind of deceptively decent looking lead. If you just drew an E, all of a sudden your odds of getting a bingo and a massive one increase by quite a bit. But I think part of the value of Jin is the simulation is not assuming, as we can, that Peter's going to do anything possible to block that S hook now, even if it represents a sacrifice. So on that basis, I think Jors does make a good amount of sense and a pretty good draw for Lewis there. Not sure if he has anything yet.
Yeah, for Peter, how crazy do you have to be to play the new Kawaii? Kawaii is by far his best equity play, keeping just 2 O's. Oh my goodness, that would be hilarious, but this makes a lot more sense just why keeping 4 vowels but leaving things as they are, blocking a little bit. Hawaii would have been hilarious.
Yeah, it's a good play for sure. And if he's able to draw consonants, he can weather the storm here. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Instantaneously. You have got to be kidding me. Wow.
Unbelievable. Saving his tournament hopes in the process, playing the disconnected 9 over paint through an ONT on the board. I am in
No
shock,
challenge?
Josh. No challenge
You
from
wouldn't
Peter.
challenge that? I mean, I would play it, but I'd also challenge it. That is incredible from Lewis Mackay. What class? How often do you see a 9-letter word that starts and ends disconnected letters on the board? That is the most beautiful play I've seen in so long. And look at that blank draw. 3 O's again for Peter. And suddenly the tables have turned in an insane fashion. Oh my goodness, Will.
So if Peter plays what looks to be a pretty reasonable idea here of folio or fonio in this spot, it's going to be met with Boggarts as a back-to-back bingo here to deliver Lewis Mackay the lead after being down 130 points just 3 turns prior. Cannot believe what we're seeing here, Josh. This is unreal.
This is this is Scrabble. This is why we love this game. Anything like this could happen at any point in the game. And with 2 games left in a must-win pretty much situation, Lewis Mackay showing us why he's a fighter, why he's one of the best players in the world. Such class. What if Peter gives him that Bogart, super low probability. It makes so much sense to play from the F. You're still ahead. You might as well try to sort through that junk in folio. Being lined up makes so much sense. I think this is coming down. I think Lewis is going to continue and play Bogarts. Wow. Wow. That's all I can say here.
Absolute cinema here, folks. What timing by these 2 amazing players to put on this kind of a show here. Peter Andronowski off to a fantastic start in the game. Heifer scooched Haw Eater, but running into huge vowel trouble after that. And Lewis Mackay with the god tier find of overpaint, connecting an O and T on the board. Incredible vision on his part. And Peter with folio on the rack. It's a huge difference, but he makes the closed, more careful play. Now he's picking it up. Huge difference here.
Goodness.
Okay. Now, to be clear, Josh, Lewis still with great chances here with that S blank draw. That was the case S, the final S of the game, the final blank of the game. But Peter with his savvy, more defensive play here, saving himself some serious pain, I believe, in the short term with this play.
He still hasn't committed it, though. What is going through his mind? AILNO is pretty balanced. You could draw a bunch of 8-letter words on this board, but you could also draw a couple more vowels, couple more sticks, 1-point tiles that don't do anything in the position. And there it is. It's committed. Wow. Peter has avoided disaster here, but Lewis still in great shape with that blank, that final blank. Problem is the 6 consonants with it are going to severely reduce what he can do here. Are we just going to see a 2-tile play of beg and boo?
Yeah, I mean, something like that, or potentially Berg if he wants to use another consonant in this spot. The R does help that leave quite a bit. So keeping it gives you some advantages if you're able to draw vowels, but you want to increase your chances of drawing vowels. So there's a major give and take with those little very subtle plays. For all of you Scrabble meme lords in the chat, this is actually potentially one of the times where egg is a really solid play. My issue, though, you got to be careful if you're Lewis to not open anything because the board is not very conducive. He's just going to go ahead and exchange down to RST. Interesting choice. There were ways of grabbing a couple of points, but Lewis wanting to maybe try to leave the board in its closed off state and hit a bingo off of the Haw Eater letters could be his plan.
Yeah, very, very reasonable. Egg was the top simming play. Tag also available through the E of
Elation.
overpaint,
Oh my
but
God. Elation into Nortinas.
no way. Oh my goodness.
Or
But
Nortinos.
has Peter seen it?
Not
He
yet.
hasn't seen it. There it
Think
is.
he has.
Oh, it's coming down, and this is going to be insane. We're going to see an 8-letter word taking a 42-point lead, but taking a 102-point lead, but a triple to come back. But the triple is not going to score that much.
No.
It's going to be 8 times 9, 122. So it's still going to be quite the game here. Lewis going to be up 20 after this exchange. And look at the unseen letters, Will. Anything can happen at this score. All 4 U's are out. Q, V. There's no S's, no blanks. We'll have to see what Peter pulls out of the bag here. Lewis gets exactly what he wants. Jackpot, triple about to hit the board. Unbelievable game.
And to back up your point, look at the sim result win percentage on these triples. 50.07%. As close to a coin flip as the engine could possibly be giving here. Yes, Lewis taking a lead with this play, but only a 20-ish point lead. Not one that he can be safe with by any means. We'll figure out what the blank is here, as it can be an A or an O. It's another blank A for Nortinas. Peter with a really nice looking start to his draw. Could he be hitting a bingo right away?
Oh, the X. That's still very good. That's still very good. And yes, it's a 50-50 game. You saw Peter's reaction, shaking his head, probably thinking, how many lives does this guy have? He's already beaten me twice in a row. Oh my goodness. This is a legendary game so far.
Yeah, and there's still more craziness to come. Fortunately for both players, they're doing great on the clock. A lot of bingos that have been seen instantly here. Oh, look at that. Q, U, another U. Not that bad for Lewis, given that he's got ample support for that Q. But I feel like, again, these 2 draws, Peter's a little better of a draw, but Lewis with enough firepower that, again, I feel like this is just a coin flip, Josh.
Yeah, very, very close game. Just to double confirm to you guys, this is an A. Norteñas is the play for Lewis Mackay. He's up 20 points. Peter's turn. He can bomb his X if he wants it. He could also just play a casual 11-letter word. Over painted is 34 points, doubling all of those letters. But I think the main thing you want to do is get rid of the U. I just don't really see a great way of doing that with the X.
Yeah, this is a really interesting result from our short-term engine here. Look at how well just XU in the top of the board is doing, even though you get 45 points for playing Dex under Haw Eater. Many, many, many more points on offer. The problem is keeping the U as you would be doing with that play. You run into so many redraws of a U or a V. You're going into next turn and just tanking your scoring average on that turn. Whereas if you just play XU in the corner and you draw U, there are probably a bunch of things that you can draw that actually let you bingo with another consonant draw, such as an N and probably some other stuff. A Q, you play requited if you draw QU after that. So really crazy result that giving up 16 points on the scoreboard actually appears to be best. But we do see Dex hard to turn down such a high scoring play, Josh.
And yeah, he's not really going to suffer too hard, it seems, because yeah, Lewis has drawn 2 of those 3 remaining U's. XU definitely, I think, the play in the top left corner. But according to my analysis, this is not a coin flip. This draw from Lewis was really, really bad. And the draw from Peter was quite good. I think Peter's in the driver's seat. Let's see what he draws out of the bag. An O, an N, that's very, very good. His chances of a bingo are very high. Nownier, reunion, neutrino, that fits through the T. Are we going to see that bingo get blocked by Lewis? What does he have here?
Hard to see how it's going to be blocked in a way that doesn't give Nownier or Reunion back. I was thinking potentially something like you beat Quay, however you say this, you beak. You get this out of here. This will simply give Reunion back on either side. So seems like a great draw for Peter. It's going to be next to impossible for Lewis to wriggle his way out of this one. And despite his absolutely heroic efforts here in the mid game.
Yeah, this is weird. It could be that playing up here is the right call. You can get away with B gum. There are no S's left to hook on to B gum, and you keep the QU for a potential high score. I just don't really see on this board how high a score you're going to get with the Q. So U beak looks fantastic just to get rid of those U's and the Q. The issue is you're going down, and bigger issue is Eater is a really, really key rack here. Wow. Insanity on display in this penultimate game of the 2026 MGI International Classics.
That Lewis is even in this game is a minor miracle for sure. And he is going to need, depending on what he plays, some varying degrees of huge, huge luck. Peter, sitting on Neutrino, a player at his level, is never missing that. And then if it gets, obstructed in some way, there's just no real viable play. I don't even think. What about like Took? Is this an example of, if I could just finally wipe, there we go. Took. Does this? No, you still get Nownier on top. So, ooh, interesting. Lewis is going to play Bug instead. I wonder if he has a specific plan with that QUEM. Where is Queen playing for good scores or something like that?
It's just, I mean, it's just more balanced, I guess. I don't see a specific reason, but there's Neutrino, and suddenly Lou's getting the bad news. He's going to be down 80 points, 74 points. He has QUEM, and there's 5 tiles in the bag now. Actually, 2 tiles? We don't know what Lewis has drawn. It's going to be so hard to come back from. Wow.
Yeah, hard to see what he can draw. It's probably going to require him to play off his Q. Ooh, rough one with that V draw. Not that easy to handle those high pointers. This is going to be a really, really tough situation for Lewis Mackay here. Do you play the Q, keep the Q, and try to draw into something insane? A lot
All right,
depends
let's
too
assess
on
this position.
Peter's draw.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty good. both scoring tiles. So yeah, 5 tiles in the bag. And where can you bingo? You need to bingo here if you're Lewis Mackay, or get a just gigantic Q play, which I don't know how you would do that. So right now, you can bingo down here, maybe bingo here or here. So not only do you have to figure out what you can draw, where you can play it. So I'm thinking you might have to open something here and hope for a second spot. How do you do that while playing off the V and or the Q? What Q plays can you draw? This is horrendous. I don't see a path out, but if anyone can find one, it's Lewis.
So
Knave?
like Qua leaves DELM, which actually has decent chances of drawing into Gavelman and Gavelmen. The problem with those plays is that they're too easy to be blocked by random defensive plays blocking these other rows of the board. Even if Peter doesn't assess the threat of those, he's still likely to block them inadvertently in some way. But actually, given that AAEEN is available in the pool, if you could specify that Lewis could play Qua and draw the N, all of a sudden he has great chances of drawing some combination of AA or AE.
And the thing is, at this level, you might be able to draw something, but you also have to be threatening other things because Peter is going to be able to look into what's unseen, whether there's 9 tiles unseen, 8 tiles unseen. He's going to be able to iterate, especially with the time he has left, and figure out what he needs to block. So you need to be threatening multiple things on multiple fronts. Otherwise, your opponent's just going to block them anyway. So not only does Lewis need to draw into an unlikely bingo, he also needs to be threatening something else from Peter's perspective, maybe not his own, but this is going to be extremely difficult. Mvule is what Lewis is looking at.
Yeah, interesting. Is he gonna try to somehow draw the other U along with that Q? That seems like a very outside the box way forward here. But yeah, just given the tiles that Lewis has, I feel like I'm thinking about Gavel Man right now, which says a lot about how grim the situation is if that's you're pinning your hopes on that play.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff. I think one thing that might be in front of mind for Peter is what happens if I draw the Q. You need an I for QI. There are no I's left. You need a U potentially. At the moment, if Peter replaces one of his tiles with the Q, I don't think there's any spot for it. So despite the 74-point advantage, there is some possibility that a Q stick is going to potentially just
Doom
end
you.
things for Peter.
Wow.
So interesting. If you don't play the Q and you don't empty the bag, could there be something? Could there be something possible from Peter's perspective? Because Lewis, if he plays Mauve, which he's about to do, wow, he's just saying, I need everything to go my way, and I need to open up here. Very bizarre play, but maybe from Peter's perspective, he's like, well, he's just played a U. He doesn't have the Q. Maybe he's going to be worried about that. Something will happen. I think drawing the G is going to be death here, but the U could help. It's crazy.
Yeah. That is not I definitely expect that Lewis has an extremely well considered reason for that, but it's definitely not something we considered because it is a bag emptying play, which feels like if you don't get something perfect in the end game, it's just going to make things so easy.
It is bag empty. Sorry. Yeah. Jeez.
So I'm just a little surprised by that in that sense, because if you're not setting up some kind of a big Q option for yourself there, it just I'm not sure. Like the negative of it is if you don't draw the other U, you could be really in a pickle with that Q. Maybe he has some idea for Cat somewhere, but none of that is going to be anywhere near enough, and the bag is empty. So I just
I just wonder,
a little
probably Lewis
baffling.
didn't realize. Anyways, it was really not very likely, if at all possible, to win this game from Lewis's position and standpoint of knowing what Peter had. But yeah, this might have been just a classic case of not checking the bag. For some reason, I thought there was 6 in the bag, and I can see it right in front of me. So very, very possible. I wonder if there was something specific he was going for, though. Maybe if there was something he could draw here and something he could draw here at the same time with a specific draw, that's what he was going for. But wow. And do they have the right scores? There's always that possibility. We have them here at 480, 438. If the scores were a lot closer, that play might start making a bit more sense.
Yeah. That's intriguing. I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll figure out at some point, maybe not in like interview or anything like that, but I'm sure Lewis will be able to shed some insight on that one. But for just to be clear, this is definitely an extremely advantageous end game for Peter Andronowski. He's already up by 42 and facing a situation where he can basically block. He wants to block Equint. There are definitely ways that he can do that. He doesn't even need to, and he'll be just fine in the game. I think it would behoove him to block that play, but as long as he goes out in 2, he's going to be just fine. This is a winning play for him. It's, I guess, 18 points of spread worse than certain other plays that block Equint and go out, but he's going to be just fine here. The win is much more important to Peter than a few points of spread at this point.
Yeah, and worth noting after this end game, the difference between the two players is going to be, I think, around 400 points. And that's the tiebreak, and 1 round to go. That means Lewis is going to get a chance, I think, to play Peter one more time, but he has to win huge. And wow, how often do you triple and not even come close?
Yeah, the final score here is going to be immense as Peter moving up to 507 after his play of Amble. Lewis with a 45-point play on offer as well. You can see he can play Equint or Equal, either of which are extending down the E of Mauve to the triple. 45 points for him. That is still not going to be enough, as he will not catch Peter's score even on that play. Then Peter will go out for some extra. So an absolute instant classic of a game. Would have been crazy to see Lewis pull this one out. And when he played Norteñas, seemed like he had very real chances of doing that. To even get back to 50%, Josh, in this game is an incredible achievement by him.
Absolutely. And we could have seen a reversal. We could have seen Lewis draw what Peter drew. But yeah, that post bingo draw for both players was so key. And AE going out for 15 points, 522. So 525 to 480 will be the final. That's 45 points of spread. The difference 311. So 311 plus 45 plus 45. One gaining, one losing. That's 401. Lewis is going to need to win by 201 plus in the final round to get an unlikely victory against Peter Andronowski. It's possible. It's happened before, but that would be insane. I think we'll have to still watch it, Will.
Yeah, it's going to be. I just feel like the chance of it happening, if we went to another game that was more hotly contested in terms of placement, and we eventually learned that Lewis beat Peter by 200 points or more, we would never forgive ourselves. So we have to show that game, even if there's a chance that we know early on that it's going to be close, or if Peter is off to a hot start, which basically guarantees that Lewis can't win by 200. I think we have to stick with this one just in case. If Lewis gets out to a hot start and he's up by 100 or something like that, the drama is going to be immense. So I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to do for our final game, Josh.
Yeah. It's quite likely to be underwhelming, and this does happen sometimes, but it's happened before and it's been shown before on stream in 2023 at the National Championship in the United States in Las Vegas. All Jackson Smiley needed to do against Joey Malik was not lose by somewhere like 200 points. He lost by 300, knocking him out of the finals. So it does happen, and it's very important to show the possibility. And we look at the standings. We still have to wait and see what happened. Oh, no, we don't. 23-8 for Sammy. He's taken another game off of Sam Crispin.
Yeah.
But he's not close enough in spread to Lewis. So he could pass Lewis if Lewis loses the next game, and he could get second place easily. So I wonder what your game plan would be if you're Lewis Mackay. Probably, maybe you don't try to win by 200. Maybe you just play a normal game.
Oh, no way, dude. I'm going for the gusto if I'm Lewis. If that drops me down to third in the process, so be it, man. You got a chance at something absolutely epic that's going to be remembered forever if you can win this game by 200 or more. And it looks like we're going to get Peter Andronowski back on the headset. Peter, another huge win. The two of you have absolute penchant for these incredible games on the stream, but you came out with a win again. Has to be feeling very good.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the best games I've ever played in my life. I can't believe it. I mean, after I got scooched and Haider, like I was what, up 150 or something at that point. I really didn't see it. I didn't see a comeback coming, and then Lewis just shocked me with the disconnected 9 overpaint. I didn't even have time to react. Yeah, what next? Then yeah, I managed to spot Elation in this sneaky spot. Because there was nothing else.
You hadn't.
Yeah. I mean, like, I know he just changed, but what am I going to do? Not play a bonus? Of course I have to play it, right? At least it was a low-scoring bonus, right? That's the only consolation. And then at the end there, is Mbale a word? E-M-B-A-L-E?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
And Bale
from the E,
yeah, but at that point, you can't take a risk. You're going to win the game. Even if you let him have his play of Equint or equal from that E, you're going to be just fine. So you made a big play, of course. And really, from our perspective, an extremely well played game by you throughout. And it really needed to be because of that furious comeback that we saw from Lewis. But I guess I would say there were a lot of plays in the early going that were, from Lewis's perspective, could have gone either way. He had slightly more closed plays than Party that wouldn't have allowed you to play Heifer. That changed the trajectory of the game. I'm curious though. No challenge on overpaint. You were sure of that word.
So essentially, I was kind of shell-shocked. I didn't have time to react, and by the time I kind of realized that he played it, Lewis already started drawing, and it was too late to even consider.
Wow.
I was.
Well, it is good. It's a plausible looking word.
Yeah.
Of course, if it weren't good, I'm sure we would know that. So it was valid. You were right not to challenge. And yeah, what do we have for Peter, Josh?
Yeah, well, look, there were so many twists and turns in this game. You were extremely close on the 0-0 turn to playing Folio, which was, I think, the engine's top choice by maybe a point or two over your play. But had you played Fonio or Folio, actually, Lewis would have bingoed through the O. He had a blank but 6 constants, so it was a great read on your part somehow, just saying, I don't want to break up this rack. The lead was just good enough. So that was crazy. The play of Y, did you notice the possibility of Kawaii from the K of Skittles?
I did. I was hoping
so happy.
Lewis would play something down here, and then I could play Kawaii just to dump all my garbage and block the triple. But obviously I'm not going to play there and open up the whole game with AWAII. So I almost actually played Ooze instead, which would have killed your overpaint.
Yeah, Yeah, that was
Um,
another interesting option, but it leaves the
Thank you for
letters.
not doing that.
Yeah, thanks for not doing that. It leaves the letters for Kawaii, which is not going to become any better to play next turn, right? So you might as well
yeah.
not worry about it too much. So you made what we thought was a very solid play. Overpaint, brilliant on the part of Lewis, but you held your nerve and came away with a huge win. It does seem like the two of you are likely to play again, and all you need to do is
Yes.
avoid a blowout loss. So things looking very good for you. How
Yep.
are you feeling heading into that round?
You know what? I'm feeling amazing. This is the best I've ever played. I'm having a blast. Regardless of what happens in the next game, I am super happy.
Well, great work. We'll let you collect yourself after this instant classic of a game, and we'll probably be seeing you back on the stream in just a few minutes from now, Peter. Congrats
Do you-
again.
Thank you. Do you guys want to
Yeah.
talk to Lewis?
Sure.
If he's
Yeah.
open
Do you
to
want to
it.
talk? Yeah. Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. So, this is where my whole system is paying
Let's
dividends
go.
here.
Hello, Lewis. Oh my
Hi.
goodness, what an instant classic. I'm sure you're disappointed losing that game a little bit, but man, what a crazy comeback. You made the best play of the tournament. That was incredible. No one saw it coming. Nice job.
Thank you. Yeah, it's probably the best play I'll ever make. So yeah, I mean, it was a fabulous game, and I don't feel too disappointed by losing it because, yeah, as you say, it's an instant classic, really.
Yeah, without question. Hard to, I mean, just looking at the scooched into Haw Eater sequence, you're down 130. So the fact that you even held the lead after your Norteña's play is completely incredible. But you did face a really difficult decision on the Jors turn when you played that J. Curious what you considered on that move. Jors is definitely one of the best plays, if not the best, but that was a hard move to make.
Yeah, it was just a case of scoring and hoping I could draw some vowels, which I did. But yeah, I didn't think of the overpaint possibility at that point. But yeah, I think I saw it fairly quickly. I realized, yeah, it does fit between the two letters, and I did do some study of the retain plus 3 nines a while ago, so I was reasonably confident it was a word. But yeah, I was just praying it stayed open because I needed a miracle at that point, and I got it. So yeah, it was incredible, really.
Yeah, fantastic. Josh, any other positions for Lewis? There were a lot of great ones in this game.
Well, I just want to ask. I mean, I think they don't have such a strict Gibson rule, so it looks like you're going to be playing again. The margin you need is 201 to win the tournament. Tell me, you don't have to reveal, sometimes in chess tournaments, like, what's your preparation? Do you think you're going to go for the blowout win, or are you just going to play your game?
I'll probably just play my game and see what happens.
So I thought, told you, Will,
Yeah.
told you.
Yeah, fair enough. That makes
Because you
total
already
sense.
won by 200, I think, right? A couple rounds ago, something like that.
Yeah. So if the game, like if you start out with, a couple bingos in this final round game, and it starts to be realistic of, oh man, I might actually be able to pull out the blowout win, then you can start thinking about that. But until then, you actually do have your standing to protect as well, with Sammy Okasaga also sort of right behind you in the standing. So it is kind of a give or take situation there for you. But in
It
any
is, yeah.
case, that was just an incredible game. It's great to hear that you're feeling good about it. I do feel like karmically overpaint, the narrative would have been incredible if you were able to come out with the win here, but it still was a fantastic one. I hope you feel good about it.
I do, yes, thank you.
So, all right, Lewis,
All right.
we'll let you collect yourself before the final round. You're almost there. You mentioned you still have a little bit of the race left to run. You just have
Indeed,
the last sprint incoming. Good luck to you in your final game.
Thank
Thank
you.
you
Thank you
so
very
much,
much.
Lewis.
Bye for now. Bye.
Thank you. All right.
All right, there you go. Lewis McKay, folks. We appreciate him talking to us after a loss, but he's definitely still in good spirits, Josh, which who wouldn't be after making a couple of the plays that he did?
Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, what an absolute unit and gentleman of a player both of these guys are. I mean, just Yeah, I couldn't ask for a better finale than this. Regardless of what happens. So 1 game left. If you're just joining us, welcome. You missed a lot, but we're still here for one more game, one last sprint, like you put it, Will. Between these two guys, it's been a Lewis versus Peter special this morning and afternoon, and we're gonna have one more.
Yeah, with very unique circumstances, it doesn't seem, and maybe it's wise for Lewis to not go too crazy. He has, strictly speaking, a lot to lose as well to gain by playing in a crazy manner in this last game. He does need to win by 200 points, 201, I think you said, Josh, to pass Peter in the standings because of that tiebreaker. You see it there with the records and that number afterwards. That's the cumulative margin of victory. Peter has been absolutely crushing his opponents. And Lewis not far behind. In fact, that spread of 16-14 would normally be more than enough to win most tiebreakers. But yeah, magic number here would be just over 200 points. That's what Lewis needs to beat Peter by in this game. But if we look at the standings too, why don't we just cut over and you can see for yourself. He has the same number of wins right now as Sammy Okasaga. So not only does Lewis need to win this game to stay ahead of Sammy, but if Lewis loses, oh wait, hold on. Is the spread? Wait, Sammy would just pass him. Right. Okay. So it's not a
Yeah,
spread thing with
about right.
Sammy. It's just going too hard for the win and losing the game because of it would cost him if Sammy passes.
119 points. It could happen that Sammy gets a huger win than Lewis, but I don't know who Sammy's going to play because he is Gibsonized into 3rd place.
Oh.
I guess it still makes sense to do King of the Hill here, but would you maybe not want to put Sam Crispin versus Harshawn? I don't know, man. I'm not sure what the right pairing is here.
Yeah, it's
But
a tough
we don't
one.
have to worry about that. We're not directing, but it could go multiple ways.
Yeah, for sure. I think we are likely to still have a little bit of time between now and that last round. This is very typical in the final rounds of these tournaments is you really need every result to be in order to make sure that the pairings are as optimal as they can be. But yeah, I think it's good for us to just get a second to maybe I'll take a swig of water because I feel like I've been like breathlessly watching this action for a while. They graciously kept the board intact so we can just survey it here, continue to look at some of these incredible plays, triples and whatnot. But I think I saw Alex Dings in the chat say something like, Will is already planning his upload schedule around this game. I guess that's true, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. This is great content for you and for all of us.
For all of us. Yeah, for all of us.
Oh, I can't forget about this. How many bingos is that? 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bingos. 1,000 points scored in Instant Classic.
Yeah, an
Wow.
amazing game. So while we're waiting, just continuing back to the standings, and just want to call out some of the other strong performers, people making late runs up the standings, for example. Nice work by Paul Allen, who just won free entry into next year's edition of this tournament. No surprise, of course, to see Harshan still always perpetually hanging around the top group. Sam Crispin lamenting that after I withdrew my support for him publicly in the chat that he started losing to Sammy Okasaga, but still a tremendous effort by the youngster in an extremely stacked field with grandmaster level players. You see GM all over the standings list, Josh, coming in that top 5, an amazing achievement by the 17-year-old.
Yeah, and we're waiting on some results still, but we can sort of give you guys a taste of what might happen here. It seems like Sam needs to win. If he does not win, he will potentially be demoted to 5th place or worse. Paul Allen, Chris Cummins both need a win to stay in the money. They're actually paying out 8 places in the end. At first, we thought it was 6, but I guess generous prize pool equals more prizes for such a large division. You're seeing those GMs all the way down in 18th place. Yeah, like there's you guys might think there's only 20 players, but there's actually I think 60 or so in this division. I'm not sure the exact number, but Sam Crispin needs to. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I could go
Sam
down,
Crispin
but
needs a win. Sammy is locked into third. Lewis is locked into third. Peter is locked into second. Harshawn. Yeah, we'll see what happens in Colin Northmore's game. That 19 and 11 plus 145. Crazy stuff going on. So still a lot to think about. Division B, I guess we can look at. I have those standings here. You might not, Will. I'm just going to mention Io is Gibsonized, I think. Yeah,
nice work, Io.
Has been Gibsonized in first place. So congratulations to him. Probably next year he's going to be with the top dogs, if I had to guess. We got Mihai Pantis, who's been at the top for a long time, currently in second place. A couple of people gunning for that second place spot. Adrian Bailey is back in the mix. He's fifth place right now. So lots of stuff going on. And maybe we'll take a short break while they get the rest of the results in. What do you think about that, Will?
Yeah, short break sounds okay. We don't want anybody to go too far because that last round game is going to be finishing or starting very soon. Just need to get a few more results in. Put up the sub count. We're this close. Can we push it above 1,000 subscribers by the end of the stream? That would be amazing to reach that number that we've had as our goal for this newly created WESPA YouTube channel. Thank you to anybody who has already subscribed, and for all of you out there who have watched, however long you've watched over the last 4 days. Josh and I have been here on the call since the very, very beginning. Our watch is almost ended. And yeah, I'm sure we'll have opportunity to say this after that last game, but it's been a real pleasure, Josh. This is so much fun to do this with you every time. So yeah, any final thought from you before we take a short break before our final round?
Yeah, well, our watch might almost be ended, but please don't burn our bodies. Game of Thrones style. Spring is coming. Spring is in the air in the Northern Hemisphere. Lots of crazy, amazing Scrabble to be played. We just witnessed 31 rounds of just that. One more to go. Upwards and onwards. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes when they get everything sorted, and we'll see that final game between Lewis Mackay and Peter Andronowski. See you soon.
Another one. Yes. You forgot to clean like a million games with you in the build up to Albany's New Year's.
I wasn't fast. My racks were fast. ADS. Oh, fuck. What? Shit.
Don't follow him. Yeah, I know that's what he said.
I was like, no way. There's no way anything plays. Oh my god, 48.
Oh, 48.
Shit.
What happened?
I had unfollow for 100.
Oh.
Jesus.
We'll have to do some navel gazing about that one later.
I can't play anymore.
Yeah, let me just start it.
We're playing upside down. Whatever. 26.
Okay. Like this.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you working for?
Thank you.
$76. $33.
Uh-oh. I drew 2 instead.
Go again.
Right, I'll do it again, okay? That's a good way to go about it. That was a very good go again. Keep doing that. Keep it up.
I'd say.
Next time, follow the rules.
No.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay, I'm finding everything.
Right.
67E.
Right. Wicked motherfucker.
Wicked or wasted?
Wicked. There's 3 bingos on my now.
4.
Is it 4?
No.
It's 3. Oh!
72.
So these are 3. That means that we have done 4.
Unconscious?
Yes.
It's now.
Oh, I know you know it.
Oh yeah, I learned that word reverse.
62.
Oh, to genetics, yeah. Genetics. What's the enneagram of Dodgers?
Gutters?
Gorseds with 2 D's at the end. Gorsedds.
30.
Oh, Gorset.
Gorseds.
23. Three, 5.
Oh no, that's just a drain. It's sticking out of the grass.
Oh.
They look like a bunny crouching there.
Well, as long as you don't have zealotresses, I should be fine.
Yeah, so it's done.
CES, right?
Yeah, both, right?
Well,
20.
I'm assuming it's CES.
What is CES?
You said zealotresses. So I was asking, is this
Oh, you
CES?
only have 6.
40.
18.
18, yeah.
14. It's my score.
I know. 4, 5, 6, 7, 27.
Save the best for last. 463, 502.
You choose that to me? I will resist you.
I need a.
Okay, folks, we got our pairings. Really, it wasn't that much of a mystery who we are going to see. We're going to see a rematch between Peter Andronowski and Lewis Mackay. We got the word that it's going to be Peter going first in this decisive final game. And just one more look at the standings. Josh, take us through it while we get set for that matchup here.
All right. So if you're just joining, welcome. Let us know where you're watching from, what's going on in your Scrabble world. But this is the final round. Current standings, we have Peter Andronowski in first place, 1 game and 401 spread points, which is our tiebreaker, clear of Lewis Mackay. We've seen them a lot. We're going to see them one more time. Peter going first in the final game. He needs to just not lose by 201 points and he will win this tournament. It is a very rare thing when you know you have to just not lose by 200 that it does still happen. But here we are. It is possible. Anything is possible. We just saw one of the most ridiculous games of all time you played. And I'm so excited. I'm here for it, Will.
Yeah, it was incredible. Absolute cinema. I think both of us will be trying to do something with that content wise, just to try to calculate what was Lewis's winning percentage at the mid game there, down 130, getting hit by the beautiful bingos of Scooched and Haw Eater back to back by Peter, who has been so solid every time we've seen him. no surprise that he is the one in the commanding position going into this game. But yeah, the heroics by Lewis to even make that game close, some of the most dramatic situations we've seen. It is kind of a shame he didn't come away with a win. Then this game would be a winner take all the marbles riding on it. But Lewis does have chances here to do something remarkable and win this tournament.
Indeed, as we see that subscriber number ticking up, guys, this is the last game. This is your last chance. If you haven't subscribed, potentially, the algorithm might not bring you back here. So make sure you're clicking that like button, subscribing to the new WESPA YouTube channel. We've just gotten started here. Just a couple weeks ago, we launched things. We now have so much to watch, so much stream footage. If you missed it, it's all going to be available right here on the WESPA YouTube channel. And I'm your host, somehow, of this channel. Will is just here temporarily. Of course, love to have you back at any point, Will. Thank you so much for producing this stream, for anchoring everything, getting all the games in. It's been such a pleasure. Regardless of what happens this game, all-time classic.
Yeah, so much fun. I got a big nap coming to me at some point today after the two of us have been up at today. I set my alarm to 3:30 a.m. That's how much we love the MGI International Scrabble Classics, and hopefully a little bit more palatable of a time right now for anybody watching out of North America. But certainly this event has a true worldwide flair. I've mentioned it a number of times that I have it on my calendar circled for next year, that I won't be behind the boards as I am this year because I want to compete. That's something where I'm making a goal to compete in the MGI International Classics 2027. We heard from Wellington Jigare, who joined us in the booth so graciously for several rounds to start the day, that he too wants to try to make it there. So this event's trajectory is going up, up, up over the last few years. It's been a pleasure to be a part of it. And yeah, previous winners last year, Harshan Lamabadu Surya, not a surprise. He's just winning all kinds of events, but not this one. Looking like it'll be quite likely Peter Andronowski, but with a little bit of magic, maybe Lewis Mackay.
Absolutely. It's such a special tournament. This is my first international tournament. And if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. That is what they say. Lewis Mackay has the chance to make history here. He's already pretty much done so. That overpaint play last round, phenomenal. The best play we've probably seen in a very, very long time. So there they are. They're seated. I think the good thing about this is the tension is mostly relieved for both these guys. They know that it's going to take a miracle for Lewis to actually win this. And if it does, well, that's cinema. That's pure content. So they're all for it. Peter's happy. He says he's played the best tournament of his life, and undoubtedly so. Lewis Mackay has done stuff like this before. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But it's great to see them both in great spirits. 32 rounds. Oh my gosh, what a crazy, crazy marathon. And I think, unfortunately, Lewis is not going to be attending Causeway. Neither are you, Will. I don't know about Peter, but this is a great sort of tournament pre-Causeway Challenge. Causeway Challenge will be starting in just 4 weeks. Do want to shout that tournament out. It's going to be amazing. 3 streams. We'll see if we can get one of them on this channel. We'll see. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing month for Scrabble fans out there. Definitely want to encourage anybody out there that's wondering when is the next big event on the calendar. I'm sure there's maybe other stuff coming in May, but in June, in just about a month, a little bit less than a month, one of the biggest events ever in the history of tournament over the board Scrabble is coming. Causeway Challenge, as Josh said. It pains me to, yes, I'm not going to be there, had too many issues with travel and whatnot, but I will be watching from afar, supporting from afar as best I can, with a cast of absolutely insane numbers of Grandmaster players. Could be one of the hardest tournaments to win ever held. and that's just coming up in less than a month. Like I said, Causeway Challenge. It's going to be certainly. I will be publicizing it however I can on my channel. So if you're following me, I'll be giving you updates about where you can watch all of that. But this is also a great channel to follow. Just remember, we got our sub count. I'll show it one more time. Can we get to 1,000 for the end of the stream? It's going to be an uphill battle. We got 37 subs to go. Who out there can help us hit our goal?
Didn't you say, Will? We're going to reiterate it, and you said it. You got to do it. If we get to 1,000 subs, every remaining phrase uttered by Will be in the voice of David Webb. David Webb voice. Oh my gosh, we're losing our voices, so we might as well take on some others. They're waiting just a minute or so. Things are very, very not chaotic, but quite loud in the playing room, according to our people on the floor. So yeah, we want as silent as possible for a game of this importance. So tiles are getting unsquared. Once again, square the tiles after every game to make sure they're still there. Put them back in the bag right before the start. Peter's going to go first. The moment he sees a tile out of the bag, his clock will be started, and we'll have a final game. This incredible tournament.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Lewis needing to win by a huge margin. I believe the exact number, 201 points. He has said that he's not going to change anything about his normal play, as he does have some need to simply win the game to remain ahead of Sammy Okasaga, who you can see is level with him on 23 wins. An amazing achievement in this very tough field, I might add, Josh. 23 wins in this is usually enough to win one of these big 32 game major level events.
Well, we see 25 wins for Peter Janowski. Only time will tell. That final tile in S, it wasn't looking so great, but a decent start for Peter. Just 5 for 20 or 5s for 30 here. A tale of, is the S worth 10 or more points? What about the defense? 5, do you play with the E on the star? Do you play with the I on the star? I kind of like E on the star here, Will.
The complicating factor, of course, with placing 5 in the normal spot where you would play a word holding an S, right? You would holding an S. This is a great spot to play a 4-letter word of this pattern of consonant, vowel, consonant. You avoid placing your vowels next to the bonus squares and you set your S up, but you do give back 5er with this much of the time. Oh, we'll get that flipped in just a second. There we go. So 5. In the what I would call normal spot, Josh, you were advocating E on the star. Hard to know if Peter is going to change his play to
You know
reduce
what?
the blowout loss potential.
Maybe because you just try not to lose by 200, you play the V on the star.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was actually about to say V on the star has some advantages here to completely avoid making any double-double possibility, which is the worst case scenario. And the V on the star, very difficult to play 8-letter words to that. So there was an argument to be made there. And ooh, another S, but also a little bit awkward grouping of tiles for Peter. He's happy to see those 2 S's, and Lewis about to play the third. Fields for 45 looks fantastic to me. But yeah, hurts to give up your S. I think you got to do it.
Again, this is demonstrating that Lewis is not playing for the 201 point win. Otherwise, I think you probably keep things a little bit more open by playing Fjeld here, not creating this right angle that kind of cuts off circulation from a part of the board. But this makes a lot of sense in a vacuum. 45 is hard to say no to, but it was interesting between those two.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, that maybe even in a vacuum, just Field here works out really nicely for you, setting up your S. Of course, Peter would have been taking it, but look at that. Trental. Does that fit anywhere? I guess there's probably some other stuff happening with that.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. Is there? Yeah, I guess we'll have to see what Peter does. It looks like maybe you just play jigs here from the J, burning one of your S's, telling your opponent, well, I've got another one, but that information is hard to do anything with, and you might as well get rid of a second vowel, or sorry, get rid of a second consonant and keep another S behind. Peter's struggling to draw a vowel here.
Oh, I see the
The rat
ticker's
line,
wrong. I'm gonna fix it, folks. I'm fixing that ticker now. I see it's just attributed to the wrong player. But yeah, rat line. Ooh, rat line getting blocked here.
wow.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a very good play too. And again, a situation where it just feels like eyes in the front of opponent's head. Uh just blocking. Let's get jigs off the board there. But yeah, Grig, a very good play too. Setting up both S's with ifs. I guess the one downside is you're opening a double-double, but Lewis is one tile off of that. So a pretty slow start, I guess, considering what we saw last game. But Peter with two S's, drawn another balanced rack. Lewis have to figure out what to do with this rack. I guess you just overlap the J here. There's no bingo available.
Yeah, I think so. I also just want to call out Grig is a very reasonable play to make it, as opposed to Jigs. Those two plays were very, very close in valuation. So if you're remotely unsure, Grig has a number of nice benefits, blocking a couple of the open lanes. It's not really possible to play through anything here. The G is not easy to underlap, and you keep your two S's to potentially play something here. So there are a lot of good things about Grig compared to Jigs. It wasn't necessarily a, eyes in the back of your head situation, but I think it's worked out potentially in exactly the way that Peter might have envisioned, saying, well, if I play Jigs, it doesn't block anything, and it would be a shame if I gave up a bingo through the eye. That is exactly what did happen in this particular permutation. So he might have been considering exactly that sort of sequence of events. Meanwhile, Lewis very likely. So if he's not going to adjust his play at all based on the specific necessity to record a blowout win, it's hard to know what you might do. You could consider playing teal here and trying to draw an S. Treat maybe looks awesome. Maybe that's just similarly aggressive. And there, Lewis is about to set it up, Josh.
Yeah, I think you just play treat pretty much no matter what, unless you're the one that can't lose by 200. You don't want to open a triple-triple, but I think treat, getting rid of most consonants, it's worth it. You're covering the double letter score, and unfortunately, I mean, unless Peter talks himself out of this, Salesman was blocked, but isn't Glassman also valid?
It is. So ironically, that G I was just talking about being tough to play through, Peter has an 8-letter word of Glassman that could come down if he's confident enough. It doesn't seem like word finding has ever been an issue for Peter. It's basically every quote unquote miss that he's had. Almost every single one that I could think of has been he saw it, but then, like Tabuli's, he didn't feel confident enough in it to play. So, no sign yet that he's actually seen Glassman, but we'll see. Like he's just recounting.
But interestingly, if you're Peter, do you not want to just always address that triple-triple? I feel like if you have any doubt about Glassman, you do something that blocks the triple-triple so that you don't lose by 200. So the ramifications are becoming a little bit important on this turn.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Although Lewis, look at this beautiful play. So I, as a Latin, oh, you got that for me. As a former Latin student, I would say nihil for this, but I was ridiculed for saying that once. So I'm hesitant to pronounce this word, as all of you out there will let me know if it's not correct. I will say that I do apologize for my saying, uh, mispronouncing Norteñas. How did you say it, Josh?
Well, that's fine. You're pronouncing that fine. As long as you don't
No,
say Nortinas.
which I did. That's what I did
Yeah,
say. So I
it's okay.
apologize to anyone who had to hear
Look,
that.
we're learning. We're not pronunciation majors. We're Scrabble players. We don't have to know how to pronounce words. We don't even have to know what those words mean. So you guys can correct us all you want in the chat and be upset that we're not pronouncing things the way you think they should be pronounced, maybe the way the world thinks they should be pronounced. But Nihil, nihil, we're just pronouncing the words here. We're just telling you guys what could be played. It's always so much fun to look at the comments and see people very upset at our lack of education. I would say
Yeah.
Niall, like Niall Horan, like the One Direction guy. Hey, see, I'm educated. I know some things.
Yeah, like, like nihilism. That's what we mean for someone that believes in nothing. But Moog from Elden Ring has a move where he shouts nihil, nihil, and that's what I'm thinking of when I pronounce it that way. So any Elden Ring Scrabble crossover fans out there in the chat know what I'm talking about. Oh, we do have one on YouTube. We got several. So there you go. That's where I'm drawing it from. So it looked like Peter, back to this game, it looked like he was thinking about playing SMA right here, which looks really solid in a vacuum, but he is making the more defensive play against the triple nightmare scenarios, which I think this is a big equity sacrifice, Josh, but this is a good change of pace for Peter to make given the specific scenario that he's in to win the tournament.
Yeah, I absolutely love this play from Peter. He's recognizing that that's what the worst way to go is to leave a triple open and just get triple on again. You might have some hindsight bias here from last game, but it doesn't matter. In this particular instance, you're going to be fine. You might lose the game after slant, and of course, he didn't see or was unsure of Glassman, but SMA is just not the play in this circumstance. Niall comes down, Lewis with a very nice lead here. Let's see if he can draw nicely to his RT combination. Peter has not drawn so great to MAS.
No, not at all. This gives Lewis a little bit of a chance, but also not the best draw for him either. He is not really threatening anything that I immediately see. Engine has kind of a funny choice that I don't necessarily think that Peter is actually going to do. The suggestion is Davy right here. This is a nice way to get rid of some of the clunkier tiles on Peter's rack, and it sets up your M to score well with subsequently. But this is a little too crazy because of the eyed hook and the fact that you can extend LA, both an R and a D. There's too many things that you just get hammered with on the triple lane after that. But he is going to go ahead and do it. And again, the computer engine really likes it, Josh. What do you think about it?
I mean, it's such a great play in a vacuum because super aggressive. You're setting up your M with MY, but also setting up your bingo leave. But oh man, would I have the cojones to play this in this circumstance? I guess at some point you just have to work on your own racks and do something about the situation you're in. But yeah, I think in this circumstance I would have done something different. I'm not sure what. But yeah, this is just so much better than the other plays. Maybe just Sav and Niles would be a nice
Sure.
way to score and not really open too much.
Makes
And there's
sense.
a Q draw.
Q draw could slow Peter down a little bit. I feel like Lewis is a little bit out on the right foot of this game, but I'm very curious to see what is going to happen with these two blanks. If Lewis makes a play right now and draws blank 1 and then blank 2, which is very possible, he's already up 50, and a sequence like that would definitely get him closer to the needed 200. It seems like it's been as you said, Josh, a slow start to this game, but now there is a lot to dream on. If you're Lewis, you've got this lane. It's going to be very difficult to close, and we know that it's going to be tough. Well, I guess Peter's going to play Mohels or Holmes. That looks really, really good, leaving the queue, scoring well. I'm pretty sure that's what he'll play. But you still have some pathways here if you're Lewis Mackay.
Definitely. It's just so unfortunate. You have the second M for this spot, but no 5-letter words are available going downwards from MY. And I think Lewis has almost come to that conclusion once he's sure that that's the case. He's considering playing Mutt, M-U-T-T, which would create some chaos here. And once an M comes down here, well, what happens? There are 2 C's out for MYC. And that could be a huge possibility down the line, too. We know the C loves to be at the start of words, Will.
That is a great point. That's a really fun extra. Like if you're Lewis, you want to be creating all kinds of mayhem on this board. Although, again, he has said that he's not going into this game thinking about that necessarily. But yeah, a play like Mutt, M-U-T or M-U-T-T, whichever one you choose in this spot right here, is already a very reasonable play to make from a rack balancing standpoint. Be getting rid of your M, one of your 2 T's, and your weakest vowel. The rest of the letters have good synergy, although it should be said there's not a ton of place without an E on your rack to play here, along with your ED combination, and without an S, not going to be that easy to actually fit a bingo on the board as currently constituted, but that's okay. You can still keep in the abstract, a good bingo leave and hope to draw something to support it.
It was taking a while here. Do you ever play Todd and keep the M for later, block that annoying X spot? He's going with Mutt, and I love the energy of this play. It's just like, all right, you probably have that second S, but I don't care. Slant definitely sort of showing that fact to Lewis, but there we go. That's coming down 19 points. Lewis still in a very good position here to win. Will he win by 201? Still probably not, but he's a third of the way there. And Holmes gonna come down here with Mutts. I guess this was potentially a miss of the higher scoring version of this on the right side, blocking the triple.
Potentially. I mean, there's pros and cons to each, but I definitely would agree in general that blocking the O column is a better idea long term. You also get 4 more points for doing that. Still, this is a solid play for sure. If it's not the best play, it's probably the runner up. Look at that, Josh. First blank on Lewis's rack. Doesn't look quite good enough to bingo now. And big draw of the U for Peter. Normally, you hate to see that U, but it comes out at a good time for him. See what else he gets with it. Not perfect, but still pretty good.
Yeah, that's very key. I mean, worth mentioning, there was only 1 U on the board, so the chance of drawing a U pretty decent, but that's exactly the tile Peter wanted, keeping QE. He's going to have to take it maybe a turn or 2 if he wants to get a better Q play, but seems pretty good for him. Lewis, he's going to take a while here. I feel like this just doesn't look like there shouldn't be a bingo here. I guess you start by looking for 7-letter words, which would fit nicely here or here a lot of the time. After that, you start looking for 8-letter words through the T of Mutts, through the G of Grig. And at some point, you come up short. Very surprising here, but once Lewis does the diligence that is required in a position like this with a blank, which completely destroys the field of possibilities, human being cannot possibly find all the plays with the blank. He's going to probably see Rondo and play this, which is a great idea to open up more space on the board. Keep R blank, which is super strong.
Yeah, definitely expect eventually, as you say, Lewis is going to look around, make sure he's spending the requisite time to look for bingos with that blank. Feels like there should be, but there aren't. We expect Rondo to be the play, after which I don't think this gives anything new back to Peter. I fully expect him to play Quoter after that into the R of Grig. But then look at this board after that, holding R blank. All Lewis needs is one of the billion E's and a balanced draw, and he is a huge, huge favorite to get a big bingo here. What if he then draws something like C blank? There is so much potential on this board. I'm feeling a little nervous if I'm Peter Andronowski right now. This isn't exactly the board I want, looking to avoid a blowout loss.
Absolutely, yeah. Reality is setting in, I think, slowly, but obviously he's still 171 points off of that magic number Lewis needs to win by here. It looks like Rude instead, so this is maybe a miss of Rondo. This does leave the G open, though. This will bingo maybe slightly more forcefully in a lot of situations. A double-double could be very, very nice here, but a little bit of a point sacrifice.
Yeah, for sure. And while it does block Quoter as well, which seems like a hidden benefit, Quote is still going to be pretty solid, leaving EE scoring 33. Let's see what Lewis draws. Oh, a devastating draw right there. He just needed something way better than that. I don't think he's going to get. Oh, wait, he got the other blank though, which honestly,
Yeah,
that's kind of devastating in its own
no, that's
way.
what I thought you meant, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just reacting to the consonants, but what he really needed was to draw a couple vowels, not that second blank, and then draw that second blank subsequently and get that 1-2 punch. Gonna be tougher now. He's gonna be at the mercy of natural bingos, which of course can still happen. Not as likely though, Josh.
We see quote. What do you think of the idea of playing Warn for 9? Just opening the triple
Hey,
triple.
sure, you've got 2 blanks on your rack. If for any reason, any earthly reason that you think Peter may not be able to play, if he has all consonants or something and just cannot do anything to address the spot, your odds of getting a triple triple are phenomenal. So it makes all the sense in the world to make a play like that here, I would say.
Yeah, no, it really is bad to have drawn this. Not only does Lewis not have a playable bingo here, but he would have wanted to get that blank later, like you said. But oh my goodness. That has to be scary for Peter, having 7 vowels at this stage of the game. This might be the scare of his tournament. Suddenly, he is completely enslaved by whatever Lewis manages to do here. If Lewis opens a triple triple, that'll be perfect for Peter because he'll be able to play a nay or a Enii and be totally at peace with things. But wow, terrible draw for both guys.
Yeah, you almost would want to pause the game and see if they want to do some kind of a trade here. But I'm not sure.
Monopoly style.
Yeah, I'm offering, or what's that meme of the guy who is in this, he has his hands like this, that he's giving you a trade offer. I feel like I've seen that in sports media and stuff. But yeah, so certainly for Lewis here, it's very easy for us to sit here and say he has no playable bingos, but he's definitely still going to spend a minute looking because you can make those blanks both vowels and potentially still bingo. But yeah, I think the more normal play to make here is definitely just Sorn right here. If you do draw an E after this, you still have overwhelming odds to hit a bingo in this area. Amazingly, Peter has simply not had any viable options. He did on Holmes, it should be said. And we are going to see Sorn go down. This is a very solid play, potentially the standard play, denying us the content play of Warren, Josh.
Yeah, but there's nothing standard about what's happening here. From Lewis's perspective, 26 vowels, 17 consonants. From Peter's perspective, it's a lot more normal, 19 vowels, 22 consonants. But that's a double vowel draw, the most likely draw that Lewis could have had, and he's going to be able to bingo for a ton here. I don't think Peter has any resource that makes any sense of blocking that lane that he opened with Davey. I guess you could see AI come down with Benny, but that doesn't make any sense. I feel like we're seeing maybe an exchange here.
Let me ask you this, Josh. With this rack, are you playing Snowier or Brewing? What what do you think?
I'm lucky I'm not in the hot seat to answer that question. Oh my god. So we see exchange 6, keeping the E. This is a perfectly reasonable option. Going for one of those blanks, he's not going to get one. As we know, Lewis has both. Snowier versus crewing. I feel like I play Snowier and hope for one of those C's. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is a better lane. The Snowier lane is better and easier to hit, but this one is harder to block. I could go either way. Got to flip a coin.
I think it's really tough. Yeah, I think the idea of both C's being out and the fact that the C is a good starting letter, but most importantly, this area of the board is so difficult to obstruct without the C. This area is going to be the target spot for a lot of Peter's racks that have an E in them. Any kind of 6 ending in E, or I guess the final S, but certainly this E. He's going to want to play those here for big scores anyway, whereas playing here is so tough. So I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of people in chat are saying brewing, but my gut says Snowier for sure.
He's considering playing where? What's the real downside of this? Opening a triple that Peter has to address. 37 points versus 93. I don't even know if you lose less after the bingos. It's craziness. Is it time for Lewis to go insane and play and open a triple here, Insano style? The board is so open, and blank. You're gonna bingo eventually, but man, seeing wagering as a possibility. Wagering is 90 points, but it's less defensive in that it gives back nice counterplay. You can imagine the E is going to allow for some very high scoring responses, and it's 90 points versus 93. Anything goes in this position. It's really no holds barred, but I feel like wagering is not it.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, it's not some kind of horrendous mistake either. It feels nice to also leave both of these lanes open and still score 90. So you still have a ton of pressure that you're putting on Peter here. I agree. I would have loved to see him play Weir, and he clearly considered it strongly just for the intense.
Oh, he hasn't committed.
Oh, he's picking it up.
He hasn't committed it. Oh my goodness. A little bit of trolling.
Here's the thing now. You can't play Weir now, can you?
Yes, of course you can.
Now that you've showed him both blanks, I guess you can.
It's even better. Give him a scare of his life. Unfortunately, Peter, I think, is no matter what going to play Bowback, which scores 50 points. However, what it opens is ridiculous. So if Lewis gets a nice draw of a bingo, and there are lots of nice tiles left, we could see him up by almost 200 points, almost the magic number after a couple of exchanges here. 130 points between these guys. Peter's got to be a little bit scared, but a little bit happy to see both those blanks at the same time. Oh my goodness, what a game.
So again, 200 points is the magic number. So in effect, despite this very good start to the game by Lewis, he is technically, for the sake of the tournament standing, he is down by, nice play. Really nice.
Yeah, technically he's down 71, but after this, he's down 118 points. This is so much safer than Bowback. What an amazing find. Bugbane, Bogbean. I was just thinking about that pair of words. What a completely master level find that is. Lovely.
Killer find by Peter. That's a great job by him to put him back under the 100. Oh, there's the C. Both C's.
Almost cachexia. Oh my god.
Oh my god. And the X is gonna fit here. You've got an X bomb holding both C's, Josh.
Or just exec. Just exec, keeping one of them, I think is better.
For sure. Exec. That looks phenomenal.
And that's another terrible draw for Peter Anjanowski.
Wow.
Oh man.
This is
Lewis is gonna score 58 for exec if he sees it. It is. This could be the most ridiculous. Okay, let's not spoil things. Let's not jinx things. Exec looks like the clear best play here. Still some E's to draw, still some bingo tiles to draw. Peter has terrible stuff. Wow.
So this play is going to put Peter down by, or Lewis up by, exactly 140 points. Peter has trash and is going to take several turns to unwind this. If Lewis gets the draw of his life right now, we are seriously talking about this maybe happening here. I
But
can't
you have
believe
to
I can't believe it.
wonder. You have to wonder. You see a C come down. You know there's a C hook here. Is Peter gonna play auto to block that spot? Because why would Lewis play exec without the second C? It's only a 6-point advantage over just X. In any
Great
case, Lewis
point.
has not drawn a 7-letter word, but oh my, this is totally crazy, man. Wow.
Potentially even better than auto would be just a twee, right? Like now you remove
Yeah.
all doubt.
Oh,
So
even better.
yeah, something like
I
that
just
might.
can't believe this. He
Yeah,
kept a K. That was so good. And he
yeah.
drew 6 more vowels. This is crazy stuff. Crazy land. Oh man. Twilight Zone stuff going on here. Is Peter going to think about blocking that crazy high scoring lane here?
Yeah, I think he has to. I think he has to. There's still going to be some craziness on the resulting board. You still have that last S. You've still got a Z. There's definitely still some power that if one or two more bad draws for Peter and a couple more really good draws for Lewis continue to make this really close. And there, at to your point, he is considering auto, which is a variation of a twee. Either of those seem really nice. You're keeping the K for this spot, Josh, but I feel like it's going to be really hard to actually make a play there with it, given how volatile those plays will be.
Yeah, I agree. Auto, I think a slightly worse version because somehow you can still fit CS bingos. That will just be very, very unlikely. But this is the right idea for Peter. Keeping that K to potentially score at any moment, he can score with it if he wants it. So he's still probably feeling okay, not quite sick to his stomach yet. But man, there's still some hope for Lewis. He's up 122. If he gets some really key draws here, he can get to that magic number. And WEG, nice scoring tiles for Peter, but still nothing great for him.
Is there any thought to like keeping your C anyway and trying to draw the last S and get something like Caesura or something eventually? Do you want to keep driving towards one of these massive plays? Like, look, you could play Poi or something, right? This would already be a decent play. You don't like blocking execs, but it scores all right and it gives you a chance to draw closer to one of these huge plays. Maybe Peter isn't able to score that well while also blocking this stuff. That I don't know. Does it sound crazy?
No, Poi looks like a great idea. First thing I was thinking about was Quipo, but you have a C. Your C bingos are really only going to fit here. I guess it's kind of hard to block that spot, though. I think Poi is a great idea to keep the scoring pressure on, too. I mean, we're pretty sure at this point, if you're wondering why we're debating this so intensely, we're pretty sure Lewis is going to win this game. He's up 122, but he needs to win by 201 exactly to actually win this tournament. So it's now time for him with 6.5 minutes to go. Try and formulate some sort of plan to do just that, because it really doesn't feel likely that he's going to be able to slip and lose this game at this score.
Yeah, fully agree with that. It's his game, barring something completely nutty. I think now that the game is somewhat in hand, from what we were talking to Lewis about before the game, I think now he has fully shifted to, okay, it seems like I should be able to pull this one out for a win, but now it's time to reconsider my position as if I'm trailing and how do I get to that 200-point margin. I think he's thinking about it now based on the way the game has gone to this point. He would have to be. So now it's time to think about some crazy stuff, thinking the way you would think if you were down by 80 in this position instead. And a lot of that involves going for very specific things that hit super hard. So I feel like I'd be surprised to see him play the C here because it still is his lifeline, along with that last S, which is still in the bag.
On the other hand, there's a crazy idea that was mentioned in chat of PUCE, which forks the board. This is
Oh,
inaccessible. The H's are gone. No CH.
nice.
This is now a thing. This is now a thing. You need a good draw anyway. So why not create a situation where your bingos will not be able to be blocked immediately? Oh my goodness. Crazy stuff happening in this final game. COUP, that plays here as well, but it doesn't open anything. Oh, come on, Lewis. We want to see you make a crazy, crazy play. Such a stoic man he is, but this is the time to go nutso.
Block, definitely a factor too. He is appropriately iterating all of his ideas out. Looks like he's thinking about who. Not sure if that's just here
Oh,
or
maybe there, yeah.
or if he's also could he be thinking about playing it. This doesn't make that much sense without an H to try to draw to. So you're not playing coop there. So yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling like I'm gonna play poi here just because there are some random 3-tile draws that you can get with C here and S here. Holding, get rid of these letters. You can get causers, that's still in the pool. Caesura, that's in the pool. Pauses, and even crusade. You can even draw crusade. Not that easy, but they're possible. And if you get, and a lot of those tiles, given what we see, they're all in there. Not that likely, but it's all possible.
Yeah, it is possible, but look what isn't possible. Taking a little bit more time. Lewis is down to 3 minutes with so many tiles left in the bag. He's trying to formulate a plan here. I think he's still okay. Don't play OI. That was a suggestion in the chat to set up the P, but that would get completely hammered by the K for
Oh my
60
God.
points. But man, 3 minutes, under 3 minutes, Peter's gotta be wondering, what is this guy sitting on? Why is he taking this long? What is happening? Oh, hearts must be beating a little bit.
Yeah, really intriguing stuff here. There is an idea as well, playing Oi, making sense not only to set up your P, but also because this feels like the easiest place for Peter to score without opening anything new with the eyes left. It's just going to be either a play through here, and we're going to see coup. So this probably hurts Lewis to part with that C, but makes some sense here. He's trying to draw into a bingo on the bottom row, maybe one that opens in multiple spots. If you get the right tile here, you might be able to open multiple spots with a bingo now. Let's see what he draws, Josh.
Yeah, it's blitz time for Lewis. He's not going to be able to think too hard about his next moves, and that's a few too many vowels for him. Still got a couple of moves left. I think if you're Peter, maybe you just plop down walk here, WAUK, prevent big plays here that open the board. Do something fast, put the time pressure on, because you know you could still lose by that crazy margin. But maybe Peter's just be like, all right, one chance. Wake is 48 points. Give Lewis one chance to do something about it. 48 points, that's going to narrow the gap to exactly 100 points. So
I think he's thinking about weak here, which looks like a
Yeah.
really, really good play. That looks so good. Responding
Yeah.
so well to Lewis's last play. Weak. Note that wake in this spot, taking all these hooks. This play taking no hooks. This is a really, really good play by Peter. And it should be able to sew things up for him from here.
Yeah, should be. So after this play, 6 tiles in the bag. And Lewis is going to need a miracle to win by 201 points. But man, what a stunner. Do you play PIE now, maybe, and hope that Peter
Draw
doesn't have a
the-
response?
Yeah.
You need to draw the Z. You need to draw something big with the Z. I guess that's the last hope. Pain comes to mind. PEIN, PAIN. Maybe he'll come up with something really clever, but he's only got 2 minutes, and that's the game.
Big
Peter
draw.
drawing the Z.
Excuse me. Big draw.
And the S. So, all right, it was not to be. I'm calling it here. Lewis is definitely going to take this game still, but oh my goodness, for a moment there, I got the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, felt like that was an incredibly interesting position on when Lewis played coup. Many, many different things to consider, how best you make up that deficit. And I think the thing that complicates it extra much is just I don't know, the fact that the tournament is on the line as well. So can Peter make certain crazy plays because he's trying to protect his standing at all cost? In any case, Lewis is under serious time pressure now. He plays Powa, and Peter has a ton of time left figure out what he wants to do on these later positions.
Yeah, so luckily, I mean, pain would have been very funny, PAIN saying, all right, you played weak, now I'm in pain. But that would have led to Piezo for a very nice 48 points. And now there are 3 tiles in the bag, so I guess Peter, first things first, maybe just try not to empty the bag. Doesn't really matter at this stage. I think he can just do whatever, but he's considering just playing Zoe next to the AK of weak, which is super strong.
Yeah, that's got to be enough. It scores so well. That's going to put things on ice in terms of the blowout win. I mean, right now the score is still such that if Lewis found a way to sneak a bingo onto the board and potentially catch the Z on Peter's rack, he would definitely win by the required amount. But where is that bingo going to fit? I guess with a billion overlaps right here, that's all you're looking at, Josh.
Yeah. So, unless something insane happens, I'll be the first to officially congratulate Peter Andronowski for his incredible performance. He will be dodging out of 2,000 spread, unfortunately, with this loss, but he's been just almost unstoppable the entire event. And despite some, I guess, scares this game, he's going to win the whole tournament. Gonna lose this game and gets around 300. Go is his choice. Why not keep size and autos for next turn?
But it's also brilliant because he's preventing those overlaps with the case hook to Opal, whereas Pal takes many, many more hooks. He's just removing any doubt of some crazy bingo that fits under here. I like it for that reason.
Yeah. And Yike being played instantly. Lewis down to 38 seconds. Keeping TEIN, he's very likely to threaten, if not go out next turn.
Zades on the rack. That actually
Zades was just blocked.
That just blocked Zades.
No way.
Which is quite timely. That's pretty insane.
That's just complete randomness there. If Lewis had thought of that, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy stuff. So the crazy bingo there, which that would have gotten Peter much closer. A huge bingo to end things, but Peter still is going to be able to do all kinds of good stuff here to score well. Size in the corner seems very, very solid. This is actually his best end game play by a lot. Nice job to Peter. He's just played so solidly through and through. Another end game success for him here. Bringing him up to 322, Josh. All that's left is for Lewis to go out and finish this thing off.
Indeed, indeed. All right, Inter is the final play here. 18 points, bringing the total to 422 plus 4 and Peter losing 4, whatever. 433-22 final score here, 108-point margin. Not quite enough for Lewis, but what an amazing performance. You see the handshake, and that'll do it for the 2026 International Scrabble Classics UK.
Yeah, incredible. That was like every game between these two had so much for us to chew on. Is this their fourth meeting or fifth? I'm not sure what it was, but absolute cinema between these two. Pretty much every time they sat down to play. Time to take a deep breath and exhale for everybody involved. The two of them, the two of us. Congratulations to both players, but most especially 2026 MGI International Scrabble Champion, Peter Andronowski.
Well played. And we're going to get to talk to him, I'm sure, once he gets all the congrats on the floor that he deserves. I'm sure he'll be happy to give us a little bit of a word, but we want to let him rest on his laurels. A marathon of 32 games. I'm sure both of these guys are just flat out exhausted. I'm ready for more, Will. You want to play some Blitz?
I'm ready to blitz my way into the bedroom for a nap. I will be collapsing into the fetal position shortly. In fact, carpet of my office is looking pretty good right now for that purpose as well. We're at 983, folks. Are there 17 people out there who have yet to subscribe to this new YouTube channel? If you're out there, please, let's get us to that 1,000 mark. That was our goal. We are so, so close. This channel is going to have tons more live streaming content just like this. So if you enjoy what you just saw, subscribing is a great way to ensure that you get more of it. We're so close, everybody. What friends do you know? What alt accounts do you have? Maybe I should go on one of my alt Boggle accounts.
Give him a taste. Give him a taste of David Webb. Give him a taste. The game has ended.
I've got Peter Andronowski. He's won the tournament. There's no way anyone else can win at this point. The tournament has started, and it's me to go first. I've been on the stream before multiple times. I've got a triple here, Nortanias and Fajitas.
I can't even. I can't even. Oh, man. So they're putting in the scores. We'll get to talk to both of them. First, of course, Peter, I think. Thank you for that. You got us up to 992, Will. Oh, my goodness.
Just with that?
993. There's no way. There's no way we're making it to 1,000. Come on, guys. 7 left.
I'm going on my alt account, my Boggle account. Let's see, what other accounts do we have? Actually, I don't know how to do that on my phone. But yeah, all right.
You have to go to studio.
I know, it's harder on phone. In any case, let's do it without shenanigans. We're so close, as we are going to talk to our winner here and potentially our runner-up, who has been incredibly good-natured the entire way.
I knew it. I knew your impressions would do it, Will.
Wow.
Hello, Peter.
Hello, guys.
Congratulations. Yet another instant classic. What a game. How are you feeling?
A bit confused by that game, really. I don't think I've ever been in this situation where I've had to play a game, to not lose by 200, knowing that the outcome doesn't really matter as long as I don't lose by 200. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had to do that. And it just totally messes with your mind. That was the kind of thinking behind Slant. I was just, scared that he's actually going to triple on me. And then 3 turns later, he's already 120 up. It was just a kind of a nightmare, wasn't it? I was like, he killed my salesman play through that E, and they're like, well, do I play SMA for 38, knowing that either I get 40 or he gets 40, but then what if he gets the triple? It just really messed with your mind. And another classic rack to start where you don't want to go first, right? Vilifies.
Oh,
with
yes.
with another eye. I'm like, great. Why do I have to go first, right?
True.
uh,
Yeah, a number of really agonizing positions for you. You made a couple of phenomenal plays when it mattered most. The first of which was Bog Bean. This was really, really good. You had clearly identified the 50-point bow back, which would have played
yeah.
underneath H&O of Holmes, but that gives so much back.
Yeah,
And
exactly. I mean,
and
that that's the reason why I sat on that K for the entire game, because I mean, sure, I can score 40, 50 points, but then it immediately will get hit back by, a bingo for 120.
for
Uh,
sure. Yeah,
so
brilliant
so
play
yeah,
there. Auto
cheers,
as
thank
well,
you.
Josh.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
love that. Did you think, okay, he's playing the first C, he's got to have the second one?
Yeah, I mean, essentially damage control. I'm like, what's the worst case scenario? Like, I'm already losing by 120. This is quickly getting out of control. Potentially he can hit me there with a C bingo. Like, I thought about playing Etui, but then with the other S unseen, I'm like, well, he could just float something there and just make a trap.
Oh,
If I play
very
Etui, he could just
interesting.
leave
Yeah,
the S
yeah. We
off.
didn't think of that. That's really
Uh,
cool.
and just make a giant hook there. So that's why I thought auto would be better, even though it's technically possible to have a C and an S bingo. But I mean, come on, what are the chances of that, right?
Mhm.
And then what else was there? I mean, weak was just blocking the board, right?
Yeah,
Again,
weak was a fantastic play. Definitely
and and
an
again,
opposite.
go was blocking trainee, which seemed really possible.
Mhm. Yeah, brilliant play. Those were all fantastic plays. Those are the plays we loved the most, and your logic was so sound all throughout the tournament. Your strategic thinking. Did you see he blocked Zades at the very end there?
Yeah. I saw I had that. It was, too bad, right? That would have
That's
been an epic
amazing.
way to finish this game.
Well,
You know,
look. We hear you're lamenting, but we also,
Yeah, that's
love to
the
see it. We love to see the struggle. We love to see the content.
yeah,
I'm sure you really enjoyed yourself here,
yeah,
and what a great way to end things.
yeah. I mean,
Fantastically done.
what a great opponent. To face Lewis 6 times in this in this
oh,
tournament has been grueling.
6. Oh my god. Yeah, that was
Um,
insane. Every one of those that we got to see was absolute cinema. You put on a show for us. You played amazing, very, very consistently good play from you. Very well earned. And yeah, what can we say? This is going to be the best game you ever lose in your life, probably.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. What a strange game to finish the tournament. But obviously, I'm super happy. This is my biggest win ever. So yeah.
Oh, yeah, congrats. Any final
Yeah.
thoughts for Peter, Josh, before we let him
Cheers, Simon.
get his props? Oh, we got
No,
Sammy
no.
there.
Let's get everybody thanking him. Yeah, let's get you off the
Cheers.
headset, Peter. Thanks
All
so
right,
much for
cheers.
talking to us. Congrats again.
Cheers.
All
Thanks,
right.
guys. I'll see you in Thailand. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I'll see you there. All
See
right.
you there.
Let's see if we could make is Lewis
No,
still there? Maybe,
no,
maybe
no,
not. Lewis
Lewis.
has wandered off. Okay. All
Yeah.
right, no worries. And we've made it to 1,000 subscribers. That's obviously not nearly as important as congratulating Peter. It's a little bit distracting there, Will. Anyways, I'll get you later.
Yeah. Just making sure we save all of the games for posterity, as we're definitely going to need him. But like I said, that's going to be the best loss Peter Andronowski ever records. Able to dodge serious threats from Lewis Mackay, who continued to really make it tough every step of the way. What a phenomenal tournament it's been to cast. What a treat. Hope you all out there have enjoyed it. We'll cut to the standings real quick and just take a look. So this result, I don't believe, is reflected. So it's going to be, obviously they had a lot going on there, but it is going to be Peter Andronowski winning with 25-7. Lewis dropping to 23-9, but he is still going to stay.
No. They'll have the same record.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Sorry. 24-24. Of course, logic fail for me. All the rest of it appears to be complete, except, I guess, Harshan, but he's going to stay where he is, I think, regardless. So this looks like the final. This mostly looks like the top 5 or 6 are where we would expect them to be, Josh.
Yeah, so we're waiting on a result from Harshawn, which won't change anything. We're waiting on Colin Northmore, who just tied with Rick Kennedy. A pretty brutal way to go for Rick, actually. But if he wins, he'll actually get into 8th place, Rick Kennedy, I think. So Colin could also drop down a little bit underneath Noble, depending on what happens with Noble as well. So actually, I think Colin's probably playing Noble. Anyways, lots of results to think about here. Things are still getting updated. I think Peter's getting his laurels. He's getting his congratulations. But we pretty much have a great idea of what's going on. I don't think we're going to be able to see the prize ceremony this time. But what an incredible tournament it's been, Will. What's your next video? Is it going to be about this one?
I'll have to get on that ASAP. There were so many amazing. I was thinking it was going to be Noble playing Isotope for sure. That was an incredible game that he played there with Sammy Okasaga. There are any number of amazing games. We'll have to delve through all of it and figure out what that is. I'm sure it's going to come from this tournament. But yeah, we've reached the end. Is there anything we want to say? We've gotten to our 1,000 subscriber plateau. Won't continue to plug that. We really thank everybody for subscribing. Anything else we want to say, Josh, before we sign off here in the booth?
Yeah, again, a huge thank you to you for getting up so early, producing everything. You made so many last minute changes and you made everything work, Will, for the 3rd year in a row. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, but also the hearts of the chat, everybody watching. You are inescapably the most important member of our content community. I could have said that so much better, but I know both of
You
us
want
don't
to
like
escape that
taking
reality?
compliments. No, I don't exactly. That's just so silly. But we hate taking the compliments. You're so humble. Thank you so much. We have other people to thank. We have Rick Kennedy, but especially Ruth Crispin, who's been sitting at that board off camera every single game, giving us all the information we need, what blanks were played, what's being held, what's being challenged, who's going to talk, turning the mics on, setting up the cameras, adjusting everything, making sure everything's above board. Ruth, thank you so much. Rick, thank you for bringing all that equipment as well to make the stream look even better. Who else will?
Yeah, just reiterating those. Also, a huge thank you to Luke Minowalabi, the organizer of the MGI International Classics, the guy that makes it all happen, the brains and heart right now behind the World English Scrabble Players Association, WESPA. Definitely excited to support Lukeman in anything that he does. He was a player in this tournament, and it must have been extremely tough to juggle that along with all the organizing. But yeah, apart from that, I think the biggest thank yous to all of you out there for watching and subscribing. And with that, I think we're going to call it a stream from 2026. And like I said, maybe I'll be the one behind the rack next year as a player. And if not, we'll see. Maybe I'll be back here where I usually am. But Josh, thank you so much for joining me the entire way. We appreciate you.
Yeah, huge thanks to Wellington as well for helping us out today with some expert master level commentary. It was super late. I'm feeling for him, man. Yeah, thanks everybody. Huge thanks to everybody watching, of course. We couldn't do this without you. Thank you for being so enthusiastic, supportive. We thank you for that. And that's it for us. We're going to get some rest in however many ways that is possible. But it's been a pleasure.
All right, folks. Josh and Will signing off. See you next year. Take care.